Yao Tian Dynasty. The 812th year of Saint Yao. Everything. In the north of the empire, there is a chasm called the Demon's Hopeless Abyss. Legend has it that a war broke out between the inhabitants of Earth and the demons, in which the Earthlings beheaded the Demon King. Whether this was true or not, to date, it is impossible to find out. Two people threw down a sack that had a man in it. One man began to worry if the humans would be able to recognize that this guy was from the dragon family. However, there was nothing to be afraid of, for he was a fool. After all, they are just from the poor Yao family. No one cares about their deaths. They will be the first to pay for it. After all, he is the son-in-law of the dragon family and his brother. This time they are just getting rid of unwanted trash and nothing more. It won't be hard for the family to find another son-in-law. They better hurry up and get out of here. The demon's hopeless abyss can be very dangerous. A clot began to form from drops of the deceased man's blood, after which a pearl appeared there. At last he waited for the man who had awakened him. Unfortunately, this child's guise is very weak. Suddenly he noticed that this child appeared to have blood vessels similar to those. Heaven can help him too. All his life he has been developing and nurturing these qualities, and this child's body will be buried by all his efforts. He has decided to provide an opportunity for this child. He hopes that this child can protect the peace and tranquility of the land. After that, the guy woke up and did not understand at all how he was alive and where he was now. Suddenly, an infernal pain struck his head. In ancient times, there was a brutal war in this place. An unknown people came down from heaven and attacked this world. At the same time, the Demon Realm Emperor ordered the attack to be repelled. Even though the Demon Realm won this war, great sacrifices were endured by both sides. Based on this brutal battle, this place is now called the Demon Abyss. He couldn't believe at all that this was a real story about the origin in the hopeless abyss of a demon. The boy wondered if humanity's war with demons was a lie. He touched one spot in the rock, not realizing how that was possible, or what he had just done. Ever since he was 10 years old, his brother had kicked him until the kid couldn't even move. He had never been encouraged by him in any way before that. Suddenly, he noticed a strange stone in front of him. It looked like a gemstone of the strongest demons. The boy picked up the stone and noticed that it was quite large. It seems he accidentally absorbed the power of this stone. The memory of that battle should be the memory of the demon stone. It turns out that it became a crude human prank to strengthen their position. However, this stone is so powerful that it was able to survive that foolish prank. This kid called himself Yao Yue, talking about never giving up. Now that he has a chance at a new life, he will make those who insulted and persecuted him pay. It's always been that way. The strongest man stands at the very top. Yao Yue decided that he was obligated to conquer this peak in order to evolve and control his destiny. He would never again follow other people's instructions. Somewhere far away in the heavens, life consists of yin and yang. Changing unexpectedly, their desires are achieved. Wisdom is their main rule. This is where life is enjoyed. And somewhere closer to the middle in the heavens is chaos. He, connected to the light, to fix it all alone with nature. A guy's soul is one with the world. Still, there are too many monsters in this world with strange life values. And this demon stone made it all clear to him. The guy noticed rocks falling on him. Fortunately, he had time to jump away from it. It really was too close. Then the struggle between the two animals unfolded before his eyes. The monkey and the snake confronted each other. The monkey was able to jump up a tree and started taunting the snake. Yao Yue swept up that it was a small monkey, quite capable. However, this snake did not even think of letting go of its prey. Seeing the predator's actions, the guy shouted for the monkey to be more careful. However, the little monkey hit the snake's head with his paw, after which the monkey was able to entangle this snake in the vines. The monkey then jumped on a rock and started pulling the vines. Still, even though this monkey is still small, it is already so strong. When it grows up, this monkey will be even more powerful. However, the liana tore. After that, the snake attacked the monkey once more. The monkey tried to restrain the jaws of this snake as best he could. The snake seems to be very embittered and ruthless. It's eating the monkey right now. After that, the protagonist saw a rock and had an idea. Yao Yue picked up this stone and struck directly at the snake's head. However, this snake's scales were too tough. Suddenly, the snake flicked the guy away with its tail. The guy fell down and started coughing up blood. He noticed as it was the monkey started to scoot away and realized that he wouldn't get even a small thanks for this rescue. Yao Yue felt as if he had been reborn. But was he really going to die for saving the monkey? He didn't want to die that way at all, so he decided to fight. Yao Yu's revenge has not yet been played out. He cannot die in such a ghostly place. His time has not yet come, and so after some time, he was able to defeat this snake after all. After this hard battle, the guy was lying on the ground. It was really painful. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the very same monkey. It was lucky it was a monkey, because he thought it was a snake. However, the monkey got away from him and started squeaking. The guy realized that this creature was indifferent. Yao Yue almost lost his life while he was saving its life. Memories from his childhood began to flash through his mind. Everyone wanted to kill the little bastard. Others did not understand the rights of an illegitimate child to live in a family. Yao, if that kid doesn't get out of the house, he's going to die. They beat him because his mother was a common maid. If they killed the bastard, no one would even know about it. The other guy said to stand back. He'll personally enjoy beating this guy up. After all, he's no different from a dead dog. Little Yao Yue asked me not to do that. At the same time, the protagonist was cultivating. Before the snake was in his mouth, he should find out how good the aura of the 10,000 blood-devouring demons was. He used the aura of 10,000 demons, the blood of 10,000 demons. The spirit of the 10,000 demons is used to refine the demon. He now understood how the snake existed and attacked. He even began to imitate the snake. Even though he can't transform into a snake, the guy can move like a snake step by step. That's the power of demon blood. Behind him, the other snakes began to crawl away. That's right what he needs right now. At this moment, the guy could control the entire life of the valley. Yao Yue's body can feel the surrounding air of the valley. Afterward, he used his newfound power to deal with the snakes. This attack didn't give them a chance to save themselves. After that, the guy started to feel hungry. He may have chased all the snakes out of here, but if that snake was still here, he would have something to eat. Now there was nothing here. Suddenly something flew into his head. There was a fruit on the ground, and this fruit was thrown by a monkey. Since they are now friends, the protagonist came to know that this monkey is the spirit of the place. He asked if the monkey could take him along with him. The monkey threw him a liana. Think about it. Yao Yue was the one who carried the title of fool since he was a child, and was an outcast. Furthermore, no one else but his mother had been nice to him. It was surprising that this monkey even liked him. The same could be said to her about the guy. Sometimes it happens that there is not enough leeway in life, and there is no better option than to risk someone's life in a fight. Even if he has suffered a lot before, for his mother's sake and his own honor. What does he have to fear now? The guy was able to use the snake's ability to grab onto the rock. Seeing his transformed legs, the monkey began to squeak. Yao Yue calmed the monkey down by talking about how he is not a snake. He's just trying to understand how it moves. He also asked the monkey if he could call him little brother in the near future. He has never had a person he could call a friend like that. This monkey is like a little brother to him. The younger brother is so fast that the protagonist can't keep up with him. The monkey started squeaking, and Yao Yue realized that his younger brother wanted him to side with him. However, all of a sudden he started to fall due to the fact that he had stumbled. Fortunately, the younger brother was able to catch him with the help of a liana. He was indeed very lucky this time. Thanks to that, he was able to get out of that trap. He thanked his younger brother for saving him again. After going through this difficult path they had to overcome, Yao Yue realized where their capabilities differed. He noticed that this cave was quite strange. He noticed that there is a spring here, which is pretty cool. He drank the water and realized that it was like something alive. It was like a wave that kept crashing against his gums. He also noticed that there was something here. It was a broken wooden weapon. However, as it turned out, this broken halberd was a divine item, and that was what he realized when he felt its aura. He looked at his younger brother and noticed that he was indeed a six-eared macaw. This means that it evolved into the earth and sky monkey from the spirit of heaven and earth. They know everything about the living things around them. And also saying that their hearing is so sharp that they can hear absolutely any sound over gigantic distances. Looks like his luck has caught up with him this time. With the six-eared monkey, his revenge plan doesn't seem so far away anymore. However, they had to flee, for the cave was about to collapse. It really was too close. Just above would be the exit from the demonic abyss. He beckoned his younger brother along with him. The imperial city of Yaoyang belongs to one of the 4 great dynasties. Its history spans tens of millions of years. Yao Yue was glad that he had finally returned. Suddenly, he heard the stomping of hooves. It was the woman who had told everyone to get out of the way. Seeing the protagonist in her path, she had to slow down. The guy started coughing because of the smoke. However, something happened. He was hit in the face with his tail. The woman wondered if he was that eager to die. He even got in her way. However, the protagonist didn't answer anything. The woman couldn't believe he even dared to resist yet. The man behind her called her closet and asked why she was wasting her time on this lowlife. After which the man offered to just stomp him. Yao Yue guessed that these two idiots from the foursome into handsome, Zhu Fenbo and Fang Chulan. She seconded the idea of trampling him to death to see who else see articles in their way, after which they went straight for the protagonist. However, the monkey jumped up from his shoulder. After that, the younger brother began to frighten the horse. Thanks to that, Chulan fell off her horse. And this time the monkey attacked the girl. Fengbo couldn't stand the insolence of this bad monkey, so he decided to chop it into small pieces. However, the monkey was so nimble that no one could hit, after which she even punched the man in the face. The younger brother started bullying, which made Fenbo very angry. He ordered his men to catch the stupid animal. Everyone went after the monkey. At the same time, the protagonist approached a woman who was sitting on the ground. He grabbed Chulan's hand and asked why on earth she was lying on the ground. The boy decided to help her get up. The girl became him and stared at the guy in silence. After that, her attention shifted to the animal, saying that he should kill that macaque immediately. Yao Yue grabbed her hand again. He asked that these men let his younger brother go, because he didn't do it on purpose. Suddenly the girl screamed, calling the guy a dirty tramp, and told him to let her go. Yao Yue didn't understand how he could let her go if they continued to pursue his brother. Fengbo paid attention to the girl's scream. He ordered his men to stop. They did not understand what the young master meant, and the monkey only gloated. Whereupon the monkey ran between these people. The younger brother decided to play a prank on them and took off their pants. Fengbo called them scum and also mentioned that it was quite disgusting. Yao Yue also called attention to it. He pointed his finger at them, speaking of that great vapor cloud. Fengbo ordered his men to shut this guy up this time. The protagonist turned his attention to something else. The kid noticed that those people were trash, but she was a special cloud. He also felt hungry and suggested to his sister that she feed him something tasty. She didn't understand this guy's actions at all. However, one thing was clear. This harassment she didn't want to endure. Monkey didn't seem to understand the meaning of his actions either. After which, the closeted man shouted for help. Feng Boy became even more angry, shouting that he would chop that bastard into pieces. Yao Yuk wondered if he had just said he wanted to kill him. Feng Bo attacked him, talking about how he just needed to die. After this blow, Yao Yue fell to the ground. At this moment, Feng Bo realized that this vile brat was able to defeat his middle-ranked yuan expert. Therefore, he decided to end this matter himself. However, a spear fell in front of Feng Bo's sword. It was the second general of the Long family, Major Xiaozhang. He declared that whoever dared to touch the son-in-law of the Long family would die. Anyone who dares to inconvenience a son-in-law from the Long family in the future will become an enemy of that family. He ordered his son-in-law to be taken back. Feng Bo had no choice but to retreat. He declared that this was nothing more than the idiotic life of the Yao family. Next time, he would not forgive this kid. A girl ran out to him, happy that this stupid little brother was finally back. He should hurry up and play with her. Yao Yue mentioned that Mun was about to tear it up. The guy thought about how he should get a spirit elixir sometime to cure her stupidity. Long Moon, who was Yao Yue's wife, noticed the monkey. After that, she started to squeeze the monkey. However, a man appeared and told her not to be so rude. It was Long Tianba, who was the general of the Long family. It seemed to the old man that the fool had come to his senses. The boy told his grandfather that he had been pursued by traitors who had thrown him into a hopeless, bottomless abyss. Even the emperor must respect Long Tianba, who was a third-generation officer in the Yao Yang court. He became angry, not understanding who dared to threaten his son-in-law at all. Yao Yu explained that there was no need to worry, because fortunately this monkey had saved him, and he was able to survive the disaster. Grandpa only laughed, saying that the heavens see everyone. Moreover, this boy's mind came back, and now the Long family has a receiver. After which, the old man ordered everyone out. He decided to inform the guy of his decision today, and help guide him to the road of Yuan. To develop Yuan Wu is to develop one's own power. By attaining the Yuan form, one will be able to absorb the energy of the world. By flushing the meridians, acupuncture points as well as the bones, filling 108 meridians, one becomes a Yuan disciple. And with 356 Yuan head disciples, actually becoming a Yuan king. Today, he will receive the art of the ascending dragon. It's a secret art equal in power to the king's. As long as the guy has the talent, there will be no problem climbing to the top. After which, Tianbai handed him 100-year-old ginseng. This medicine would help him in cultivating her strength, but how much it would help would only depend on luck. He took ginseng and also got on his knee, talking about how his grandfather was too kind to him. This guy should clear his mind. The birthday of the head of the Yao family is in 7 days. It's time to meet him. He arranged for Xiaojiang to prepare new clothes for him. The Yuan Wu sphere utilizes the energy of the body. To increase the concentration of Yuan energy, one must break through the 12 meridians and subsequently open the rest. This is the beginning of the Yuan Wu style path, the power of the first level of the earth, similar to the ghost demon realm. The guy started practicing the secret art of the rising dragon. It was like a dragon appeared in the sky. This seems to be the power of the Yuan. Perhaps if the protagonist added the blood of 10,000 demons, there would be a stronger effect. Now Yao Yue needed some demon blood. He had also heard that the best place to buy it in the Imperial City would be the demonic material store. This demon has a gigantic amount of energy. It is the only one of its kind, and it's a top-quality demon, so it's a rarity for Yuan soldiers. Yao Yue asked how much the blood cost. The seller replied that it was only 100 silver. The boy could afford it, so he took it. He noticed that this blood spruce is pretty good. He will definitely get stronger with this one. The seller asked this customer to move on to more. House of Yao. The old man greeted them. The man replied that they were very grateful for the visit. Many will be glad to see this old man as an elder. He wanted to omit all these formalities. The old man is only doing what he has to do. After all, his father and himself are colleagues. However, the young man needs to keep in close touch with the closet in the future. He decided to escort them to their room himself. He was approached by a subordinate, who informed him that the third son of Haishou had arrived. It was Feng Bo. The man noticed his sad look and asked what was wrong. Feng Bo replied as if he himself didn't know what had happened a couple days ago. The truth was that he really didn't know, so he asked him to tell him. As it turned out, he was talking about that famous dragon family brat. He stated that what happened to that fool Yao Yue was not his fault at all. Feng Bo was dissatisfied that this guy had not only recovered his sanity, but also reached the Black Yuan school level. So he came here to tell about the mistake of this brother he was talking to now. The girl said that the younger brother, and abnormal because already the closet family suffered. Feng Bo said that he would like to give the gift to Elder Yao, but also to ask him for a favor. His interlocutor replied that he would do his best. Feng Bo heard that the fool's mother was still in the Yao family. Since the third brother had said something interesting, let him follow him. They arrived at the manor and the girl reported that Miss Yao was inside. He pushed the girl away and used his foot to open the doors. The woman knelt down and greeted the young master. The man noted that she needed to raise her head when she spoke, so she lifted her head. Chulan noticed the resemblance to that idiot and realized that she was his mother. She ordered the woman to kneel down quickly and prized the... She asked what they needed from her. Chulan began to argue that her son had injured the third brother, so she should kneel down and beg for her puny life. Fenbo woman to be his servant, and maybe he'll let her son get away with it. He subverted that if sibling wanted to do it right now, he could send her to the Fenbo house. Fengbo liked the idea. He even noticed that the idiot's mother was beautiful. He will treat her special. She pushed his hand away, indicating that she would not die in dishonor like this absolute lowlife. The man seemed to realize what she wanted to do. She flew right into the column and her gaze began to darken. At the same time, Yao Yue came to her. He asked Mom to get up. She can't die in this place at all. He promised he would get her out of here so these people couldn't hurt her. The general asked the young gentleman to calm down and gave her a pill of life that would completely heal the woman in just 3 days. Yao Yue asked Brother Shao to protect his mother, after which he turned his attention to other people. He realized that this could be a problem since the fool was still alive. Therefore, she could force the Zhu family to get rid of him. The guy began to argue that no matter what the protagonist did, they would not tolerate such insolence. Yao Yue pointed out that they should all die. He swooped down on them and used his blood dragon fist. The first thing he did was hit the Fenbo. The impact caused the man to fly off. Fengbo called him a scumbag. Yao Yue replied that today he had seen with his own eyes how disgusting this man was. He then decided to step on the man. He began to scream in pain. As soon as the man fell, the protagonist grabbed his arms. After that, he stepped on it once more and you could hear the crunch of bones. Some looked on with indignation, and others with horror at the sight. Chulan yelled for this guy to stay away from her. However, that didn't stop him and he punched her in the face. Chulan fell to the ground and heard the words that a woman like her deserved to die. After which, he turned his attention to the others. The servant began to claim he had nothing to do with it. However, he struck that servant, after which he stepped on the servant's face, asking about whether he was holding Yao Yue as an idiot if he calculated that he would believe him. He turned to his brother, guessing that he was the one behind everything. The man called himself Yao Yue's brother and asked why he would do this. However, the fact that the man called himself the protagonist's brother only made him angrier. When Yao Yue was 5, he almost died because this man used him as crocodile bait. When he was 7, he was used as a punching bag. This man is making a fool of him. They all abused his mother and Yao Yue forced her to do hard labor. They forced his mother to eat pork pomogi and beat her every day. And he did it all with his brother. He started claiming it was all just a misunderstanding. Yao Yue was determined to kill him today. Just as he was about to attack the man, he was suddenly restored. It was housekeeper Feng, who said that this guy was too brave if he dared to attack the Yao house. The man asked housekeeper Feng to kill this jerk who dared to tarnish the reputation of the Yao family. After which the guards arrived. The housekeeper ordered the guy to be captured. However, Xiao Zhang stood up for him and asked if they really wanted to go against the Long family. Feng began to argue that they were members of the Yao family, and the Long family had nothing to catch here. Yao Yu only laughed, saying that it was too funny. He asked if they had ever treated him and his mother as members of Yao's family. What is clear is that this man just wants to kill him and his mother. He's too arrogant to think he can do that. When their blows collided, housekeeper Feng realized that this fool was quite strong. Perhaps he had drunk some kind of elixir. However, Yao Yue did not think of retreating so easily. He kicked the man with his foot. Everyone watched in horror at the fact that this child, who is unimaginably strong, began to harass the housekeeper of the hairdryer. Unfortunately for this fool, he's not strong enough anyway. The men used a water bullet. After which, he aimed these attacks directly at the guy. Xiao Zhang shouted for him to be careful. Unfortunately, Yao Yue was unable to block this stream of water. Feng immediately headed towards the guy, saying that today was the day he would finally get rid of this trash. Xiao Zhang wanted to intervene in their fight. However, someone blocked his punch. The Yuan general began to argue that this man was not his equal, for he had reached the highest ranks among the Yuan generals. The kid was already pretty beat up. After that, they heard an order that it should be stopped. 3 men walked into them. He was glad that his father and grandfather had finally arrived. The man began to claim that they wanted to kill him. The servants began to greet the patriarch. The man, however, did not like the fact that the old geezer had actually come. The others watched in silence. Yao Yue thought about the fact that he had gotten into a mess after all. The old man couldn't even guess at all, looking at the situation, how such a thing could happen. The boy turned to his mom and dad, saying that this man claimed to be the son-in-law of the Long family. In addition, he had not only come to destroy the Yao family, but also to kill him. The woman didn't understand how the bastard dared to hurt her son. She ordered his legs broken so they could deliver him to the authorities. He only laughed evilly, for everything was going according to his plan. The old man said, shutting up. Since his father was here, he asked where the man in question was. The patriarch inquired if General Xiao had come here to ruin his birthday. Xiao Zhang was happy to meet Master. He came here together with his son-in-law. After which, the patriarch saw that Yao Yue was also here. He didn't understand what this guy was doing here. Xiao Zhang held the protagonist's mother in his arms, after which he handed her over to the guy. Xiao Yue started to argue that he would take mom out of here, and this is no longer their home. However, his path was blocked. The main character screamed for everyone to get out of his way. The patriarch asked Yao Yue what was going on here. There were a couple other guards on his path. The man was pissed that the bastard wasn't answering. The protagonist became even more amused and asked who gave him the right to order Yao Yue. The man identified himself as his father. However, this man is just the one who regrets the most that Yao Yue was his foolish son. Starting today, the man can be sure that Yao Yue and his mother will never appear in the Yao family home again. The boy began to claim that this so-called father only cared about his mother's death. Therefore, the man better worry about his mother surviving. Otherwise, he will bury this wonderful son underground with his own hands. No one obviously expected such words from the protagonist. Yao Yu advised to memorize these words and protect his dear little son. He also advised the elder to take his daughters and sons, for he would not forget anything. The elder only curled up in fear, saying that he understood everything, after which they were allowed to pass quietly. Suddenly another person asked to wait for a moment. The Yao family is selfish, and he is ashamed to be here, so he wanted to go with them. The man clearly didn't expect this fool to be the one to take out the Longa family. Looks like Imperial City is about to get even more interesting. The patriarch announced that this would be the end of it, as he was no longer in the mood for a festive banquet. He ordered everyone out of his sight. Family long. He began to tearfully beg his grandfather to save his mom. Tianba replied that there was no reason to worry. With the help of the 1,000-year fountain of life, they would quickly get her back on her feet. Suddenly the boy heard his mom calling him. He immediately went over to her and was glad his mother was finally awake. He knelt before his grandfather, thanking him for his help. The old man replied that there was no reason to be grateful, for they were family. The 1,000-year-old fountain of life is the best elixir. It not only kept her alive, but also extended her life for a decade to come. The boy was glad for those words. A ring caught the protagonist's eye. He recognized that it was a space ring. Yao Yue had heard that only very strong people with extraordinary abilities could possess it. So he wanted to get that ring too, and then the Yao family wouldn't get rid of him so easily. Grandfather will try to train this good boy properly. If Yao Yue tries hard, he will be able to reach great heights. Xiaozhang walked in and informed them that Kainan Kong had sent a whole bunch of medicinal herbs. Yao Yue had picked up on the fact that this man sent them gifts because he wants to use them as leverage against his opponent. They aren't that close to him, so they shouldn't accept his gifts. However, grandfather ordered that the gifts be accepted. He also recognized the rightness of the Yue. The Nankun family is palming off on them to gain the support of their troops for their own defense. But now, the Long family has no power. And the Nankun family has been accumulating its wealth for 4 generations. They can use these funds to strengthen the status of the Long family. There are no eternal enemies or friends. Only one's own independence and incredible strength can give limitless opportunities in his dynasty and even in the whole world. Even if he had a space ring, strength alone would not be enough. Yao Yue must learn to assess the situation and have an extremely flexible mind. The boy replied that he understood everything and would not let his grandfather down. Moon was glad she had a mom now too. He has to make mom happier and also cure lunar cretinism. Imperial boardroom. The man mentioned that the northern general had become too uncoordinated because of his age. Therefore, he would seemingly win Dongfeng's candidacy to replace the past general. The emperor asked if there were any other suggestions. The prime minister revealed that Dongfeng would be a great replacement. The old general may not have been on the battlefield for many years, but does that mean he is incapable of effective leadership? He was against your replacement. The emperor asked Long Wu's opinion, for this unassembled general was under his command. Tianba replied that he would do as his majesty ordered. In that case, he ordered that Dunfeng be sent to take over the north post. The man asked the general why start this now. After all, the military never interfered with the emperor's orders. Tianba said that the northern general's position would be of great benefit to them, but the people would not accept it. He ordered the unassembled general to be brought to him. He could only guess what was on his commander's mind. Meanwhile, the guy was learning the techniques. He was visited by his grandfather, who heard that he read these books every day, after which he praised him. The enrollment for the Imperial College will start soon. Tianba wishes that the boy would take the exam as well. If Grandpa wants it, Yao Yue put all his efforts into it. He also revealed that this monkey stole the reishi flu for him, so he could swallow it and gain strength. The protagonist should not underestimate Anron. His strength was at the top of the yuan of a soldier's sphere. People discussed that the sons of the 4 generals in the Long family had fallen young fighting for the state. At the age of 18, the 3rd son of a strict general, Owen Long, went to war with his father and brother, earning a reputation. But he ruined the meridians and became a burden to the woman he loved. Thus, he earned the title of a fool in love. That's just perfect. Another woman was kicked out. Yao Yue thought that the young general with unrivaled heroic potential and brilliant military feats had degenerated. He entered the young gentleman's chambers. The man asked, "Didn't he tell everyone to get out of here?" Yao Yue introduced himself to his uncle. The man knew that Yao Yue had dementia. The protagonist replied that it was in the past. He also informed the uncle that he could cure him. The man seemed to take this as a mockery, for even his grandfather couldn't heal his meridians, let alone Yao Yue. He asked his uncle to be patient, for even a guy with Mahi capital from dementia. The guy promised that he would put him on his feet and regain his former strength within a year. The uncle only remained silent. After that, the protagonist said that he would definitely visit him again, but the man didn't even know if it was possible. He has been waiting for this moment for 3 years. Now is the time to practice Yao Yue. Xiaozhang revealed that slaughter boxing is a military style of boxing. If a guy wants to comprehend it, he should join the army and taste the smell of battle. However, a Tianba appeared behind him and told him to shut up. He got down on his knee and pleaded guilty. The old man mentioned that if it happened again, he would punish him severely. Yao Yue asked his grandfather not to scold Brother Xiao. The boy himself asked to be trained. Grandpa was only thinking about the fact that the Long family is very short of people right now. How dare this general enlist this guy into the army? The old man explained that he had come several times already. This man obviously wants a shield for himself, so the guy needs to meet him. Yao Yue noticed that Brother Xiao was scared of Grandpa. Afterward, they discussed that if the Long and Nankun families united, nothing could shake their position. By helping them, they would be able to help themselves. After that, the guy wanted 30% of the family's entire income. They are simply taking advantage of their predicament. The protagonist offered to celebrate their collaboration at the pavilion. However, the man informed the protagonist that he had shut down. The guy couldn't believe it. He decided to check to see who dared to close 30% of the entire Long family's income. Yao Yue wanted everyone to know that the Nankun family was under the protection of the Long family. The man thought that the young master was striking. However, they came back at night and were beaten. The grandfather inquired as to what had happened. The guy replied that they had just run into a couple of people who called themselves bodyguards. Tianba advised Yao Yue not to be too soft in battle. The Long family is not easily intimidated. The examination of the royal school will start the day after tomorrow. Therefore, the protagonist must be ready for it. The man was glad to have his son back. However, he did not expect him to be in such a battered state. He knew that his son had gone to the Long family and came from there beaten. So he assumed that their son-in-law wanted to take the possession of the Nankun family. However, the lad began to argue that the lord was not that kind of person at all. He said that the gentleman is entering the royal school, and he will not be forgotten at all as the property of the Nankun family. He started claiming that this guy is stronger than even his little sister. Even she dares to go in there, and there's nothing to talk about. A girl appeared and asked how dare this simpleton try to enter the royal school. Kate Nankun was sure that he would cheat. And does her dear brother really want to be beaten up for looking down on her? Meanwhile, the royal school has gathered many people who want to enroll in it. The boy also noticed that there were a lot of people here. What was clear was that the exam was going to be long. Suddenly, someone approached him. It was a Claude Quan who asked the protagonist what his name was. Yao Yue introduced himself. Claude Quan also introduced himself. He said that he had come to take the exam at the request of a woman. The guy hoped that he would be enrolled. Being handsome, after all, is so problematic. Yao Yu wondered if this guy was afraid that after saying that, he would just be beaten. Claude Quan hoped that the high school girls wouldn't go crazy in love with him. Yao Yue is not that handsome, so he can even help Claude resist their pressure. Claude patted his back and laughed. Yao Yue didn't even know if this guy could enroll. The man thinks they will both succeed. He also noticed a monkey and asked what breed it was. 6 ears is already very unusual. Yao Yue replied that it was a simple wild monkey and there was nothing unusual about it. Claude suddenly wanted to buy it. The protagonist replied that if the monkey liked him, he could give it to him for free. Then he threw the monkey away from you. This kid is unusual after all. Since they're getting along, he can give the protagonist half of the high school girls. He took the man's hands away from him again, talking about how he came here to learn martial arts. After which the clown began to explain that life is short, and training is not easy. Now is the best time to step up and spend your time making the most of it. At the same time, the main character wanted him to just flip him off you. They've waited all morning and finally the exam begins. The vice president of the royal school came out to them and announced that the annual examination of the royal school was starting. He said that the test is open to those under the age of 16 who have reached the yuan warrior level. They will be divided into 9 teams and tested by 9 teachers. Those who could activate the test spire would pass on. Those who fail must leave immediately. She showed the very same test spire. Whether the examinee had reached the yuan warrior level and could activate this spire by hitting it with a force of over 100 kilograms, he would pass the test. Cloud liked this beautiful instructor, so he suggested Yao Yue to go to her. The girl told everyone to line up and come up one at a time to hit the spire of trials. He decided to go first. However, the guy felt a terrible pain in his arm, after which the instructor announced that he had not passed. After him, another contestant decided to try to pass the tests. After he struck, the spire lit up, which meant he had passed. Suddenly, the protagonist heard in his monkey and turned to the side. The old man shouted for that insolent monkey to return the fruit. The monkey jumped on the Yao Yue, and the guy noticed that it was a 700-year-old orange spiritual peach. The guy inquired where the monkey had stolen the fruit from. The old man asked the stinky monkey how dare she finish the prince's peach. The protagonist tried to calm them down by talking about how they shouldn't fight. However, a man came out who didn't want to follow those words at all. The guy explained that if he fell down in front of him, he would let that monkey get away. The protagonist thought that it was only a 700-year-old spiritual peach. He could compensate with 800-year-old ginseng. The stranger saw that it was indeed an 800-year-old ginseng. This guy is quite generous. He explained that this peach was very valuable and Yao Yue would have to exchange it for 10 ginseng roots of the same age. Yao Yu told the monkey to give the peach back. However, the monkey had already swallowed the peach. The monkey then spit out a bone that hit the guy's face. The guy got really angry and ordered to kill Yao Yue and his damn monkey. Others were ready to pounce on him now. The instructor intervened in their squabble and asked what they were doing. If these people are not going to take the test, then let them get the hell out of here. They had to back off. The guy mentioned that he was too lucky, and he also hopes to meet him in the 3rd stage. He can't even wait to kick Yao Yue's ass anymore. Cloud noticed that his friend was really great. He even dared to be important in front of the Yao Tian Dynasty. Yao Yu told that jerk to take his hands off him. Let him say directly what he wants from him. Cloud replied that he was misunderstood. He just can't help it. In fact, his respect for Yao Yue is unspeakable. Meanwhile, the protagonist punched a monkey, talking about how he's running around like he's the only one in the world. The instructor told the next person to approach the spire, and then it was the Claude's turn. He approached the girl and introduced himself as Claude Quan. She didn't buy his flirtations and told him to just hurry up or she would disqualify him. The guy did mention that he was 15 years old. Afterward, the instructor said the guy could start the test. From such a powerful punch, the others realized that this greenhouse had an average yuan warrior level. The instructor announced that he had passed and called out the next one. As soon as Yao Yue approached the spire, Cloud noticed that this girl was his type. Yao Yue also introduced himself and mentioned that he was 15 years old. The instructor told him to start. The protagonist's only thought was that he must pass these 3 stages and not disappoint his grandfather. The spire released a powerful burst of energy after being hit. Cloud would also find himself noticing what level the guy was at. The others were shocked at such power. The instructor noticed that this guy was almost at the beginning stage of the General Yuan. She announced that he had passed and told the next one to go take the tests. Cloud remarked that he was really awesome. If they run into each other in a competition, he asked the protagonist to fight him. At the same time, Yao Yue wanted to make him shut up if they really met in battle. The vice president announced that the 2nd phase of the challenge was beginning. They will have to defeat 9 wooden statues. Whoever can do that will go on to the 3rd stage. At this stage, they will test the combat skills of the test subjects. These statues will be their equal in strength. Once the guys enter, they will either win or be beaten by these wooden men. Therefore, it's better to think things over carefully, as they might get hurt badly or even die. After that, he told everyone to line up. When the mentor called their name, then the test would begin. Seeing the beaten fellows, Cloud suggested that this stage would definitely be difficult. Previously, these people were recognized as mid-level Yuan warriors, and now they were all defeated. Yao Yue could fight against a low-level General Yuan. Of course, he would be able to pass this stage. The protagonist tells Cloud that he just has to pass this test. They will see each other on the way out. Cloud replied that he would be waiting for him on the other side, after which he left. The instructor announced the names Yao Yue, Yunche, and Xiaolun. That means they should go inside, and since the Claude didn't throw Wu back out, apparently he passed. Yao Yue didn't want to be left behind. One kid got 2 teeth knocked out. He started asking for help, talking about getting out of here, before the protagonist opened this spectacle. The rest of the wood turned their attention to him. One of the wood already rushed to attack, but the protagonist was able to calmly dodge this lunge. The next wood wanted to hit him with his fist, however. This attempt was even. The guy noticed the number of these woods, plus they attack quickly. After that, another piece of wood hit him. The protagonist crossed his arms to make a block. The impact caused him to start sliding backwards. These wooden puppets are really strong, so it's not even surprising that the other contestants were knocking out so quickly. White, one of the examiners, asked a second examiner how long he thought this guy would last. Black has noticed that this guy's defense is good, but he thinks this guy can barely pass even half the test and will drop in about half an hour. White offered to bid. He thought the guy was barely making ends meet. These wooden puppets are too dense. Fortunately, they can't move anymore. Or the opportunity is too far from the exit. Either way, the guy can't stay here. Yao Yue can't fail this fast at all. After all, he had promised his grandfather that he could pass the exam. He decided to employ the eagle snake technique, after which the protagonist began to advance between the puppets, bypassing all of their blows. Still, the four-eyed silver pomfret's blood was so useful that he could see through their attacks. At the same time, the speed of the strike was halved. It seemed to White that this guy was using some unknown technique. Black began to think that it was similar to the snake step technique that was studied at their academy, but also like the flight of an eagle. This is very strange. Perhaps this guy was using the step art of a top-level general. And it's quite unpleasant. As soon as the guy was stopped by the examiner, I wondered what he was doing. After which, the protagonist concentrated and jumped upwards. Yao decided to use the insane burial technique. After all, the practice of his abilities in battle was much higher than in normal training, so he should make the most of it. After he struck some of the puppets, then his hunch was confirmed that they were being controlled through red dots. After Togo, he was able to deal with a couple more dolls that decided to attack him, but a bunch of puppets were already accumulating behind him. The instructors watched this fight in silence. The main character used a crazy cutthroat, whereupon this puppet fell. White noticed that this guy can destroy all the wooden puppets before the trials are over. What's clear is that this guy is a genius who has yet to be found, after which he walked out of the testing room. He heard the Claude's voice, who was glad that Yao had finally come out. He had already thought that the guy would immediately run out of breath. However, as soon as the protagonist turned around, he could barely contain his laughter. He laughed, not realizing what had happened to him. Cloud told him that he had been beaten up by those damn puppets. However, he still somehow managed to make it. The boy wondered how the protagonist got out of there in one piece. Yao mentioned that when they enter the academy, he would be the defense of the Claude. A few days later, the third round came. This round consisted of a martial arts competition. As long as these people are in the top 100, they can easily enter his royal academy. There on the rock sat the Claude and Yao. Cloud misses his mentor so much raw because he hasn't seen her in days. The boy realized that he had fallen in love with her. Therefore, he didn't realize what he should do. He approached the main character saying that if they meet in this challenge, he asked to be easy. Yao thought about how he just had to get into the top 100. His goal is to get into the Royal Academy. He wants to control his own destiny after all. The guy has no way back, so he just has to win. He has a family waiting for him, so he can't back out. He was approached by Kate Nan-kun, who inquired about this one is Yao. The clown almost went crazy over the beauty of this mademoiselle. However, the girl told him to shut up, or better yet, get out of here. The protagonist replied that that was his name. He then asked what her name was. The girl replied that he didn't need to know who she was. He should also remember that if they meet in the ring, let him not expect mercy. Yao didn't understand what it was at all. Cloud wanted his friend to introduce him to this girl, but the truth is, he only saw her for the first time today. The guy doesn't even know what he's done to hurt her. Clyde wondered how she was interested in Yao. Perhaps it was her way of trying to get his attention. The protagonist wondered if he was an idiot. The vice president announced that the third round of trials is on the official. According to the draw, number 1 fights with number 2, number 3 with number 4, and so on. In this test, the examiners will be the referees. The one who completely loses his strength is knocked out. Those who surrender are knocked out. Weapons are allowed to be used, but killing one's opponent is not allowed, and the offender will be severely punished. The boys were happy to see the draw finally begin. He just silently watched the protagonist, thinking that if they met in the ring, he just had to kill this guy to calm his ardor. The Chi Master, called Shounen, said that if any of them were to fight Yao, then they should beat him beyond recognition. Let this guy become their favorite fool again, or else the Imperial City had become a bit boring. An examiner appeared there and told everyone to get in line. However, the guy was not only paying attention to her beauty, the two of them wondered what was going on. However, they couldn't quite believe what they had just seen. They turned their attention to the examiner, whose name is Satu Ching. The main character's nose is bleeding. He really can't hold back the snake blood he recently absorbed. At last, the Claude realized that he was very much in love with her after all. The fact that he will enter the academy should impress her. Yuya mentioned that Cloud had not only fallen in love with her, but he had fallen in love with all these girls. After the draw, they learned that Cloud would be in the 4th ring at ring number 808. Yao would be in the 8th ring at number 228. Suddenly, the guy just realized that he would indeed be in the 4th arena. That number could be equal to death. After all, Yao's friend is really Mr. Luck because he got such a lucky number. He only grudgingly watched the protagonist leave. The examiner told number 1 and number 2 to get ready. These guys stepped into the arena. They each had their own reasons for performing here and winning. The girl announced the start of the match. They immediately moved towards each other to clash in battle. The protagonist watched them fight. A little later it was reported that numbers 85, 127, 176, and 226 were victorious. After so many fights, the guy realized that you can only respect those who snatch victory from the clutches of the opponent. No one would even sympathize with the loser. Yao Yue would never be a loser. Meanwhile, the examiner announced that the numbers 220 family and 228 would now fight. After which the guy jumped towards the arena. It landed right in front of Satuqing. The girls also liked this guy's looks. Some said he was so cool and some wanted to fall in love with him. Kate Nan Kun replied that he was just some smarmy kid. She didn't understand why her brother spoke so well of this jerk. She even wanted to see what this guy could do against his opponent. At least let them not lose. Afterward, he entered the arena with his opponent. The examiner announced the start of the fight. The man advised this weakling to give up, or he would only get worse. However, this version of the development of events does not interest the protagonist at all. So he moved forward. They'll see who can beat who. Yao Yue punched him on the cheek and he flew away. The protagonist's opponent couldn't even counteract the blow. It was a critical hit on the enemy after all. It seemed that this strike was as powerful as if a 200-kilogram weight was dropped on him. That was on par with the strength of a peak yuan warrior. The examiner announced that Yao Yue was winning. The others couldn't believe how it was possible. He walked through the crowd saying that none of them could beat him, so they could take it easy. As it turned out, he knew the guy who was defending himself. His strength was at the level of an average yuan warrior, but this man was taken out with a single blow. It looked like he had just reached the realm of a mid-level yuan soldier. Cloud turned to his friend, speaking of what he had won, after which he inquired how he was doing. He was glad that two geniuses would go to this academy at the same time. Cloud was sure that he had won as well. Yao Yue thought about what he would do if the protagonist gave up. Too bad he was in a different ring and not being judged by a cheesecake examiner. He was so eager to impress her. He felt sorry that even after the new draw, Yao Yue is in the 8th ring where Mentor Satu is taking the exam. He asked dear sis Satu when they would meet again. The protagonist mentioned that he will face this examiner in the next round, so let him not show off until Togo time. The examiner announced the next fight. Cloud wanted to see his friend's strength. Opposing him in the ring was a beautiful girl. Yao Yue introduced himself to his opponent and asked for the fight to begin. As it turned out, this girl's name was Luna. She thought only that she had met a fool whom the young lord had ordered her to beat up, so she must give him a good beating. It's a good thing he took the moon with him. He hopes he can enjoy a great match. Whereupon the girl immediately abandoned her whole place and attacked him. Luckily, the guy was able to dodge that swift kick. However, the girl didn't even think of giving up so easily. The main character recognized her amazing skills, so he wanted to show his strength too. She managed to dodge his lunge right in midair, stepping on his arm, after which the girl landed on the floor. Yao Yu immediately pounced on her. She decided to use a rather sneaky method. The main character only got angry and asked what the snake was up to. Luna only thought about how this guy had managed to slip away from her in the first place. What she decided to use the azure print technique for. This girl forced him to do it after all. The guy grabbed her arm, after which flipped her away from you. Luna was able to land smoothly, then decided to attack once again. The others were discussing the fact that Luna's skills were simply excellent. At least she had already caught up with a top-level Yuan warrior. It's not a problem for her to even enter the top 100. However, Yao Yue is also strong. He has clearly saved his strength. This guy might even feel sorry for her. The other person replied, "The moon has started to put out its best. Therefore, there is no way this guy can enter the top 100. Yao Yue realized that he needed to finish quickly, so he decided to use the tiger style. As soon as the guy grabbed her sword, it began to disintegrate. Afterward, he gave her a blow that caused the moon to fly off. Everyone watched in amazement. The examiner was silent, for it was obvious that this girl had not thought of giving up yet. Eventually, she rose up and used a technique called floating moon in the sky. Luna immediately pointed her blade towards the protagonist. Fortunately, he was able to slip away from that blade. She immediately swung a second time. At the same time, Yao Yue jumped up. Because of the onslaught of attacks, the kid had to retreat right to the edge of the arena. Cloud shouted that his friend couldn't lose to a woman. After that, he used a bull kick, thanks to which he was able to knock her sword out of her hands. While the girl was confused, he grabbed her from behind. She started to scream in embarrassment. Cloud shouted that Yao Yue dared to do such a thing to a girl when the eyes of the others are on them. He is truly their role model. The others were furious because they didn't understand how he could do that. You can't judge people by their looks. He's just a womanizer. Shanji commented that he had no shame or conscience. Also, they should do something if they meet this man in the next round, which is to kill him. The guy's ready to deal with the consequences. Yao Yue replied that since she wanted to kill him, let her not blame him for hurting her, then asked if she was giving up. She called him scum and said to let him go. Suddenly he felt the softness of her body and grommets. His little fledgling has long since grown up. As soon as she felt something, she immediately screamed for him to let her go. The girl gave in, whereupon she fell to the floor, exhausted from what had happened to her. The guy, however, began to descend from the arena, saying that he would take a break. The examiner replied that this shameless man was not worthy to enter this academy. The guy, however, only laughed, remarking that every single one of them wanted to kill him. However, he could just beat up those who stood in his way. He also mentioned that if this situation is considered shameless, should he be a priest when she tries to beat him up? The protagonist thought about how it was normal. It is better to be a shameless person than to be a wimp. Cloud mentioned that this time he was really quite enamored with Yao Yue. Afterward, he inquired how she felt about this girl. They looked big, so those feelings must have been splendid. Yao Yue told him to just shut his rotten mouth. The one replied that it was just a joke. Even though Cloud calls himself a romantic gentleman, he can only envy this guy. After that, he asked his friend to teach him how to pinch girls by their breasts. It would be even better if Yao Yue taught him how to pick up girls. If he mastered this technique, he could pick up girls safely next time. No longer was the protagonist intent on tolerating it. However, Cloud was still laughing even after being hit on the head. Cloud asked the boy not to be angry, for this day he would be his friend. Yao Yue replied that if he shut his mouth for 3 days and 3 nights, he would teach him the skill. Cloud took the hint that this man really wants to kill him. In the next fight, they punched each other in the face. However, it was Yao Yue's opponent who eventually passed out. It was announced that Yao Yue was victorious. He rejoiced at another victory, and so came the long-awaited battle. It was already the 4th round. The people who made it to it are stronger both in and out of the ring. It's also worth paying attention to these two. In the first rounds, they defeated their opponent with just 1 move. Therefore, it can be assumed that their strength is at the peak of the Yuan warrior. The guy laughed, because he didn't even expect that a meat like this person could really reach this level. So he decided you personally to teach him a lesson. Yao Yue also did not expect this. It looked like his opponent was not destined to join the academy today. He only became more annoyed at these words and shouted for him to show his skill level. The protagonist also decided not to hesitate, and immediately responded by hitting him back. The gaze of the others was fixed on the fight of these two, for they started too quickly. The force of that blow made him slip backwards. Now he realized that his opponent was not so weak. Yao Yue didn't even think to give him a moment of respite. The trial referee felt that the power with which this kid hit was equal to that of a low-level General Yuan. This boy is an outstanding talent. The protagonist kept advancing, however his opponent was trying to block these blows somehow. This time, however, he was pinned to the edge of the arena. Yao Yue recalled the guy's word about wanting to train him. Was that really all he was capable of? He called himself a prince of the Qing'an dynasty and not at all to imagine being defeated by a man like him. Therefore, the prince used a technique called the King Qinghan kick. However, the prince did not expect at all that the protagonist would also want to respond to his blow in such an impulse. The prince couldn't understand how this guy still had so much strength left. He also couldn't decide whether his opponent was a peak Yuan warrior or a low-level Yuan general. It was clear that he would not be able to suppress his opponent with his strength alone. The audience began to find that they were both in peak Yuan warrior form. Their fight came out just fine. However, one of them was doomed to defeat. The prince was able to dodge this blow, however he received a wound on his face for doing so. So he had to increase the distance between them by jumping away from his opponent. This time he decided to summon his sword. The rest of the subjects of course noticed the young lord's sword. This sword flew right over the heads of the other participants, causing them to cheer. It moved with such speed and trajectory to accurately injure the protagonist. However, he was able to dodge that sword, and now the sword flew into the hands of its master. Prince used a technique in which he got a couple extra balls. That technique successfully cut the kid. The prince only stated that this guy made him use a top-level sword technique, so it would be a magnificent failure for Yao Yue. The protagonist was run right to the edge of the arena. However, the monkey also threw a ball for him through the crowd. Yao Yue grabbed that sword, saying that it was about time. It was just what he needed right now. He was able to block the prince's attack while destroying the young lord's sword. The prince couldn't understand at all how a mid-level yuan item was broken so easily. Since that prince had had enough, now it was his turn. He began to attack him. However, the prince was able to dodge these attacks. Yao Yu wondered if he was a good fighter. If he is, then let him attack. However, as it turned out, he'd rather give up than get beaten up by this guy. So he walked down from the arena, and as soon as the guy announced that he was giving up, someone hit him. The impact caused the prince to fly into the crowd. Yao Yu apologized for this technique. He just didn't expect his opponent to give up so quickly. His leg was out of control. The referee said that this was the last Chinese warning, otherwise he would be disqualified. Others immediately began to worry about the young lord's condition. Yao Yu knew that this guy would give up and purposely kicked him. Only the strong will be respected in this world. So he hoped that His Highness would remember today's lesson. After that, he approached the arena where the Cloud was supposed to fight. He expected it to be an exciting fight. However, what he saw was not quite what he expected. Cloud was just playing catch-up with his opponent. His opponent was clearly floored by this. The man yelled that he was going to break his face. Cloud began to provoke the big man, saying he was going to hit him. Yao Yu saw that this guy's style was quite unique. It looked like he only made it to the 4th round because of his stamina. This time he decided to use his weapon, talking about how the bastard had gotten him. However, even so, Cloud was able to dodge all of his attacks. He advised the big guy to calm down, not sure why he was so angry. Claude's opponent swore that if he didn't get out of the ring now, he would kill him. Others were also unhappy with this performance because they were expecting a fight, not a guy running away like a girl. If a man was in the ring, he would have beaten him up because he keeps talking this crap. It's really annoying. He used his mace, talking about going straight to hell. However, Cloud was able to slip between his legs before landing a blow. The others immediately closed their place, seeing this forbidden technique. Cloud wanted this guy to give up, but he forced the use of this unique technique. The question was, what he did it for. After which he threw him out of the arena, saying that he didn't belong here. He spotted Yao Yu in the crowd and asked if that wasn't cool. However, the guy just covered himself, thinking about the fact that from this day forward, he no longer knew this vile man. Cloud jumped out of the arena, asking the guy to wait. He also wondered if he had lost and was now ashamed. Even so, let him go to his place. Cloud didn't mind. He had to stop, because this guy was just too annoying. He just knew how to get on his nerves. The vice president announced that the last round of this test has come. Those people who pass the test will enter the academy, the rest will be eliminated. There was a huge mountain, whereupon the man said to begin his tactical offensive. Some kind of energy began to emanate from the steps. Some say that the functions of each tactical offense are different. They can be defensive, aggressive, and psychedelic. However, they do not know what the function of a tactical offensive is on this ladder. Anyone who makes it to the top within an hour will pass the test. Now it's time to begin. But as soon as they stepped onto the stairs, they felt the gravitational field. Cloud felt like his bones were about to crack. Yao Yu advised him to stop talking nonsense and get up already. Not everyone could climb those stairs in peace. The pressure with which this gravity net presses is about 250 kilograms. Ordinary mid-level warriors, there's no way she could overcome it. Looks like it's not just power that counts in this round. Rather, it's more about willpower. He had seen the others break that limit with ease. These people are the gifted ones. Since the protagonist is on the path of cultivation, he is obliged to have faith in perfection. When the others are stronger, kid, he just has to believe he's going to win. He immediately rushed forward. Cloud asked his friend not to leave him. He's not a traitor after all. The others watched the guy's actions with incomprehension. The protagonist noticed that there were now only 3 people ahead of him. They were all moving at their own pace and trying to reach the top. These 3 people were definitely not just yuan warriors. In the book he took from his grandfather, it was recorded that talents who reached the level of a yuan general at their age would become at the level of a yuan king most likely. Among the hundreds of millions of people in the empire, not more than 100 people could reach the strength of a yuan king. They have the potential to rise from the depths of the king yuan stage. Once they enter the academy, they should definitely become key people in the academy. And because of that, more resources from this very academy will be spent on them. Suddenly he felt a pleasant feeling. He realized that he had broken through this 4th field. Yao Yu had already passed almost the entire test. After what happened today, he will be able to become a top-level yuan warrior, because he thinks he will be able to go through 8 of these same quests. Suddenly he was touched by Fei-chan, who noticed that this guy looked weak. However, somehow he was able to climb up here so quickly. Yao Yu even almost overtook the guy. Only after these words did he realize that they had reached the top of this mountain. Fei-chan introduced himself, after which he inquired about his name. He would like to become friends with him. Yao Yue also introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to meet him. After that, the guy turned his attention to another girl. Fei-chan wondered if he really liked her. Yao Yue just didn't think she was that strong. They couldn't even get close to her. The girl also drew the attention of the slanted hero. It was as if Shanaji didn't expect this guy to be here as well. However, when they entered the academy, he would still see what Shan would do to Yao Yue. And after an hour, more and more students began to creep to the top. The vice president was ready to announce that the third test was over. Cloud would be expelled if he didn't crawl out of there now. But a hand appeared. The protagonist helped him up, talking about his timing. Cloud did his best to keep his friend from getting bored alone and follow him. Time's up. 97 people were able to successfully pass this test. From this day forward, they have been accepted into the Royal Academy. But first, they must choose a mentor. After which he flew upward. Of course, everyone noticed the vice president's flight, and it was just great. The man announced that already tomorrow they should go to the academy. The mentor will inform about the questions the students will ask him. But that would only be after enrollment. After which, he flew off. Everyone was happy that they were able to enter the Royal Academy. The boy, on the other hand, was thinking that only those in the kingdom of the Yuan king were able to fly. One day he would be able to do it too. And on that day, he will fly into the skies. Yao Yue was given his badge, which confirmed his identity. Cloud, Yao Yue, and Fei-chan were happy that they were able to do this. They were able to become disciples of the Royal Academy. Afterward, the boys said their goodbyes. He was sure Grandpa would be happy to hear this good news. It was already time to go home with his uncle and the monkey. Only now, however, did he notice that his uncle was hurt. There was a monkey beside him. Yao Yue asked Uncle Lee what had happened to him. It was as if the monkey started to explain everything in detail. The man said the luggage was robbed by people who wanted to take possession of his elixir. He couldn't believe how Huaiqing dared to do such an action. He took the old man on his back, and the man was saying that it was indeed his fault. However, the guy did not wish to hear those words. First, they must return to the imperial city. This wasn't the end of it. They were spotted by a Cloud who inquired what was wrong. The chief said that they had been robbed by people of the Qinghan dynasty. Yao Yue must stop them from escaping from the city. The estate of the Long family. Xiaozhang reported the doctor's words that Li was in no danger, but he should rest for a few months. Monkey also brought him some medicines that should help him recover. He has also just received a report that the men who robbed the young gentleman have been apprehended by the local guard in town. They may be brought here as early as tomorrow. He ordered him to take it in his luggage and teach these people a lesson so that they would remember it for the rest of their lives. And one of them is a prince. So they should ask the Qinghan dynasty to provide a ransom for him. This bastard is lucky, because the guy has to go to the academy tomorrow. That's why he can't deal with him on his own. Longmong asked Yue where he had been. Tianba asked how his test went. The guy told him that he would be an official student of the Royal Academy tomorrow. However, the kid should be wary of the arrogant people who will enter the academy. Who will stand out is yet to be seen. Yao Yue should check on his mother, or he won't have time to check on her while he's in the academy. And so the next day it was time to leave. Moon mentioned that Yue should definitely come back to play with her. Yao Yue replied that he would definitely do so, and the main character heard his monkey and caught it. Incredibly, the monkey was able to be cured in just one night. Now it's time for him to go to the Royal Academy. The stone pillars opened up in front of him. It is said that this stone pillar is engraved with unusual cultivation methods that can help one become a lower stage Yuan king. He decided to check out what they had that was so strange himself. However, the parents saw that the runes on it were indeed in bad shape. No wonder almost no one noticed the secrets of these pillars. Finally, he made it to the Royal Academy. The protagonist began to look around as soon as he entered with the other students. It was entertaining to watch all of this. However, someone touched his shoulder. It was a Claude who inquired about what he was doing. This academy is really amazing. It was founded 1,500 years ago. In every year, the academy enrolls about 100 students. In the last 1,000 years, the number of students has increased greatly. Some graduates left the academy, and others stayed and became mentors or deacons, elders, or maybe even chairmen. The boy noticed that Cloud knew a lot about this academy. Cloud was flattered by those words. It was already time to go to the raft. It would not be long before they would start organizing people into classes. Platz. The names Claude Quan, Yao Yue, and Qi Ding were announced. Claude thought that Mentor Satu and he were just made for each other. He was even assigned to her class. Yao Yue wondered if he was asking for trouble, after which the girl called the Claude to her. The boy was glad that the mentor had called her to him. Most likely she just wants to be near him. She ordered him to take this stone and do a plie squat with it on his back for 2 hours. The boy looked at the stone and wondered why he should do it. The girl replied that there was no reason for that. She is his mentor, so he must do what he is told. She also has the right to kick out a person who does not obey her orders. The protagonist thought about how this guy deserved such a punishment. However, he was also told to step forward. The mentor also told him to take this stone and do squatting with the plie technique for the rest of the day. The others started laughing with him. The protagonist did not understand why he was being punished. Still, this stone is so heavy that even a yuan warrior who is at the highest level would not be able to endure this punishment. However, everyone was surprised when he was able to lift the stone. The girl announced that they are all under her leadership today, so they must obey her order as well as the rules. They should reach the level of general or king as soon as possible. Now they should go to the eye to memorize the rules. She will guide them. The two friends only watched as the others left. The other student mentally wished the brothers good luck. Cloud even began to laugh at the fact that the mentor was taking care of him. He'd only been told to stand like that for 2 hours, when this guy had all day. Then Cloud told the stupid monkey to get down, because these rocks were heavy. Then he didn't understand why the monkey was shy. It wasn't even praise. At this time, Yao Yue concentrated under the Claude's shouts for this underdeveloped monkey to get off already. Still, his idea works after all. By lifting the stone, he can use the dragon technique to cultivate. In fact, it even increases the efficiency of cultivation by 2.5 times. An hour later, Claude could barely stand on his feet. His hands were already beginning to shake. The boy was already tired. He didn't understand at all how his friends stayed fine. Even a top-tier yuan warrior would get tired if he squatted with this stone for so long. Yao Yue wondered if the Claude would believe him if he said he was at the level of a yuan warrior. But he thought it was nonsense. As a yuan warrior who are at the peak of the middle stage, the Claude could barely tolerate it. And Yao Yue is a June general level verse. After 2 hours, he was finally able to let go of that rock. He was more tired after those damn squats than he'd been from the stairs to his husband. It seems that developing physical abilities is a good way to force the development of yuan cultivation. Yao Yue feels his abilities increasing little by little. Half a day later, they were visited by Fa Chan, who inquired how they were feeling. The protagonist replied that he was fine. Cloud, on the other hand, was tired. He decided to explain to them the rules that Mentor Situ had just told them so they wouldn't be tortured anymore. The three of them only laughed. They arrived at one of the best restaurants at the Royal Academy. Fei-chan pointed at the restaurant's signboard. As soon as they entered, they noticed the other students. They were all having fun and getting to know each other. At the same time, the waiters were bringing them food. It's a really good restaurant, as they even have monster meat here. Clyde thought that each of these dishes would cost at least $30. Yao Yue thanked the Chan Fei for this feast, talking about what he would treat next time. He invited these friends, and he'd spare nothing for his brothers. Cloud recognized that in the future, they would be brothers. In that case, he would call Cloud and the fairies by their first names. That would mean a lot to him. They're all nuts. Fei decided that they would just call him Yue then too. And the Claude would still call him brother. He also noticed that he had a lot of potential, so he asked to take care of him in the future. While they were all having fun and talking about something of their own, students arrived at a neighboring table as well. After all this time, they were able to find a small 1,000-year-old geocentric fountain. However, he was robbed by a snowsword flight. He is one of the 10 new teachers in the academy. Although this guy isn't ranked only 10th, but they can't beat him anyway. Before all of this, he's a crony of an elder at the academy. These guys are no match for MU, so all they have to do is accept the humiliation. A Claude intervened in their conversation and asked who was flying the snowsword and if that person was strong. The man with the scar suggested that they were new. However, there was no need to worry because they would find out about him the very next day. Cloud was angry that this man was acting too arrogant, even though he had only been studying here for a year. When he reaches the level of a yuan general, that man would still dance around him. Fei-chan noticed that those guys had already reached the general yuan level. There really is no shortage of talent in the academy. After which, they walked out of the restaurant. Stila decides everything, so they should become stronger as soon as possible. After asking those guys questions, they will answer instantly. Fei's strength is already at the general yuan level, but he is not arrogant and smug. Instead, he has a quiet and calm character. Yo Yu has been practicing for almost 2 months. However, he wants to catch up with his friend. Therefore, he must put in more effort. Meanwhile, the guys came to the classroom. Meanwhile, detailed instructions on the academy were on sale for $50. That was the lowest price. Cloud wanted to see what she was selling. After that, he bought one instruction manual. He shouted out that he had figured it out. This detailed manual has 5 of the academy's top beauties and their pictures. The girls who passed by him started laughing because these fools had been cheated and they were still rejoicing. This information could be found on the bulletin board. He clearly didn't expect to be so easily fooled. Faye started to hold his friend who wanted to kill that damn woman who tricked him. At the same time, Yue was studying the instruction manual in detail. The boys were sitting in class number 4. He learned that Satu Qing is the dean's granddaughter, the second most beautiful girl and the youngest mentor in the academy. Her cultivation has reached the mark of the highest level of General Yuan. At the same time, she is an outstanding genius, who is in the top 10 strongest in the latest list of people from the recently released hero list. In the morning, she told some of the rules of the academy, so they should memorize them. In the future, she will watch them improve. 1/3 of these students should develop to the level of a Yuan general in this year. After 3 years, each of them should reach the level of a mid-stage Yuan general, and at least 5 of them are higher-stage Yuan generals. If anyone can reach the lowest Yuan king level, they will be solemnly awarded the title of elder, or maybe even an assistant dean. They will be able to become the ruler of the imperial dynasty's kitchen garden. Everyone listened to these words with genuine interest. There are more than 30 cities in the imperial dynasty, each with a huge area. This ruler can be compared to a king of a small dynasty. This is a powerful person equivalent to an imperial officer. Next, they will undergo 3 months of training, killing the beasts that live in the expanse of the demonic range. If they are weak, they will be killed immediately. She led her group to the training ground. Starting today, they all have to wear weighted weights. They will eat, train, and even sleep in them. Under no circumstances should they take them off, as they would greatly help improve their yuan cultivation. Some people got caught up and thought of her as just a devilish examiner, because it was even too hard. She watched everyone hold the stone. The fellow asked the examiner why their stone was 50 pounds lighter than his own. The girl replied that he just had to obey her, or he could leave the academy, since no one was keeping him here. After which, she simply walked past him. One day, when the guy is stronger, he will definitely beat her for all this humiliation. Everyone paid attention to him. The girl knew that this guy's development was already at the middle level of a Yuan warrior. Unfortunately, he is an unscrupulous person, so she must re-educate him. After which they were finally able to rest on their beds. Cloud thought it would be good if he cultivated like this. He could get a girlfriend and keep drinking with the 2 of them. Faye suggested, "How about we go out for a drink right now?" Cloud thought it was a good idea, but he had not expected his hand to fall on his face because of the weight. The others only laughed. A month later, all of them were still practicing. This training was not without Yao Yue. It seemed that he could even bear the weight safely already. At the same time, the girls were going crazy over him, and he looked toward the examiner, who was silent for some reason. A recess was then called. They had been here for a sufficient amount of time and had mostly adapted to the training. Therefore, in 3 days, they would start practicing spiritual energy cultivation. Now the guys can choose a Yuan martial arts book in the library. They tell of warriors and generals, or the unfinished skills of people who have reached the level of a Yuan martial arts king. What they will fall for is unknown, for everything depends only on their luck. If he could get his hands on a martial arts general level book, his strength would be doubled. The guy with the scar on his cheek had the same situation. However, general and king level books are quite rare. He wanted to find a Yuan king level book, however, there is a magic circle in the library that protects it. It is not easy to get a Yuan martial arts book. In addition, there are other classes that will be with them. After which she told everyone to follow her to the library. The library doors opened and a man stepped out of there. It was an old man who told them that they would only have 2 chances. After they exhausted those chances, whether or not they would gain knowledge of martial arts, however, they were obligated to come out. Otherwise, every Katal obeyed would be severely punished. After the old man's words, they immediately stargazed into the library. There were books in front of them. Afterward, the boys noticed that this library was very spacious. One thought it was incredible that these books could vaporize in the air. There's also an overwhelming magic circle that's recorded in ancient books. However, he was told to shut up and finally go look for his book. It was as if the front had begun to appear in a whirlwind. The guy jumped and grabbed a technique called Magic Palm. It was the lowest level of the general's level. Others also didn't want to fall behind. He couldn't get through the magical barrier, however, and was thrown right back to the others. Fei noticed that it was not an easy magic circle. If they forced them to obey, the guys might get hurt. They must carefully catch the trail and follow their rhythm so they can get those books. Only by concentrating after a minute was he able to get the book out. Everyone watched his demonstration in amazement. Fei noticed that this spiral knife technique was a low-level general level technique. However, the guy threw it away. The others didn't understand his actions. After which, he pulled out another technique that was clearly better. However, someone wanted to take this technique away. Yao Yue shouted to him to look back. He calmly grabbed the man's wrist, after which he shook the man's wrist and threw it down. He went back to his guys and talked about how it was their turn now. They must not forget to do it with heart. Yao Yue told him to be careful, for they might try to rob again. After which he walked out of the library, saying that they will see each other later. Cloud and Yue are more focused on getting the techniques. The protagonist concentrated as if studying all these techniques. After that, the guy was also able to get the book. It was a steel wind fist of the middle level of the general's stage. However, the kid decided to try again, throwing the book away. It was as if the technique he caught started flying towards him. Her name was a Supreme Demon technique, and her rank was that of a low-level warrior. He threw this technique of misunderstanding already at one thus mocked. The other person started laughing with him, saying that he had gotten the technique so advanced, after which he walked out of the library. At registration, the old man also noticed that this useless yuan martial arts book had not been taken by anyone for hundreds of years, and the kid chose this one. Luck was on his side after all. The others started laughing. This technique is only at the level of a yuan martial arts warrior. But if Yao Yue can unleash its full potential, it will easily become a king level. His friends came up to him. Cloud told his brother not to worry. He has a top-level general-level yuan martial arts book, so he decided to study it together. Fei-chan replied that when they returned, they could study their technique together. Yao Yue thanked them. Even if he didn't have a high-level book, he would still become stronger together with his friends. Suddenly, he was approached by a shy girl who greeted him. Cloud seemed to fall in love with her right away. She didn't know how best to start this conversation with Yue. However, she pulled herself together and said she could lend him her book. Cloud swept up, his heart breaking. He didn't understand how this Yue could like the doe. The others also didn't like the fact that the 4th grade doe and 2nd grade yin, who are the first 2 beauties from the academy, approached him. He really is a lucky guy. He thanked the doe for this. However, he cannot accept her book. The truth is, it doesn't matter if he omen her book or not. He just has to return it in 3 days. The protagonist was thinking that as a real man he could not accept alms from a woman. So he thanked again and said he couldn't take it. He already has his own martial arts book. The girl even seemed to be upset by that answer. Suddenly someone told him to wait. The protagonist turned around and asked what was wrong. He offered to fight, for the doe could only love him. However, the girl began to deny his words, saying that she did not love him. He, on the other hand, believed that the doe would fall in love with him when she saw his strength. After that, the guy said that they would meet in 3 days in the ring. However, Yao Yue didn't even agree to this. She apologized for the trouble she had caused. Lan decided to go to him and tell him how things really were. Yue replied that it was fine. He doesn't want to look like a coward anyway. Besides, it's just a fight, so there's no need to worry. And then he left, and there were tears in the girl's eyes. Fei-chan was discussing that Gan was already at the general level, so he asked Yue if he could defeat that guy. However, the clown thought that guy would lose anyway. However, he wanted to be the first to meet the doe. Yuki wondered if he had talked about with that girl. In that case, he might even be fighting in his place. Cloud replied that he wasn't as strong as his friend, after which they decided to share their techniques. The fairies had the blood spear technique. The king's level is the lowest level. Klaus thought that Fei was lucky. With the Fei King level martial arts, Chan would be able to fight people who surpassed his cultivation level. And with the blood spear technique, a guy would be able to double his strength. It only has a few moves, so guys can learn it after Fei-chan learns it. The guy offered to forget about his looted trash book. The protagonist can even lend the middle stage book called Stray Wind Fist. Fei-chan heard that it was a military fist that General Long created, saying that only those who were able to achieve military success would be taught this skill by General Long. It is extremely strong in a group fight and is a true skill for killing. However, the kid only has 4 first acts. This is a military fist that only those who have achieved high military success can recognize. That's why the first 4 movements are enough. Fei is indeed a lucky man. He was even honored to study the martial arts that General Long had created. Yao Yue didn't even expect a father-in-law he hadn't met before to be so wonderful. And then he finally managed to break through. The yuan power that is at the highest level of the yuan warrior stage. Now the guy can combine and use the yuan power and demon power. This should be enough to fight back against someone who is at the general level, but it was still not enough. He asked those dear to him to wait a little longer. Then he reached into the suitcase and opened it. The monkey immediately woke up and jumped to him. The guy dodged, saying that he almost sat down the elixir that is in the box. However, the monkey's strength never changed. Looks like it's just a fake 6-eared macaque. Now the monkey sat with the other treasures and ate. His yuan strength had reached the highest level of the yuan warrior stage. After absorbing the demon's blood, his strength will increase again. After absorption, even his eye color and pupils changed. Now the guy didn't realize that this technique was a supreme demon martial art technique that wasn't suitable for everyone. This technique must be a demon technique, so ordinary people can't cultivate it. The supreme demon spirit is a terrible power that only demons can get from their king. It is impossible for humans to form the soul of a supreme demon, so this secret book is regarded as a martial arts yuan stage warrior. But for demons, it is a king-level skill. The guy was glad that he could absorb the demon's blood, get its power, and transform it into his own power. It seemed to be his lucky day. While the guy was enjoying the day, the monkey was just quietly watching him. The demon technique itself is divided into 3 parts. The first is an attack that imitates the demon's attacks, such as the 5 animal boxing, crane boxing, and tiger boxing. It can transform the form of a demon to attack. This power cannot be underestimated. The second is hunting, causing the demonic formula to devour frightened enemies, as if they were encountering real demons. This is a tactic used to contain, and subsequently defeat, the enemy. Third, G twisting. The last move of the supreme demon technique, which transforms the demon soul into a martial soul, and can be used for both attack and defense. This is absolutely the most powerful movement. Shounen mentioned that this guy just has to win. However, Yue is not weak. He might have already been able to surpass the level of a yuan warrior. He must defeat this guy even if he uses a forbidden skill. He promised his master that he would do it in such a way that he would become weak-minded again. Platz. Of course, the disciples placed higher bets on Ganshi than on Yao Yue. Cloud didn't realize that everyone here was blind. How could this repo head be considered his brother's opponent? He'd bet $1,000 on his friend. Fei-chan only has $500 and he'll bet it on Yue. The others started laughing, not realizing what kind of idiots they were. Suddenly they all noticed the main character start throwing money around. He got $5,000 and he bet it all on himself. Cloud remembered that this guy was the Emperor's capture, and also recognized that he was rich. The girls, on the other hand, looked at him silently. Lan was still a little embarrassed, and Kate was telling Yue not to lose here. After all, she must defeat him with her own hands. It was the same time the guy didn't realize when he'd managed to provoke her into fighting again. Gangshi turned to the doe, saying that she would soon recognize his strengths. Yue was no match for her. He felt that he could beat up this guy even with one hand. The girl pouted, talking about how she didn't even know him. The others started laughing with that, while the guy finally fell silent. He was even embarrassed. Cloud yelled for the bro to win from his opponent. The protagonist replied that he would definitely do it. Now the girls understood why the beautiful girls of the academy were in love with him. He is so handsome that he even looks better than them. Gangshi thought that this jerk would even be afraid to approach him. This time, he would show the doe how this guy turns into trash. Yue swept his eyes over the fact that it wasn't too late to give up. If he continues to act this aggressive, the protagonist will show him what he can do. He only started to get even angrier and immediately headed out to attack the guy. Gangshi decided to attack him with his fist. The protagonist also retaliated with his fist. There was a small explosion. After that, the protagonist decided to increase the distance between them. They both believed that their opponents had a powerful force. However, he decided to attack again. In this attack, he had multiple fists that were all aimed at Yao Yue. The kid dodged all those lunges. Cloud also noticed that this guy is strong. And now bro is at a disadvantage. Fei-chan said don't worry so much because Yue will win. Seeing the doe watching this guy, Kate mentioned that Yao Yue already has a fiancé, so she shouldn't fall in love with him. This kind of effeminate man is annoying. It's better not to worry about him. Shawnee Ji was also watching and couldn't understand what this guy's strength was. It was simply impossible. Yao Yue jumped back to avoid his blows. Gang Shi told him to give up, or else he would beat him every time he saw him. This guy is too annoying. Therefore, he decided to use the first movement of the Supreme Demon technique, the form of the strike. He immediately pounced on his opponent. Gang Shi put up a block using his hands, after which he began to take all of Yao Yue's punches. The boy would not be able to withstand such an onslaught, and taking advantage of the confusion, Yao Yue decided to attack once more, after which he struck his opponent with force. He started coughing up blood. The spectators looked at this with some incomprehension. Afterward, the man mentioned that he just thought he saw a demonic tiger. This is really creepy. Is this really the power of a low-grade Supreme Demon technique? The Claude began to have questions as to whether this force was really war. Lan was glad that he won. She knew that Yue was very strong. Kate replied that it was still early. Gan just got hit, and he will get up now. The protagonist advised him to give up, or else he will beat him every time he sees him. He simply returned the words to the sender. Gang Shi wondered if he really thought he could defeat him so easily. He glanced at the sword, after which he took it. It was as if Gan Shi had filled this sword with power, after which he attacked the kid. However, Yao Yue was able to dodge the blow. He turned to the Claude. Then the boy threw him a weapon. Gan Shi wondered how dare he use such a nasty thing against his dragon knife. Forgetting everything, he immediately attacked. However, this time the protagonist was stronger. With one of his blows, he was able to shatter all the dragon knives. Gang Shi couldn't understand why this happened at all. Yao Yue replied that if he was nasty, his knife was complete garbage. After which he immediately threw himself at his opponent. He started to run away. Yu wondered, and how he would be able to stand up to him now even without his weapons. Right now, only a forbidden skill would help him. Even if he couldn't kill this guy, he could at least destroy him. He immediately turned around to attack him. From the strength of the blow, Yao Yue realized that he had the potential of a general. Others were also surprised that Gan had reached the General Yuan stage. However, from the looks of it, he had used some forbidden skill to enhance his strength. This guy is really crazy. A powerful force emanated from him. He started saying that Yue's pride was to blame for everything, and the way he pressured Gan Shui. Today, he would destroy the protagonist in front of the doe. He immediately disappeared from his spot and literally moved right up to the kid in a second. Yao Yue was able to dodge. However, he was left with a scratch on his face after this strike. After which he jumped away from his opponent, feeling threatened. It was rather tiring. However, he woke up as soon as he heard the words about going to hell. Gang Shi prepared a powerful attack. Seeing all this, the old man ordered a halt. It was a pretty powerful explosion. The onlookers closed their eyes while the Doe, Claude, and Fei Chan worried about Yue. The smoke began to clear, and there stood the figure of a man. It was Gan Shi. That punch left a big mark on the arena. However, he suddenly noticed a silhouette that was on the other side of the marker. Yao Yue was alive. The others couldn't believe it. Gang Shi thought that this guy was just lucky, and it was really close. But for him, there's no turning back, and he has two choices. Either he gives up or he goes to hell. Yao Yue noticed that the arena was starting to collapse. He crossed his arms for a block, then took that punch. The guy was almost to the end of the arena. His legs were shaking, trying to keep Guy in place after that punch. Gang Shi shouted at him to stop fighting. He wouldn't win this fight. Suddenly, the color of the guy's eyes and pupils changed. This time he decided to use a different technique of his. He clearly couldn't believe that there was such a strong surge of power coming from the guy. Yao Yue thought that he had forced him to do it. After which, he immediately kicked it with his foot, causing the Gan Shi to fly upwards. After that, the guy flew right up to him. Before his opponent could do anything, Yao Yue used a technique called Mad Slaughter. He then flew straight down, destroying another part of the arena beneath him. The spectators are watching in horror, and I was eager to find out who had won the fight. In the middle of the arena lay an unconscious Gan Shi. They began to discuss, and the fact that it was a monstrous blow. The Yao level might already be at the General Yuan level. Therefore, it was better not to encounter him in the future. Yao Yue also descended into the arena. The old men checked and announced that the man was fortunately not dead, and Yao Yue wins the battle. The spectators cheered as this match was truly exciting. A Claude ran up to them and wanted to hug his brother, saying that he was great. But Yao Yue kicked him, telling him not to come near him. Even after the guy fell down, he cheerfully got up and started laughing. Fei Chan noticed that Cloud was too shameless. He wasn't even the winner. After that, the kid walked down from the arena, and there was a doe waiting for him. Lan confessed to Yao Yue that she loved him. Even though it was too embarrassing, it ran up to him and kissed his cheek. The protagonist was also embarrassed. The spectators watched this turn of events, and the doe decided to hide out of sight. Her face was completely red. Cloud almost cried and turned to Yao Yue, saying that he had broken his heart. So he challenged his brother to a duel. Just as Yao Yue wanted to leave, two people appeared in front of him. The guy with the pink hair asked if that wasn't the idiot from his family. It's not like he didn't expect Yao Yue to fool around for years and be able to even get into the Royal Academy. The protagonist told him to get out of here. The purple-haired guy turned to Mo Yao, saying that his stupid servant had a bad temper, so he wanted to teach him a lesson, after which he wanted to slap the main character. However, Fei Chan came to his defense, saying that his bro had just finished the match. If they wanted to end it, Fei Chan decided to fight instead. It made him angry that now the newcomers had no manners at all, so he must teach him a good lesson. At the back of the crowd was a whelp who heard shouts that another fight was about to break out. She immediately made her way through the crowd, and of course everyone's attention was drawn to Mentor Satu. She told Yao Yue to go to her. He inquired of his little sister Satu why she wanted this fool. The girl asked who he was. As it turns out, his name is Fenlo Chu. The boy wanted to tell who his father was, but he did not have time to do so. But at the same moment, the mentor slapped him in the face. Fenlo Chu flew right back to the floor. Situ advised him to stop bullying his student. Did he really think her student would be so easily intimidated? Mo Yao started to explain that it was just a misunderstanding. The girl said that she would beat anyone who broke the rules, after which she told Yao Yue to follow her. This situation infuriated him, and he also stated that Big Sister would definitely not protect him for the rest of his life. Besides Mo Yao, there are two other people from Yao's family in the school. The girl was thinking something of her own and stopped, while the guy closed his eyes and thought it was time to get interested in the matter. Suddenly, he crashed into her. After that, the saturation started to drop, and the main character picked her up so she wouldn't fall. It was a touch too lewd for her, after which she simply tossed it into the distance. The guy landed and asked to stop, however his body was stepped on. The girl was furious, for she couldn't believe how dare he insult her. She even threatened to kill the guy. He tried to explain to the mentor of satiety that it was just a misunderstanding, but this time she decided to back off, however next time she would kill him. After which the girl told him to get up if he could. At the same time, Yao Yue did not understand what he had done. Afterward, the guy entered the Satu Qing's office. Yao Yue should say explicitly whether he wants the girl to teach him personally. He clearly hadn't expected her to ask such a question. The guy seemed to have made a bad impression on her, so it's unclear why she suddenly wanted to make him her apprentice. Maybe she recognized his genius potential, and that's getting on her nerves. If Yue becomes her disciple, he will suffer a lot in the future. She started to get even more angry, saying that if he was that uncomfortable, then let him just forget about it and get out of here. The guy agreed, then left. It's confusing. However, then the same is better. The main character has quite a few secrets, so it's better to practice alone. The man inquired as to the status of what he had asked the cheesecake to do. She explained that the guy said no. He laughed. This was quite interesting. A guy who is at the level of a mid-level Yuan warrior refused such a fine master, the granddaughter of the president of the Royal Academy. The girl didn't understand at all how her grandfather could brag so much about his granddaughter. No wonder the Long family is so confident. This boy may know some secrets. Cloud called his brother too greedy, for not only did he steal the dough, he also stole his favorite mentor's cheesecake. Yao said to let go of his leg. However, he refused to do so. Cloud noticed the lad's pallor and wondered what they were doing there, making satiety with the mentor. Yao kicked the clod angrily, making a point of saying that he wasn't interested in these girls. A little while later, the guy was all practiced while the monkey slept. As the moon rose, he finally woke up. Yao Yu noticed that the monkey is already at the level of a demon king. However, it is a supreme monster that has an innate core, so it is even a demon emperor. The monkey looked at his strength as well. The guy realized that he had to train this monkey and protect it before it reached the level of a demon king. And so the morning came. As soon as the monkey woke up, he saw a fruit in front of him. From that day on, the monkey can take these fruits from his box anytime he wants. Whereupon the kid left the room. There was a huge pandemonium outside the promotion room to a top-level warrior. As soon as Cloud spotted his brother, he was glad he was finally here. After all, he had told the others that his brother was recovering these days, so Yue would easily be able to pass this stupid test. Today was the last day of the 10-day exam. If the guy couldn't pass the dummy test, he would be expelled. Lanya was here too, who asked if he could do it. The protagonist replied that he would pass the test and asked not to worry. He should also find a way to explain everything to her so as not to deepen the misunderstanding. Afterward, he entered the room. Kate mentioned that if he couldn't pass this test, he didn't deserve to be her opponent. He decided to hit on Kate, talking about how it's not fun to compete with Yao Yue, so he offered the perfect life together with him. However, she started threatening him with a sword, telling him to get the hell away from her. The guy started to get expensive and apologized. The others, of course, laughed him off. Meanwhile, there was a pile of wooden dolls in front of the guy, after which the guy immediately moved from his seat to attack them. He was able to defeat those puppets with ease. The examiners clearly did not expect him to deal with them so easily and quickly. They noticed that this guy is not very energetic. Others were already beginning to wonder how long he would last this time. Some thought it wouldn't be a quarter of an hour before he was thrown out of the academy. Cloud looked at Kate with interest and wanted to talk to her too, after which she reached for her sword again and it moved away from her apologetically. This Pepper really is his favorite type after all. After which the protagonist walked out of the examination room. The old man announced that Yao Yue had passed. The other disciples couldn't believe how this could be, since less than a quarter of an hour had passed. Cloud recognized that his brother was awesome. The guy also knew that the protagonist could do it. Ye only laughed. Kate mentioned that this was only the first test. Let him better show off after passing the second one. The second test is a lower-level general-level test. No more than 5 new students can pass it. He acknowledged the Claude's rightness in saying that he would walk the path of the second trial. Is this guy so strong that he decided to take 2 trials in a row? The main character mentioned that Kate's older brother calls him bro. So if he passes this test, she will also call him bro. The girl replied that if he did pass the test, she would do it. The guy walked into the room. Cloud started running towards him, talking about wanting to go with him. Lanya ran too and asked him to slow down. Suddenly, one man was flung back in front of them. In front of them was a giant wooden doll, and the main character said to go ahead and leave the rest to him. At the same time, Cloud grabbed the girl's hand, saying that he was leaving everything to his brother. However, the doe wanted to stay with Yue. Meanwhile, he turned his attention to the doll behind him. Yao Yue decided to attack her. However, that wooden puppet grabbed his fist. He realized that each of these wooden puppets was at the General Yuan's step. But they wouldn't be able to stop him. Once again, he attacked his opponent, whereupon he struck the puppet's head and it fell. There were puppets in the front that prevented the doe, Claude, and the other students from passing. The girl asked for Yue to help. Yao Yue only smiled and said to attack all together. He was surrounded by 3 puppets and handled with ease. Seeing all these movements of Yao Yue, they really couldn't believe if it was really the same guy. He sat on a pile of broken wooden puppets, telling the rest of the opponents that he was already waiting for them. The rest of the students noticed that there was an explosion. They then turned their attention to a man coming out of there, and that person was Yao Yue. However, all his clothes were ruined. Everyone started praising the protagonist, because he was able to pass this test in less than half an hour. They even called him the king among the newcomers. From the room of the second trial, he headed to the room of the third. The clown couldn't believe her that his bro really wanted to go to the next trials. After all, there are wooden puppets of the middle level of the general's stage. He only laughed, saying that it was only an intermediate level general, so the guy wanted to give it a try. The other disciples only mentioned that even though he was the leader among the newcomers, but there was no need to be so arrogant. The examiner couldn't believe how arrogant the rookies were now either. He even promised to write his name backwards if this guy could do it in 10 breaths. Even after 10 breaths, he's still not out. If this guy doesn't come out after 60 breaths, he's gonna eat shit. Even after 60 breaths, the guy still hadn't come out, and the other students started laughing. After all, they remembered the words to the examiner. And finally, the main character came out. Cloud thought his brother was great. He was even able to last so long on the third trial the first time. Not many geniuses of the academy could do that. It was noticeable that this trial had exhausted him. He helped his brother and told everyone to get out of the way, for he must return to heal his wounds. Though the protagonist didn't make it through this third trial, his channels were hardened by this battle. He gained a lot from it. It was interesting that an ordinary Yuan warrior went through 2 trials in a row and went for the third. If he had good rudiments, the old man could accept him as his disciple. Another old man asked me to tell this guy to come see him in 3 days. And another person wanted the guy to come to him. The third challenge is really tough, but it's a good place to practice. Need to spend the remaining time to heal his abrasions, and tomorrow he would go to the third trial again. All the academies were talking about how that guy had passed the third test a few days ago. He could have taken half a month off, but he didn't want to. Maybe he's just a masochist. People began to fight over Yao Yue. Someone said that he would be Elder Lydian's disciple, so it was better for him to surrender. This whole situation was infuriating, and everyone wanted to take Yao Yue first. After which they started fighting. Yue and Satu watched silently. After that, the girl decided to intervene after all. She announced that her grandfather wanted to take this guy as an apprentice. Because of her words, they stopped fighting. If the president was going to take him as a disciple, they should just give up. After which, she touched Yao Yue, saying that there was no one else for him to choose from. It was a nasty trick after all. She even said it on behalf of the president. Who would even dare to take away her disciple? So now he has to bow to her. Yue wondered if she hadn't said that the president wanted to take him as an apprentice. He called the girl a liar. Situ seemed to take offense to that. After which she stepped on the guy again, saying that if he's going to be nothing to her, then let her not blame him for getting fed up with beating him. And now he has no choice. The protagonist was only looking at one place that stood out a lot. That's why he called the master a beauty, saying that he understood everything. All she did was get angry and ask the brat, even though he knows what he just did. The protagonist asked to wait, saying that she had misunderstood everything. However, it was already too late. He asked for the master beauty to be the bottom with him. Meanwhile, Shawnee G was only thinking that no matter how talented this guy was, he's going to defeat him anyway. Can't indulge Yao Yue anymore. It's time to get rid of him. Meanwhile, Cloud wanted to die. Zhang hid his cultivation level and became a disciple of Zhenshen Lu, one of the top 10 elders. Yao Yue also became a disciple of the magical mentor. Cloud is an outstanding talent, but God is so unfair. His miserable life has no meaning. He can't become the apprentice of the magic tutor. He is also pathetic. Yao Yue only remained silent and looked at his bottles. What a stingy master. She just gave him 10 pills to cure his wounds and announced that he had become a disciple of the president. And others thought that Yao Yue had received many benefits. Suddenly a Claude came over him and offered to compete today. The protagonist agreed. Lately his brother has been acting rowdy, so Yao Yue wanted to teach him a lesson. Cloud asked Yao Yue to stop. At the same time he waved a white flag as a sign that he was giving up. In response, Yue offered to go with him to the dummy test. On that day, the news that the elders and the president had accepted the disciples spread throughout the academy. 5 newly minted kings were born. Yan Fan, Shawnee Ji, Yao Yue, Fei Chang, and Satu Lian. He recalled the mentor's words that Yue was extremely talented, and so he should push on. She thinks he's some kind of useless creature. And normal people start at 3 days adapted to training. If it weren't for the fact that he can't beat her. Thanks to the demonic bloodlust technique, he can continue to practice demonic strength and yuan strength. Yue has never practiced with such diligence before, but he can also approach the strength that is at the peak of a yuan warrior in just 3 or 4 months. Now that the demon blood has been depleted, if he wants to increase the demon strength, then he must go on a trek to the demon's backbone. The next day he went to the Satuqing estate. The guy with the red hair told the main character to get the hell out of here, because there is a conversation going on right now between the prince and Mrs. Situ. She said she didn't want to see anyone. The protagonist didn't like this man's arrogance. He shouted out to the mentor Satu that Yao Yue wanted to see her, and as soon as the man wanted to attack him, he was stopped. The girl threatened that whoever dared to touch his student would dig his own grave. They were joined by Satuqing and the third prince, whose name was Heo Wen-tsu. The prince apologized because his servant had offended the boy. He asked Satuqing to think about what he was talking about. After that, he turned his attention to the main character. Wenzi memorized Yao Yu's name, after which he bid them farewell. The prince got into the wagon and set off. She only exhaled in relief. The girl advised not to provoke the third prince. If there was a conflict between them, she would not be able to protect her student. Afterward, the mentor Satu inquired why he had come here. Yue replied that he wanted to go train on the demon's backbone. However, there are quite a lot of monsters there, and it's extremely dangerous. Does he really want to go there to die? He asked the Master Beauty not to worry, because he will be practicing on its outskirts, so the guy won't face a lot of ferocious monsters. After which she agreed. Let her pick one book to practice, and there was no need to rush. In a month's time, there will be a monster hunt on the demon's spine. Then he could go there. He couldn't believe that the Master Beauty would just take these new martial arts books to Yuan right now. He gladly picked a technique for himself. The girl said she was giving him 1 night to memorize these sword techniques, then told him to get out of here. However, the Master Beauty forgot to give him the sword. How would he even practice them? However, She had already thrown him off her estate. It seems that he can only practice broken halberd. Yue should take the broken halberd technique from the beauty master. After which, the very subordinate appeared in front of him and informed him that the prince wished to see him. At the same time, the prince was also busy practicing. The protagonist thought that his power was simply magnificent. With a single blow, he was able to shatter the stone. He turned his attention to Yao Yue, talking about the guy finally being here. The protagonist greeted His Highness the Prince. The man said to kneel before His Highness. Yao Yue didn't like how noisy this servant was. Wenji told his subordinate not to be rude. After all, Yue is the grandson of General Long. They are of the same generation, so there is no need for him to kneel, whereupon he told him to leave them alone. Yao Yue inquired why His Excellency wanted to see him. The prince told him that General Long was his most revered elder. He had heard of the kid long ago, and today Yue had become his younger brother. If he has any difficulties in the future, just let him come to him. He didn't understand how His Highness could be so kind to him for no good reason. He definitely has some kind of plan aimed at his grandfather, so the guy can't participate in the imperial power struggle. He thanked His Highness for that, saying that the elders in the school are very kind to him and the president and mentor are protecting him. He doesn't believe that anyone would bully him. Does that mean the guy doesn't need his help? In response, he decided to show his strength. Yao Yue replied that he just wanted to develop quietly. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to disturb His Highness. He had to reply with restraint so as not to provoke the prince. Besides, there was quite a lot of pressure coming from him. The prince replied that he could continue to cultivate in peace, and also let him come to his estate at any time. After which, Wenzi mentioned that his master Satu Qing would be his imperial advisor. So the boy had better stay away from her. All he could think about was that he had been bullied and humiliated since he was a child. Now he has risen in status, but he still continues to be oppressed by others. Yao Yue must become stronger, so that no one can pressure him. Situ Qing Manner. He told the Master Beauty that this cheesy skill only had 2 movements. It could only help manifest its power when there was the potential of a general. After that, she threw him a sword for training and for him to stop this nonsense. If he could use the sword directly depends only on his strength of mind, after which he requested that the Master Hadi train him. The guy was practicing while his monkey slept on a rock. After the monkey rolled over to the other side, he was taken by Yue, talking about how he only ate and slept every day. It was the monkey that ate all the herbs he had left for practicing for a whole year. But he hadn't even seen the monkey make any progress at all. After that, the monkey started waving his paws, and just as they were trying to beat each other up, the guy heard the news that something had happened. A doe came running to him and told him that the clod was being beaten. She immediately took his hand and led the way. A crowd had gathered in front of the wooden puppet challenge area to watch the fight. Yao Yue ran over to them and told everyone to stop. The man wondered if Yue wanted to stand up for him. Cloud also saw the bro. Yue mentioned that whatever the reason was, they should apologize to him immediately. In doing so, let the Cloud also ish him, and then they would be so even. However, they thought that this guy had gone too far. Did he really think he could be so arrogant just because the president himself had taken him on as a student? She told him that the bastard had molested her in public, so he should pay for it. She ordered the Jean to continue. In fact, Cloud called the other girl beautiful, but she thought the words were addressed to her. After she ignored all the explanations from the Cloud, she ordered the men to beat him up, but apparently he's blind. How dare this guy say she's not excellent? Afterward, the girl asked the genin what he was waiting for. Let her better beat him up. The man replied that they should not offend Yao Yue, and it is better to ask His Highness. It looks like they are not going to apologize. Then let them not blame him for being rude. The man advised Yao Yue to be reasonable and leave now. Yu said to stop talking nonsense and attacking. He's already waiting for them. Yao Yue's house. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a woman, he would have beaten that fool. But if Yao Yue hadn't come to him as fast as he could at all, he wouldn't be lying here. Cloud deserves to be beaten. However, Cloud thought his bro was so tough when he beat them up. Everyone is terrified, running away from him. He wanted to hug his brother. However, Yao Yue said to get away from him already. Let him better heal his wounds by himself. After that, the guy suggested to the doe to go outside, because he had something to say to her. Cloud started to argue that God was so unfair. Where at least the doe goes. They went outside. He explained to the girl that he was engaged. However, she covered his mouth, saying that although she knows that the guy is a seizure of General Long, but her feelings can no longer remain in the shadows. She suddenly hugged him and asked him if he could stay with her tonight. After that, he could be sure that she would leave him alone tomorrow. Yao Yue apologized, however. He asked what for. He's not worth it after all. Lan must know that he doesn't want Togo to have a concubine. Lan is excellent, and any man in the world would be happy to marry her. But Yao Yue himself cannot do so. She only watched with tears in her eyes as the guy walked away. Whereupon the girl fell to her knees and Kate came over to her. Kate didn't realize who made her so stupid. She didn't need to pay attention to that callous jerk. She'd meet someone much better than him anyway. The others noticed that Yao Yue had returned. Apparently there will be a good performance here. After all, they are previous general-level yuan masters from the academy. Therefore, Yao Yue will suffer a crushing defeat. As soon as he got inside, he saw his friend being beaten up again. Cloud was telling his brother to run away from here. Yao Yue ordered to let him in. The unfamiliar man asked how he dared to offend his sister. Apparently, he is looking for death. He told this brat that he was a prince of the Persian Empire, and at this moment he'd better kneel down. However, the main character didn't think so. Yao Yue hit the man, causing him to fall to the ground. Afterwards, the protagonist asked whose dog was whose dog. He was then attacked by a second man who wanted to beat the arrogant brat. However, suddenly, the main character appeared behind him and grabbed his opponent. He then let the man go, and the man tried to catch his breath. They couldn't believe that this guy was using the technique of a supreme demon. It was interesting to see how he defeated the elders in just 2 moves. This guy really deserved to be a king among the recruits. Now the prince wanted to take the matter more seriously. He ordered Tsu Tai to do his best to beat this guy up. Tsu Tai asked His Highness to be sure to make him kneel before him and repent. Cloud kept telling his brother to run away from here. For himself, he promised that he must become stronger from now on. He can't let Yao Yue protect him over and over again. Just when they wanted to start fighting, just as suddenly there was a Fei Chan who didn't want to let anyone bully his brother. He apologized to the Claude and Yue for being late. He had been practicing all these days. However, the main character touched him, showing with his facial expression that everything was fine, and he was just glad that the Fei Chan had arrived. Even if they are previous disciples, they have no right to bully his brother. The man with red hair asked who he was. Yao Yue stated that since they broke into his domain and injured his brother, none of them would leave. It's that easy from here. After which, the two moved forward to attack. Prince was determined to teach these years a good lesson today. Yao Yue also prepared himself to respond to his blows. The girl asked her brother to be sure to beat him, for she wanted to make this guy her slave. Prince stated that he wasn't letting this guy go anywhere today. The protagonist had already decided to respond to his punch. Their fists clashed. Cloud was watching the fight between the prince and Yao Yue, when suddenly he heard the voice of the opponent that Fei Chan was fighting. His opponent was already sitting and trembling on the ground, not realizing how he had been defeated so quickly. Seeing how strong Yue and Fei had become, he couldn't understand how he could make them fight in his place. Its once calm sea was no longer what it once was. An aura enveloped his body and he was able to rise, after which he immediately pounced on his opponent, who didn't even suspect anything. However, the man was able to defend himself from this lunge with his arm. The girl screamed that she was going to kill the asshole. He was then surrounded by 2 men. Meanwhile, the prince used a series of explosive balls to end this fight. He recognized that his opponent is not weak. However, he will definitely win this fight. In this case, the protagonist can no longer hide. He used the second movement of the murderous slaughter. For this, he decided to use a technique called crazy throat slaughter, after which there was a massive explosion. Pez didn't understand why he was still so desperate to resist. Today, this prince was trying to insult Yao Yue, so he madly wants him to learn something. It is that none of them dare insult him. The third movement of the murderous massacre, insane belly slaughter. The prince couldn't understand at all how such a thing could happen. How could this guy possess such a powerful force without even utilizing its potential? Did he really have an innate divine power that caused him to be appraised by the president? This was the end of the battle. The prince had lost. The others couldn't believe this guy won. They saw Borland lose too. This guy had been in the top 30 in the past. It was even noticeable by the condition of the man with red hair. Cloud also finally dealt with his opponents, sending them into a blackout. Then his 2 friends came up to him. They had no choice but to laugh at the situation. What is very surprising is that even Tsu Tai lost. It's clear now that a new star is slowly rising. There will definitely be a place for them in the future of the strongest list. After this fight, Yao Yue and Fei Chang will be known throughout the academy. In the meantime, faculty members arrived on the scene. The man said that they don't need to explain anything. as they will deal with it impartially and provide sufficient compensation to the affected students. They thanked the instructors. Fei-chan mentioned that pranayama would be good for clowning development at this time. It is the management of life energy through breathing exercises. The protagonist also decided to consolidate their progress to begin with. The general's potential can suppress the enemy's morale and strength. Fortunately, his physique is the same as other people, and the demon's trained spirit doesn't seem to be affected much. In addition, he practiced the test with puppets and cultivated in the gravity room for a month, which greatly improved his reaction and speed. Otherwise, the guy would be wallowing in there by himself. The level of a yuan general is really extraordinary. The protagonist must rise as soon as possible to become a yuan warrior and enter the top-level demon realm. In this way, he will be able to fight against the real yuan general. Yao Yue woke up the monkey, saying that they should go out to celebrate. The monkey immediately jumped up on his shoulder. Hearing this happy news, Yao Yue played with the monkey for a while. And just now, he realized that after all, the monkey's name Koni couldn't show his noble blood. Therefore, he suggested calling the monkey Six-Eared. However, you could tell from the macaque's reaction that he didn't like that name. Afterward, he suggested that Cloud and the fairies go out for a drink. Cloud explained that if he went out like that, his image would be ruined, and the pretty girls would be sad because he had been beaten up. So he suggested that the two of them just go out and buy some wine and appetizers, and then they could drink here at their own pleasure. The boys agreed, after which they went back and set the table. Cloud made a toast saying that he was very fortunate to have met these brothers. Therefore, he offered to become the named brothers. From now on, they could share Igor's parts together. Fei-chan replied that the Claude gave a good speech. It is a kind of fate that they were able to get into this academy and live together. Moreover, he likes these two too, and agrees to become a named brother as well. Afterward, they had a drink. Cloud explained that Yue was the oldest, and he was the second oldest, and Fei is the youngest. He apologized to Chang, but now he will be Claude's younger brother. Now Fei-chan has decided to propose a toast to his two brothers. They will share life and death, and no one dare intimidate them. Yao Yue suggested that they act together in the future. Fei-chan and Yue offered to share their sorrows and griefs together, and open a new world that would belong only to them. And Cloud decided to take all the beautiful girls. The two looked at the Claude with a displeased expression, after which they laughed. Meanwhile, Shounen was thinking that it was amazing that this fool could be so strong. He would never let him get even stronger. The girl mentioned that Borlaug is a prince of a Persian dynasty that has VDE powerful elders. Since Borlaug and Borlaug had been insulted, the two elders would surely want revenge. He recognized her point. One of these two almost made it to the top 10, and the other one of the strongest in his class. Now, one of them is in seclusion while the other has reached the bottomless abyss. When they emerge, the Yao and Fei-chan will be dead unless the mentor intervenes. After that, the girl decided to tell the plan and what they needed to do. The man also reported to the third prince about what happened today. This was the reason for today's conflict. Then Wenzi gestured for the servant to leave. He had his own thoughts about Yao Yue, a homestead house for 3 people. Yue and Fei said goodbye to the Claude. The boy thought that it seemed to be time to take the old man's offer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with his brothers. And he didn't want to be a burden to them. He shouted for everyone to crack. His brothers and himself would definitely become the strongest in the top 10. The chambers of the Satu Ching. He entered her chambers and asked the teacher what he could do for her. She slapped him and mentioned that he did a good job yesterday. This guy has earned the right to be her student, so she hopes Yue will be the first among the best. The boy, however, realized that it was a bad sign when the tigress laughed so joyfully. He explained that he was simply forced to fight back. He explained that he had simply been forced to fight back. He also remembered that it was not stipulated that the elders were forbidden to bully the newcomers. So why were these people bullying them without remorse? The school has a rule like that, but not everyone obeys it. As long as the elders don't kill the newcomers, many teachers will overlook these childish pranks, and so will the elders. They all think that by bullying the newcomers, the elders will provoke them to try harder. In this world, the strongest wins and everyone is ready to tear each other's throats out, given the chance. When a person is stronger than any rules, those rules no longer exist for him. When you are stronger than any rules, there are essentially no rules. Perhaps that is the truth that the king of the strongest in the demon clan follows. Situ Ching looked at his facial expression and asked if he thought it was a little too much. The guy just shook his head, saying that it was just a rule of the world where the fittest survived, and there was nothing to complain about. For Yao Yue, such a mindset will be useful. After his return from anti-democratic oblivion, she will send Yue to the battlefield between life and death. The protagonist inquired about the battlefield between life and death. The battlefield between life and death, it was the same battlefield where they fought with other dynasties. Those who have made it to the top 10 among the best have had a lot of combat experience on the battlefield between life and death. These people are much stronger than they can imagine. Yue will one day have to go this way to keep up with them. But not many people come back alive. It's up to the boy whether he dares to go there or not. However, it was too early to talk about that. Right now, Yue must become stronger and hone his skills that he will need in battle. First, he must be tested in the anti-democratic oblivion. Besides, he beat 2 seniors yesterday. They are willing to accept the punishment and give him a small compensation. C2 will give this compensation to Yue as he deserved it. He asked that those 2 elders give him some weapons and martial arts books. These things are extremely necessary for him. The girl responded by telling him to go and ask for it himself. If the elders had these things, they wouldn't have lost to him so easily. Whereupon the guy replied that she could forget about it. If she could let's say, take at least some medicinal herbs. As Yao Yue walked down the street, all the girls only had eyes for him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was trying to bargain with the salesman. The monkey, however, noticed something and pulled the kid there. The main character asked you what he was doing. Six-Ear descended to the ground and pointed to the stones the merchant was selling. Yao Yue explained that they were simple stones. However, the monkey didn't even think of letting him go so easily from this place. The dear students took notice and even laughed, so the guy had no choice but to ask how much the pebbles were worth. The old man explained that they were only stones. However, if he was so eager to take them, let him give the old man 10,000 gold bars. He didn't expect ordinary stones to be so expensive. He tried to take that monkey away from the stone and asked him not to make a mockery of himself. If the monkey wouldn't let go, Yao Yue would leave him here. The old man mentioned that no one around here can see the spirit stones, only the monkey. Apparently all the people here, except the old man himself, are blind. Another merchant explained that this was nonsense. These stones had been lying here for almost a whole year. If these stones really were spiritual stones, why hadn't anyone bought them yet? And if they were spiritual stones, the old man would be better off keeping them or giving them to the elders. So why is he trying to sell them here? The merchant thinks he just wants to and puff up these innocent kids. He only laughed, saying that all people judge by looks alone. How on earth will he recognize the secrets that lurk within them? He remembered that the rumor said that 6-eared macaws grow up among spiritual stones. Could it really be that there are spirit stones? The merchant asked the protagonist if he really believed this to be true. Yao Yu himself really doesn't know if this is true or not. However, it is up to him to decide what is true and what is false. He never forces anyone to believe what he says. Spiritual things await only those to whom they are destined. Nothing can be handed over by force. The smooth hero wondered if these were really spirit stones. Olesha laughed, talking about the fact that such people are fooled. And it is repeated almost every time. The guy explained that since these 5 stones were worth 10,000 gold bars, he would give up to 2,000 for one. However, the old man stood his ground. The price would be the same for one as for all. The guy replied that this is not the way things are done. That's the nature of an old man. It was up to Yao Yue to decide whether to buy them or not. In his mind, he nicknamed the merchant a miserly old man. But since this guy was the first one who wanted to buy them, he would give a 10% discount. The guy explained that he didn't have that kind of money, and he didn't have more than 2,500 on him. He couldn't understand why the guy was so stingy. The old man had already promised him a discount. He could see that he really needed the stones. He won't give anyone else a discount. So he asked him one last time whether he would buy these stones for 8,000 or not. After that, the guy tried to bargain for 3,000, but the old man lowered the price to 7,500. Yao Yue explained that he only had 3,500. The old man would give it for 7,000 and no less. They kept arguing and arguing. It had been quite some time. Those two were getting pretty tired of arguing with each other, panting. The guy explained that he could only give 5,000. Eventually, the old man agreed to that price. However, he mentioned that the guy can only take one of them. In his subconscious, the angel and the demon were already fighting. The demon asked the angel not to hold on, because he wanted to bury the old man. Yao Yue replied that he didn't keep his word. Didn't the old man say he could buy them all for 5,000? And why was the old man only going to give him one? He explained that the price had already dropped from 10,000 to 5,000. He would already lose on such a sale. Yao Yue should be happy to get at least one. However, if he can give 10,000, then you can have all these stones. Still, he gave up and took only one pebble. The old man said goodbye to the young man, saying that they would see each other next time. And why is this rock so heavy? A homestead for 3 people. Cloud asked his brother what he had come back for, carrying that huge stone. Fei-chan wondered if he was learning some magical skills. He threw this stone off of him, saying that it was a spiritual stone that this little monkey had claimed, and it cost 5,000. Cloud didn't understand how this stone could be a spirit stone at all. But he was even more surprised that the guy had spent $5,000 on it. Afterward, the main character mentioned that he bought 3 bundles of hieroglyphic herb, 1 for each of them. It increases skin strength and improves combat skills. After which, Cloud revealed that the deputy dean, whose name was Wei Lu, was now his master. Fei-chan recognized that his bro was great. After which, he inquired how the guy managed to insert the vice dean's apprentice. Yao Yu also wondered what kind of tricks Cloud used to impress him. As it turns out, the vice dean is a friend of his family. His friends have personal masters. Besides, they are much stronger than Cloud, and he doesn't want to be left behind. So he asked that old man to be his master, so that he could catch up with his brothers as soon as possible. Yue replied that it was fine. He was even glad that the guy thought so. Now the only one who could defeat them was a warrior with the strength of a king. Therefore, he offered to shine together in this school. Fei told him that it would be great if they could become top-level yuan kings. He won't waste any more time. Cloud wants to become a top-tier yuan king as soon as possible so that girls will admire him. Yu slapped him, talking about how he was a fantasizer. Meanwhile, the monkey was gnawing on this rock. The protagonist approached the monkey, saying that he would help crack this stone. He then took it into the house. He put down that stone and drew his sword. After that, the stone broke into pieces, and at that moment, Yue realized that that old man had tricked him. He began to shake the monkey, asking him to return the 5,000 gold bars. But the monkey jumped out of his hands, after which he began to excavate part of the stone. The protagonist wondered if it was really a spiritual stone. Just as he wanted to reach for the rock, the monkey nearly put him down. He didn't understand why the monkey had done it. He couldn't betray the one who had helped him. Yue had bought this stone with his gold bars after all. If it really is a spirit stone, he just wanted to look at it. His stuff is also the stuff of a monkey, and if the monkey wanted it, he could have it. However, something really surprised him. A golden light emanated from this stone. There really is a spiritual light in him. It must be a low-level and spiritual yuan stone. It's also so big. It can be split into 20 pieces or even 30 pieces. That way, he would be able to get rich. However, his dreams were disturbed by a monkey who started gnawing on this rock. The boy asked her to stop. The monkey's strength began to grow. This caused a dome to form around the monkey. A powerful spiritual force descended around the monkey. At the same time, someone was already watching them. He rejoiced at this progress of the monkey. When the monkey became a big monster, then he would be able to defend himself. He would definitely become stronger. However, an unknown person appeared from behind the protagonist. He was aiming to kill the boys. Yao Yu couldn't believe it. Would this be the way he would die? Fortunately, this man was struck by lightning from the sky. This attack threw the kid right back against the wall. He began to worry about the monkey, but he didn't understand at all what was going on with the monkey. This monkey has been transformed. The lightning struck again. The core has begun to disintegrate. The monkey then shot fireballs directly into the core. The core began to deteriorate even more. After that, the monkey dripped its blood on the nucleus. This exhausted the monkey a lot, so he fell unconscious. At the same time, it started to rain. The other students began to gather, not realizing what had happened. Suddenly, there was thunder, which was very strange. A flash of fire could be seen from here. It looked like the Demon King's pranks. And it seems that the flash fell into the courtyard, where the Yue, Claude, and Fei live. Have they done so bad that the god himself did not save the lightning on them to kill? The two of them also began to worry about their brother. Xiao Zi thought about how this guy was in his repertoire. Some people were also already approaching the scene. The third prince also noticed that there was a sudden burst of thunder. It looked like the wrath of a demon king, but it wasn't exactly like that. If it were a demon king, there would be at least 9 lightning strikes, not 6. It might be an alienated monster. He also heard and felt people running on his roof. This is quite interesting, however. He went back into the building. The next morning, a man arrived there who also noticed that there were 6 thunderclaps, all hitting this house. That's strange. The doors swung open and there was Satu Qing who was worried about Yao Yue. Wu other students greeted the deputy Ding Lu and senior Lu. The old man asked Lu what he thought of the situation. He thinks the lightning bolts were summoned to help someone, but unfortunately he doesn't know if it was a man or a demon that summoned them. She began to trash the withdrawal at home. Lu, to some extent, was even glad that he didn't accept him as his disciples, otherwise he would have died now. The old man replied that Yao Yue would have become an excellent king-rank warrior with such teachings. The dean spoke well of him. An alarmed Fei Chan and Claude ran in there. They too began to clear away the rubble. Cloud didn't understand at all how this could have happened, why those lightning bolts had appeared. He just hoped his brother had survived. Fei Chan thought that he must be fine. After all, his brother was strong. However, there was no hope for these people. Suddenly they heard about a body being found here. Cloud and Fei couldn't believe at all that their brother was really dead. Situ Ching couldn't believe how he could die so early. There was a burnt body. Some students just couldn't bear to look at this cruel sight. They all began to pine and mourn their brother's death. Even Satu Ching tried to hold back her tears. However, she was unable to do so. Suddenly someone touched the Claude. It was the injured Yao Yue who mentioned that he was actually alive. Cloud shouted that it was a ghost. Fei Chan was glad her brother was alive after all. Yao Yue inquired, wondering if he really hoped the guy was dead. At the same time, Satu Ching ran up to him. Afterward, the girl hugged him. She was tearfully relieved that he was okay. However, the question was different. Since the brother was not dead, then who was this person? Yao Yue said that the man wanted to kill him but was struck by lightning. The girl was angry, for she didn't understand who dared to attack her student. She must find and punish him. She was approached by an old man who said, "Ching, don't worry. As long as the killer is in their school, then he won't escape. Something else is important now." How long they were going to snuggle together. The old man's vocabulary confused them both, so they split apart. The girl mentioned that someone wants to kill the best student of the school, so they should find that person. After that, no one would want to teach in their school after all. Cloud assumed that it was the brother who had summoned a huge enemy. However, the boy explained that he hadn't, and he himself didn't understand what had happened. Afterward, he asked for help finding the little monkey in these ruins. Fei Chan shouted that she was here. Luckily, the monkey seemed to be okay and was just sleeping. He exhaled a sigh of relief, for she seemed to be all right, after which the others left the scene. The protagonist remembered something he had hidden since last night, even though he had spent 5,000 gold ingots on this stone. But the guy didn't even expect that there would really be a true spirit stone in it. After he breaks this stone, he will share it with his friends. Hearing those words, the monkey woke up abruptly. Afterward, the monkey wanted to take the spirit stone inside her. Still, this monkey didn't want to share with anyone. They just watched silently with it. Cloud noticed that the little monkey didn't want to share the stone with them. This thing is too expensive anyway, so they don't need it. Fei mentioned that even a Yuan king would have a hard time finding such a stone. Therefore, let the guy better keep it for training. The spirit stone is quite rare, which is why he wants to share it with his friends. Don't they remember their vows? They were touched to the core. At the same time, the guy was holding a monkey that clearly wanted to escape with the spirit stone. Shaughnessy asked if the man was reliable. The girl replied that he was the most pathetic of all the disciples, coming from a small village of lonely and friendless people. If he dies, no one will even notice it. He decided to put the matter aside for the time being. She must try to get rid of him when he entered the bottomless abyss in 20 days. For now, the girl could go. After that, she left. He thought killing that fool was like destroying 2 families. Isn't that cruel? Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to the Long Mansion. Everyone welcomed Lord Yao. He also greeted them. He was, of course, greeted by people he knew and related to him. Yao Yue greeted his mom and uncle. If inquired if he didn't get into the royal school, so why did he come back? The guy replied that he came back to see with Mun. She already thought the guy had forgotten about her. The protagonist replied that he couldn't forget about her, and he also remarked that she had become even more beautiful since their last meeting. After that, the girl started asking where he had been for so long. His mom said he went to train and fight bad people. Maybe he was getting strong now, and if there was anything interesting at school. She wanted to go with him next time. After the main character's wife and mom left, the uncle mentioned that he never answered why he came back. The guy told me he wanted to get a quality plant for the monkey. However, the uncle stated that it was ridiculous. The little monkey is not worthy of being in the royal school, so the boy should go back there now and leave the monkey here. Yao Yue should study harder and become the next Yuan king to glorify his family. The kid asked his uncle. He didn't get angry talking about how it's not an easy monkey. She's from the demon emperor's lineage. In reply to this, the uncle inquired whether the lad was sure of his words. Yao Ye was sure. It's a legendary six-eared macaque, plus it's intelligent. Last night, the guy had seen it for himself, but still, she couldn't reach the strength of a true demon emperor. She has a demonic core, so she was punished by thunder. Still, Uncle said to go and tell Grandpa about it immediately. A descendant of the Monkey King is a valuable find. Tianba walked into them, who also wondered why the guy had come back. The protagonist greeted the grandfather. They came to the gazebo. As soon as the old man saw the monkey, he immediately thought it was a six-eared macaque. He didn't think that it would be able to show its bloodline now. Yao Yue was lucky. Now they must nurture her well. The royal school must already know about her, and grandfather is sure that there will be those who want to kidnap her. Perhaps even the emperor himself will want to take this monkey for himself. The demon emperor is capable of protecting an entire dynasty for 500 years. However, there is no need to worry, because Grandpa can scare a few people from the dynasty. He thanked his grandfather and afterwards said he would escort his uncle back to his room. Yao Yu assured Uncle that he could fight General Yuan and find the green Malaysian Skandan. After that, he would put Uncle back on his feet. The uncle pats the boy on the head and thanks him for this concern. However, he doesn't want Yao Yue's father to worry about him. Therefore, let him better take care of his monkey. Afterward, he asked his uncle to get a good night's rest. Yao Yue came to his grandfather's room. Of course, the boy wanted to tell him something. However, Grandpa already knew what the kid wanted to tell him. Yao Yue wants to learn homicidal boxing completely. That's why he wanted to test the guy himself. However, he said Grandpa didn't need to do that. Grandpa was determined to test the kid. A student shouldn't care about the teacher, and the most important thing is a solid fist. With the current strength, Yao Yue wouldn't even be able to injure Grandpa. Now Yao Yue was also determined to prove his strength. The protagonist swung around to hit his grandfather. However, the grandfather was able to block this blow, after which the guy continuously started throwing punches with his fists. After that, with just one hit, Grandpa was able to flip the main character away from you. The guy hit right into the wall and also recognized that Grandpa is really great. After which, the old man acknowledged that the guy could now go to General Xiao and ask him to teach him the 3 movements. The protagonist couldn't believe that Grandpa agreed. It would have been easier if Yao Yue was someone ordinary, but he chose this path himself. He is responsible for his own future. Once he's done with his business, then let him go back to school. And when the guy gains the strength of a general, then Grandfather will teach him the royal skill. The boy thanked his grandfather, after which he left. The old man thought about the fact that when his son created the skill of slaughter boxing, he vowed that all the disciples would join the army to defend their country. Now that the Long family has been rejected, only Yue can inherit the family's bloodline, so that's why Grandfather wouldn't want him to join the army. However, the boy has decided his own fate. His grandfather will make an exception for him and teach him all the techniques of homicidal boxing in the hope that he will be able to defend himself. He also hopes that Yue will not blame the old men. It was decided that now the Long family and the Nan Kun family would unite, and 30% of the income would go to the Long family. And if he could, he would like to exchange half of the 30% share for good and quality grass. The guy explained that there was no problem, but they could only give a small amount of weed each month, otherwise their store would close. And about quality weed, they can't help, because it's too expensive to exchange. So the guy decided to tell his sister named Kate something, and that is that she should not bother him anymore, otherwise he would teach her a lesson not to forget who is in charge. Afterward, he told the guy to keep working, and deliver him some good herbs, as well as demon blood today. He's going back to school tomorrow morning, and as soon as the protagonist entered the Satu Ching house, he was hit by some girl. She wondered who he was and why he was barging into the place. The boy explained that he had come here to see his mentor Satu. She protégé had allowed him to stay here today. However, she couldn't believe that her sister could be that kind of person. Therefore, she believes that this guy is lying. The girl immediately attacked to kill him. Fortunately, Yao Yue dodged, and her blow shattered the stone. He called this girl his sister, and couldn't believe that she really wanted to kill him. However, she didn't want this bum to call her sister. After which, she swung her foot, saying that she just had to kill him. Even from this strike, Yao Yue managed to slip away. He stated that if she didn't stop, he would fight seriously. Besides, he could teach a lesson instead of her sister. She, however, replied that he shouldn't be so arrogant after defeating 2 students. In her eyes, he was just a weakling. A little while later, he tied her up. The girl was screaming for the asshole to let her go. This situation even gave him pleasure. The guy would let her go if she promised not to attack again and apologize for it. The girl was ready to do that. However, once the guy untied her, she had very different plans. And he even exhaled in relief, talking about how he should have done that right away. Now she sat on him and grabbed his hands, and the protagonist could not believe that she did this, because the girl had made her promise. However, she wondered why this guy even thought that she would keep her promise to such a shameless man like him. After which the protagonist grabbed her hands. She screamed for him to let her go. However, Yao Yue didn't even think of doing that. The girl kept screaming for him to let her go and started wriggling. The guy, on the other hand, was thinking about the fact that such movements were going to cause something to break now. Meanwhile, the mushroom girl carries a large bamboo basket on her back. She found a mushroom and decided to take it with her. After which the little girl saw that there was a very nice mushroom. However, he broke down. The main character called her a fool. And the girl wondered if the guy knew what she could do to him now. I mean, she could torture him. At this moment, Satuqing came to them, who didn't understand what the girl was doing now. She was immediately embarrassed because her sister saw it too. Then she asked for help in catching the crook. However, Yao Yue began to claim that she was the one who had started it, but the girl still didn't want to admit it. After which she jumped on the guy, telling him to stop talking nonsense. This situation bored him, so he decided to throw it off. And at that moment, Satuqing decided to take control of the situation. The mentor asked what the guy was doing with her sister. The protagonist said that he came here to see the mentor, but this girl attacked him for no reason and tried to kill him. Seeing the lad's condition, she asked her sister if he was telling the truth. The girl, only she started crying because sister doesn't believe her, after which she ran away screaming that she would not forgive her for the situation. Yao Yue was glad that the crazy woman had finally left. She decided to turn the tables on the guy and asked him what he had to say about himself. Let the best one sit down and start meditating. The boy followed what his mentor was telling him. However, the only thing in his thoughts was that situation with that abnormal woman. Suddenly he was coughing up blood. Satuqing didn't expect him to be in such a bad condition at all. She helped him up and asked if he was okay. However, the boy did not answer, so she took him on his back. She ran to her grandfather's tree screaming for help. The old man saw that the girl was carrying her student and asked what was wrong. Of course, the mentor was very worried about him. The old man told her that they should worry, for the boy would not die. He lifted his lads with his strength and moved him to the table. The mentor asked the girl what happened to Yao Yue. As it turned out, he was in no danger, and the guy had simply entered a state of unconscious cultivation. The girl inquired what this unconscious cultivation was. The grandfather told her that it was a state of cultivation in which people who fall into such a state do not themselves realize what has happened to them. The advantage of this state is not that cultivation is accelerated, but that one becomes strong mentally. And it helps one raise the level faster. Only true cultivators can reach such a state. That means he'll wake up soon, and the old man will take him as his apprentice. However, Satuqing didn't want to give her grandfather her disciple at all. The old man laughed, saying that she was only 2 years older than her disciple. So how could she be his master? People wouldn't believe it, right? However, isn't everyone saying that this is Grandpa's disciple? It has long been a fact that this guy is his disciple. She called him an old cheat. After which, she added that Grandpa might be his Grandmaster. Since Grandpa is so happy about it, he will teach him in the future. Does she really mean to say that Grandpa will teach this guy but get nothing for it? Meanwhile, the guy didn't appear in some obscure space, and he didn't realize where he was at all. Afterward, he noticed that there was something like a sea behind him. He walked in there and realized it was his sea of yuan, after which there was a surge of waves. Yao Yue could not believe that he really should me through when his sea of yuan boiled. Grandpa paid attention to the condition of the protagonist. Yao Yue is about to finish his meditation, but this power is so strong that he will ascend several levels at once. Fortunately, the guy himself suppresses this power, so he decided to help the kid out. Just as the guy started to sink, he heard a voice saying that he would get help. Yao Yue should focus on suppression. A golden silhouette appeared there, helping to ward off the water from Yao Yue. The old man told this ant that he would help him with this situation. The protagonist thanked him for that. Afterward, that surge began to dissipate. The old man remarked that this guy's Sea Yuan was quite strong, so he would have a bright future. He thanked for this help, after which his body began to vaporize. And already Yao Yue woke up and Satuqing and the old man were standing beside him. His mentor immediately took his hand and asked him if he was okay. The protagonist replied that it was fine. He also thinks he has succeeded. Afterward, the kid inquired as to why he was told to stay. The old man replied that Yao Yue should now call him Grandmaster. The protagonist replied that he was not worthy of such an honor. The old man, however, mentioned that he had trained the Yao Yue master, which means that he is a Yue Grandmaster. Now the guy has to bow before him, and at that moment, the boy realized that the dean himself was sitting in front of him. The old man only laughed and asked if he had just realized it. Would he himself be able to get through what he had gone through? And now the boy guessed that it was the silhouette of this dean. Since that's what the kid realized, let him pour him a cup of tea now. Yao Yue agreed and made him some tea. Since the guy had bowed to the old man and served him tea, he could now use this place to cultivate. In response, Yue thanked the Grandmaster. Outside the Chituching courtyard, Yao Yue practiced with a sword. Every movement of the sword must have indomitable momentum. The body moves with the sword, and the sword moves with the heart. The best swordsman is the one who is in harmony with his sword. After that, he was able to chop the wood with his sword. He asked the Grandmaster how he felt about the movement. The old man replied that it was even better than yesterday. He also mentioned that he only allows Yue to learn basic yuan wu techniques. Perhaps the guy is not happy about it. However, it was all right, because it had been a long time since he had trained properly. So the Grandmaster was teaching him basic yuan wu techniques to lay a foundation that would help him cultivate in the future. Any move of a true master could be killer, so the guy shouldn't underestimate the basic yuan wu techniques. It was also good that the guy understood his intentions perfectly. The guy should remember that he has an unusual physique. It's good that Yue managed to pass through the trials of a Yuan warrior. But one should not be impulsive. The boy replied that he would memorize the Grandmaster's words. A Satu Ching appeared behind him and asked if he didn't need to memorize her words. The guy, on the other hand, asked the Master Beauty what she was doing here. She came to say that the problem between the guy and her sister and still not solved. Therefore, the protagonist must go apologize to her, such as soon as possible. Ye replied that he would do without any problem since she is his little sister. Situ was glad that he felt that way. His sister has been stubborn since childhood, so the guy should give in. She also mentioned that the school arranged a new garden for him, so let him go and see how to go down the mountain. The guy only sighed, saying that he had no prejudices. After that, he wanted to explain himself to the Grandmaster, however. The Grandmaster replied that the guy had been here for quite a while already. He should go take care of his business. He knelt down and thanked the Grandmaster for his teaching. And with that he leaves the old man. The old man told him to go and not to dishonor the Grandmaster's name. Afterward, he saw his new whole house. The kid and the monkey clearly enjoyed it. There was also a yard and a pond in the back. The monkey was glad there was an apple tree. Yu started scratching the monkey talk about how this is now their home. Therefore, the monkey must protect it. The guy started to get into the business of cleaning his room. And now that he's done with that, then we can finally go to the Satu Lian. Outside the house of Satu Lian, he kept thinking how he could apologize to this girl. And so the girl herself, accompanied by a Shonatsu, approached him. However, as soon as she noticed him, she couldn't understand how that bastard dared to come here. After that, she immediately wanted to kill him. Yao Yue asked her to calm down. The girl lives in the luminaire that she has nothing to say to him, and if she doesn't kill him, she'll be too mad at him that she won't even be able to sleep. This attack certainly hurt the kid in some places. He asked her not to blend in, talking about how he really came here to apologize. Jitu Liang stated that apologizing would not help here. Yao Yue replied that she had gone too far. He then called out to the six-eared macaw. The monkey immediately rushed over and threw him a sword. The girl was already born, set on sending him to hell. However, she didn't expect this guy to be able to knock the sword out of her hands at all. The sword landed behind her, and the protagonist stated that if she continued like this, he wouldn't be so lenient. Now Shaunazi intervened in their duel, telling Yao Yue to stop. The main character said those words, and only now that guy stops him. Was it so hard to do it before? The guy started arguing that students at the school shouldn't be fighting, so they should stop. The inner angel and demon Yao Yue even now began to cry out together about how is this guy completely blind. This wench is trying to kill him again. Shaunazi asked the protagonist if there was a misunderstanding between them. They are all comrades and shouldn't fight each other. Situ Lian said that everything was already settled between them. There was no point in explaining, because this guy wouldn't leave her anyway. In that case, he had nothing to talk to this wench about, so he decided to leave. However, he was stopped by the Shawnee Z, who thought it was better for this guy to explain himself. The main character didn't like this guy at all, and told him to get out of the way and stuff. He also asked who he was. The main character's behavior also started to piss him off, saying that he was overconfident. He addressed the girl. saying that students should not fight with each other. Today, however, he would break those rules for her sake. After which the guy attacked, and the main character was able to cut through all those spirits, saying that this skill was too pathetic. The girl offered to kill the bastard together. She also wanted to distract him herself. The protagonist wondered if they really thought he was that weak. If they want to test it, let them attack. Suddenly, however, the three were told to stop, and this time it was Satuching. Shauna Zesev greeted his mentor, but she only remained silent as she looked in his direction. After which, he will stay, addressed Yue, saying that the guy should have apologized instead of causing more problems. The protagonists explained that he did come to apologize. However, the wench immediately tried to kill him. Again, Situ Liang asked her sister if she was on his side. Situ Ching said that Yue explained everything, and the girl misunderstood everything. She did invite him home that day. That's why she apologized instead of Yue. Otherwise, Lian is not only disgracing not only Ching, but also Grandpa with her antics. However, she only laughed and the others didn't realize what was wrong with her at all. Lian laughed bitterly with Togo that her dear sister was defending this loser. She even decided to speak for her beautiful student. Didn't sister even pay attention to what kind of bastard humiliated her? After which, the girl wondered if Satu Ching was really her sister. She then pointed to the exit and told the protagonist to get out of here, because she didn't want to see him anymore. Ching tried to calm the Lian down somehow, and also asked what the guy had to do for her to forgive him. The girl stated that if Ching killed him or expelled him from school, she would forgive him. Yao Yue told the mentor that he can't reconcile with this girl, so they better leave. Shawnee Tsu mentioned that as a man she should be responsible. What did he even do to his older sister? If Yue didn't explain herself, Shawnee would take revenge on her even on pain of expulsion. The protagonist saw this, that he might try it, after which he said goodbye. Lian told her sister to leave as well, because she didn't want to hear her excuses, and as long as this guy was at school, her sister could stay away from her. She started sobbing, saying that someone like Ching didn't deserve to be her sister. Shanazi tried to calm the older woman down, saying that she shouldn't do that to her teacher. She could not do otherwise, for she is Yao Yue's mentor, and if she helps her little sister, there will be rumors. Situ Ching knew that this was the same Shanazi who was a schoolmate of Lian's. The man proudly acknowledged these. She looked disdainfully at this man, who was also the son of the Prime Minister, then told him to study hard. The boy thanked his mentor for this advice, but the girl only stared at her sister's back, after which she left. The boy was glad that the future princess knew him. In the evening at the palace of the third prince, the prince was greeted by a Shaunazi who greeted his highness. Venzi also greeted the Shounen and told him to sit down. The prince has heard that Shaunazi is going to the bottomless abyss tomorrow. He is also sure that Shaunazi will be the winner among the beginners. The Shauna was honored and also said that there are many strong disciples this year. The prince replied that only Shaun has always been unrivaled in his eyes. The first place would definitely go to him. After which, some time passed and the principal mentioned that he didn't have much time and inquired about what he wanted to say to the Shounen. The guy mentioned that it was time for him to regain his highness's position. The other brothers have already taken the first step. He thinks he's getting up to leave the capital to avoid rumors. As long as Wen Su was away from trouble, their conflict could be capitalized upon. Then, the prince inquired where he should go. Guy stated that the prince needed to go north. He decided to follow this advice. Then he told the Shauna to follow him. The prince stated that sitting here he would learn a little. Shauna Z thanked the prince, however, he cannot now. Otherwise, the Z family will become the target of the prince's brothers. Prince Wensu's mother was from a Tsu family. If his mom hadn't gotten his dad's favor, his grandfather would have been replaced by someone. He also mentioned that if Shauna marries Lian, with the teacher's support, their situation will improve. The prince believes that he will be able to make this girl fall in love with him. Shauna agreed with the prince's words. And speaking of Yao Yue, the bottomless abyss is a great place to get rid of it. Everything should go smoothly. You could tell by the look on Shauna Z's face how much pressure the guy was feeling from Wenzi. The boy replied to the prince that he knew what he had to do. Borlaug Manor. The prince summoned the Parosis to him, whereupon he declared that the man should secretly mop up the princess in the bottomless abyss tomorrow. Also, anyone who insults the prince should be killed. Witnesses, they must remain. He also wanted to hope that the prince's heir would keep his promise. In Yao Yue's room, Claude said that the last time he had seen her, Lady Doe had remained silent and almost cried when talking about Yue. and the main character asked how she was feeling and if she was okay. Claudia asked him that this guy is deflecting responsibility for what happened to that girl. His bro is too violent. However, he was hit by Yao Yue saying that he should shut up. Afterwards, the guy revealed that he was already married. He should check with the girl so that there would be no misunderstanding. Fei Chan replied that it's not surprising that the guy doesn't know about the skill of close combat, since he is already Mrs. Long's spouse. Cloud mentioned that he shouldn't forget that there are many people who want to kill him. Isn't the three of them enough? Yao Yue replied that they won't become strong unless they defeat the demons in the Demon Gorge. He suggested that the three of them win the title of the strongest rookie king together. They all laughed. During the night in the room, he noticed something else. Cloud was sleeping and Fei Chan was practicing, so the guy exhaled in relief. After which he pulled out his jewelry box. He was lucky enough to get such valuable prey. They are few in number and very agile than the usual winged monsters. Yao Yue can't believe that someone was able to kill him. After his blood is purified, he should be able to understand languages. After he started drinking, he felt a disgusting taste. He walked up to the macaw and poked it on the forehead. The monkey asked the gentleman what he was doing. Yao Yue started to be happy that he understood this monkey language, and asked to say it again. Monkey started picking his nose, not understanding what he had just said. The monkey started to think that maybe it was what a mistake to be with him, and maybe it was his boring habit. Yao Yue wanted to hit the monkey, not understanding how he dared to say that to his master. And now the monkey has finally realized that he actually understands what this man is saying. Yao Yue called himself omnipotent. How else can he understand it, and what does it mean when nerfing a habit? At the same time, Claude woke up to loud sounds. He walked into his brother's room. They, realizing what was going on here, and what he was doing with the monkey. The monkey was the first to start. The monkey stuck his finger out from the protagonist's nose, after which he showed his middle finger. Cloud was starting to freak out that the little creep was challenging him. After that, he called the monkey over to him, talking about how he would only use one harsh technique, so that no one would say he was bullying weaklings. They glanced at each other, after which the monkey almost bit the kid's face. Cloud wanted to turn this guy into a cutlet. Since the monkey was asking for it, he decided to fulfill his wish. And so they fought. Suddenly the Claude's pants fell down, and in the monkey's hands, and there was the belt. He turned to the monkey, yelling about how he was fighting her after all. And just as he wanted to run to the monkey, he fell. It was the perfect opportunity for the monkey to use the forbidden technique. She appeared behind him. Fei Chun entered the room and asked what was going on early in the morning. Monkey, on the other hand, used the cunning technique of the demon of the abyss. The limit of innermost thought. Chrysanthemum piercing. Cloud started screaming in pain. A little later, he started threatening the monkey that he would take revenge on it and eat its monkey brain. Yao Yue mentioned that there was no way to defeat the six-eared macaque, after which she said that they were now obliged to go to the demonic gorge. Training ground. The other students approached Yue and Fei, saying that they were insanely happy that they were finally here. After that, they wanted these two to take leadership over them. They asked to teach them how to kill beasts. The disciples were also willing to follow them. Yue and Fei could kill most of the beasts and let them leave the rest. Cloud thanked these students for their kindness. After that, he gave his name and also mentioned that he would take care of all of them. They only remained silent, not understanding what this man wanted from them. Cloud told them that right there in front of them, they didn't recognize the great man. Accordingly, his brothers, the eldest Yue and the third Fei, would not pay any attention to them unless they tied themselves to Cloud. The rest of the students recognized his point. After that, the whole crowd pounced on them. Cloud asked them to come up one at a time, boys on one side and girls on the other. After that, they all heard someone calling out to Yao Yue. It was Kate holding the ball with a doe standing next to her. The girl demanded that Yao Yue fight her. Cloud wondered what had happened to little Kate. After all, his brother hadn't even heard her. However, she immediately drew her sword and wanted to attack the Claude. The guy started to ask for her to put down her sword. Her hand was grabbed by the main character. He started demanding that this girl finally get off his back. Kate started asking what he was doing, and also mentioned that it hurt, and he only strengthened his grip. Yao Yue stated that his brother and him are best friends, but she repeatedly provokes the protagonist. Therefore, she should not turn, because he is not such a good master. How dare she even threaten his brother? Did she think that Yao Yue would do nothing since she was a woman? Cloud asked his brother not to get angry. Kate didn't understand if all they knew how to do was intimidate women. If he were a man, he wouldn't have to bully a doe. This behavior was pissing him off, but the protagonist was stopped by the girl pulling on his sleeve. It was the doe who asked not to blame Kate. She asked for Yue to let her go. It was the doe who didn't know Kate would be like this. He decided to let go with words about her not bothering himself and his brother anymore. She hadn't been able to kill this guy in school, but as long as they roamed the Demon Gorge, that bastard would die first. As soon as the general gathering began, Cloud started looking to see where his brother had gone, and he saw that Yue was standing near a rock, the suspension bridge to the Demon Gorge. The Yang Mo instructor explained that once they crossed the suspension bridge, they would enter the Demon Gorge. Now is the time to test their strength and will. They had better take a breath and run across the bridge. They should also remember to come quickly and firmly. If they fall, no one will come to their aid. The mentor decided to run first, talking about them running after them. However, few students wanted to even dare to cross this bridge. However, there was nothing left for them to do but follow their mentor. Cloud told his brothers that his legs were a little shaky. Cloud asked the protagonist to carry him there. The boy explained that there was no need to worry, because this bridge was strong. He had been here before and had found a 6-eared macaw. Truth be told, Cloud is afraid of heights, so he asked for his brother to take him in his arms. Yui replied that there is a willpower test going on right now. If the guy can't overcome his difficulties, he won't be able to enter the famous top 10 list. In this, he and the Fae are no help to him. Fae mentioned that in order not to die, one must be strong and courageous. Suffering hardens the heart, being between the edge of life and death. At the same time, the main character told the macaque not to repeat after him. After which, the Fae pushed his brother, indicating that he should go first. He ran across the bridge with words to the effect that he really is afraid of heights. The others only stared at it in silence. Situ Ching wondered why they were still here. Only the little ones would have such childishness. She also told her student to be careful. Leon can't give up what he has. And if these two do have to fight, the guy here is the only one who can die. And the main character replied that everything would be fine and he would sort it all out. However, he wasn't sure that he wouldn't hurt her. However, the teacher wished them luck, saying to boldly go ahead. And in 3 months' time, she expects them here. He said goodbye to the beautiful master. At the same time, the girl thought that finally she would not be delayed. Demon Ravine, Cloud asked, wondering if someone would really show up here to kill the protagonist. The guy replied that was correct, but he couldn't guess when they would start acting. They don't seem to be that stupid, as they are biding their time until they get there. Don't they like to stalk their prey? Then you can play with them a little. Afterward, he told the plan to his brothers. These guys started running. The man said there was no way they should be missed. All this time they had been running away and even barely tired, while the pursuers were already beginning to tire. Now they stood there trying to catch their breath, and looking to see where the 3 men had gone. The man didn't understand why they had vanished. We need to find them immediately. At the same time, he heard the suggestion that they look upstairs. The people they were looking for were right above them. The guy replied that they were just on their way. At the same time, the main character came down to earth. Of course, he didn't believe the story. After all, when that trio stopped, so why should the other people too? He began to explain that it wasn't true. Just coincidences. He apologized for disturbing these people, and also mentioned that they would be leaving right away. After which, the group of disciples left. Yao Yue asked Fei Chan if he had seen this coming. The boy replied that he had. He was interested to see what these people would do next. The others didn't understand how this Yao Yue had gotten wind that they were hunting him. Now they would not be able to do what Gun Shi had ordered them to do. Anyway, I don't have to track the movement of that group. Since it won't be possible to follow them now, I'll have to report to the Ear Master. Otherwise, it would be a shame to take such payment in gold bars. The man offered to talk about it later. Yao Yue may have already guessed that someone is opposing him, so now he is on guard. We'll have to pursue him another time. At the same time, the monkey was eavesdropping on them and relayed all of Yao Yue's words. Now Yao Yue himself also knew that Gan Shi never gave up. Fei Chan struck the wood, saying that this guy was too devious. Fei Chan asked if they would follow them. The protagonist said that they would not, and that he had another plan. Meanwhile, the snake attacked the man. However, the man had time to react and chopped this snake into 2 pieces. But the truth is, there were a whole bunch of quiet snakes too. The protagonist only smiled as he felt the serpent energy. The man yelled that they shouldn't let any of me near them and should be killed. They began to chop up both small and large snakes. However, some snakes crawled up behind them, after which these 2 were bitten. It was a male and a female. The man asked for your brother to help him while he fell to the ground. Out of fear for his life, he decided to leave them behind, screaming for them to stay away from him. However, these alters did not even think of releasing their prey. That poison went straight to the man, dooming him to certain death. They could only hear the man's cries for rescue. If they want to survive, they need to be strong. These people tried to kill them, but they died first. The most important thing is that you lived. Yao Yue, Fei Chan and Claude. Cloud replied that he had not chickened out, and now they had to kill all the snakes. That way they would be able to get the snake bile. Thanks to the surprise effect, they were able to defeat the snakes. The protagonist told these two, "I'm going to snake bile here, and he's going to go and find a black and white flower." When he walked forward a bit, he found a black and white flower. The exotic flowers and plants that grow here are near the monsters of these places. They take poisonous black and white flower ground into powder to kill people and animals. It grows around female and male snakes. Suddenly he heard something. It was a black leopard preparing to attack its prey. Luckily, the guy managed to dodge his screams. To begin with, he punched the black leopard right in the stomach, after which he used the mad slaughter technique. However, that black leopard was still alive, and it bounced off the guy, and the protagonist realized that he was in big trouble. His adversary is a black leopard. Whereupon the animal let out a growl and immediately pounced on the guy. Once again, Yao Yue dodged this strike and prepared to counterattack. As soon as the protagonist hit his opponent, the black leopard fell to the ground. However, the black leopard didn't want to give up so easily either, and pounced on the guy again to bring him to the ground. However, as soon as the leopard was right above the guy, it already had a dagger in its throat. After which, Yao Yue threw the animal's corpse off of him. Still, in this fight, the protagonist won. There were Fei and Claude that worried all the brothers. The lad replied that he was all right. He was attacked by a black leopard, however. He prevailed over this beast. While the guys were discussing this situation, another man riding an animal was already standing on the cliff. The man thought the three were Adonis, Pervert Parver, and Burr. Whereupon the animal made a rickety sound. Cloud shouted that it was a group of demon hunters. Afterward, he was approached by a Hu Huang who told him to leave his trophy, the body of the black leopard, and to go away from here. Yao Yu wondered if they had been robbed. Hu Huang asked if he was the obvious one. They had better shut up and not be stupid, or they will all die here. The Claude's entire body trembled. Yet he wondered if this man even knew what great school they were from. If they were really killed, the mentors would punish him. The man only laughed, saying that he wasn't afraid of the great schools. Still, those schools don't give privilege here. Only one thing is important. What are these schools going to do to them if they let these guys live? Fei Chan started to get angry and asked if he really thought he could kill them. Hu Huang ordered everyone killed. Cloud asked his brother what they would do now. Yao Yue advised to imagine that they were fighting monsters. Either these people would kill them, or vice versa. After which, he called out to the six-eared macaque. This macaque threw a pouch containing a weapon. The boys grabbed their weapons. Now they were engaged in equal combat with them. The protagonist immediately pushed away the two people who crashed into the rocks. Fei Chan killed another man screaming to burn in hell. Cloud also dealt silently with one person. And the main character got the idea to show how to kill, and told me to come to him. The man, however, decided to kill this puppy, whereupon he attacked it with a spear. Yao Yu dodged the lunge of this spearman, after which he grabbed the weapon. However, the man let go of his weapon, after which he spit the weapon right into the guy's shoulder. He descended to the ground and grabbed back his weapon. The man decided to attack Yao Yue again, saying that he had run into great trouble. The man struck the spear straight into the ground, causing Yao Yue to have to jump back. After that, he got close to the main character with a tug. Because of that, the rocks flew right into his face. After that, the guy landed on the ground. The man decided to attack again using the mighty storm. This attack was swift and quick to avoid. Fortunately, the guy was still able to do it. He was even praised by his opponent for it. However, luck would not always be on his side. Yao Yue thought about how this was really a problem. After which, the guy shouted for a sword to be thrown to him. At the same time, the Claude fought with two people. He then wounded one of them, and was able to throw his sword right at his brother. And the protagonist caught that ball, and was able to block the blow that the spear-wielding opponent took. Already with his strength, Yao Yue was able to repel the blow. Except that his opponent seemed to be starting to enjoy this battle even more. Cloud took things apart with another enemy and shouted for those bastards to swoop down on him, for he could handle them. However, if they let him live, he would slay them all. However, the man who came up behind him was able to grab Cloud. Cloud really thought he was going to die now. Stones flew into the faces of the people who wanted to attack him. This caused them to fall to the ground. It was only then that Cloud realized he had been helped by a small monkey. It was the same monkey that had jumped on the man who was holding him. The monkey then pulled the man's ears. Because the man was distracted by the monkey, Cloud was able to get out of his grip. The monkey then jumped on his shoulder and Cloud thanked him for his help. After that, the guy turned his attention to the fight that Yao Yue was involved in. It would seem that the protagonist was at the limit of his abilities trying to dodge as well as counterattack. However, his opponent was perfectly fine, after which the man kicked him. Even after such an attack, Yao Yue was fine. The man replied that this was why one could immediately realize that he was indeed an elite of the royal school. However, he began to argue that the protagonist's life would be cut short here. After that, the men used a skill called absolute annihilation. The man's attack was like turning into an army of skeletons. Since this man is so desperate to kill him, the protagonist is willing to fight to the end. With just one move, he was able to get rid of this army. After which, that very same attack was directed towards the man. However, he was able to repel it. The man held onto his arm and realized he had let his guard down. But as soon as the realization came to him, the protagonist was already getting close. After which he dealt with his opponent. The man couldn't believe that he had actually been defeated. Looking at his subordinate's defeat, Hu Huang spat on his face, saying that he was utter trash. After that, he decided to join the fight himself and drew his weapon. He shouted to his subordinates to watch the captain kill him. Then the animal let out a growl and ran straight toward the boy. Fortunately, Yao Yue was able to dodge this lunge, and as soon as the protagonist increased the distance between himself and the enemy, he immediately attacked him with his sword. This attack caused an explosion. However, he was still alive and also recognized that this guy was proving to be strong. However, he was still doomed to an early death. Hu Huang jumped off his animal and also used a technique called 3-axe rampage. No matter how much the guy tried to block this attack, it still caught up with him, even leaving cracks on his sword. Due to the force of the blow, it crashed into the tree. Yao Yue realized that this axe was a high-grade weapon. Hu Huang recognized that it was quite interesting. It was worth it for Togo. Hu Huang would just hope that this guy would have better luck in his next life. Yao Yue mentioned that he was talking as if the guy himself was going to die today. He swung around, talking about how he shouldn't have crossed people who were much stronger than himself. However, as soon as the man struck with his axe, the protagonist was not there. He was already standing behind his opponent saying that he is not a fool. Also, the guy started claiming that the match doesn't exist. He also guessed that Huang's main goal was not just robbery. If that's what he wants to do, then let him try to kill Yao Yue. The protagonist really wanted to see if he was qualified to do so. These words infuriated the man even more, and he shouted for this puppy not to scream, for he would not be sated before he died. However, this guy's strength suddenly increased, causing Hu Huang to stop, not realizing what had just happened. The man didn't understand at all what was going on here. However, if he had taken one step forward, he would have been dead already. This time, Yao Yue began to argue that it didn't even matter who sent this person here. This guy's strength had changed drastically. It is Hu Huang who will die today. Meanwhile, the man didn't understand how this was possible. After all, his opponent was only at the level of a yuan warrior. How was he even able to obtain such strength? He turned to Yao Yue, saying that he had obtained a powerful strength. However, he didn't think the kid would last long. The protagonist recognized the rightness of these words, so he would not hesitate. It was as if Hu Huang started laughing with Togo that this guy really thought he could defeat him. However, Yao Yue's intentions were clear even from his gaze, just as he wanted to tell who he had to wait for. Just as suddenly the main character engaged the 12 sword movement. Sword of power. The man fell to the ground and began screaming from the pain of his severed arm. The others, of course, took notice of the shout and the situation itself. The subordinates began to worry about their captain. The captain, though trembling, ordered this guy killed now. Suddenly, a man pounced on him, asking how the brat dared to injure the captain. Let them go to hell. However, a spear immediately flew into his neck. Fei Chan decided to help his brother, whereupon he tore his clothes. He ran, yelling about wanting to help his brother. Hu Huang shouted at him to stay away from him, whereupon he started whistling. At the same moment, his riding animal came running, whereupon he climbed on top of it. Because of this, the man was able to avoid saying that they would meet soon. The Tiger Demon Tooth Hunter warriors will not let them get away. With his last strength, the guy asked the six-eared macaw to keep this man from leaving. After that, Yao Yue collapsed on the floor. His friends ran up to him and worried about him. Monkey looked at his wounded master and the one who had injured him. He mentally told his brother not to worry. This man can't hide from the monkey, whereupon the monkey took its large form and chased after that man. The monkey almost caught up with its target. after which it threw 2 stones at the man. These stones hit both the man and the animal, whereupon Hu Huang fell down. And as soon as the man wanted to get up, the monkey immediately jumped right on top of him. The impact was so powerful that the man's ribs were broken. And after that, the monkey attacked the man's riding animal. The monkey began to pummel this tiger furiously. The people who came to help their captain didn't even expect this development. They clearly didn't expect their captain to be a beaten monkey. As soon as they noticed the animal approaching them, the students began to run. Fei-chan planted Yao Yue against the tree. Cloud gave his brother a pill, asking if he was okay. Suddenly, the two heard footsteps approaching. It was a monkey carrying prey. The protagonist also noticed the 6 Wuhomu and told him to keep watching, and to keep the demons away from the place. And if anyone comes, let him say Yao Yue. The monkey shrank back, indicating that he would get things done. After that, the monkey jumped into the tree. Cloud and Fei couldn't believe their eyes. They were both confused by the fact that this was the same little monkey they knew. The monkey noticed the stairs and he didn't understand what the idiots wanted from him. The outside of the demonic gorge. The man didn't understand why those 3 bastards were so strong. Besides, you can't forget that macaque. Now he won't be able to explain it to the commander. But Captain Huang is dead, and the man won't be the one to take the blame. 2 hours later, they were sitting by the pond trying to rest, at which point they saw someone approaching. They were Paulus, Gang Chongxi, Zitan Lu, and Hai Yue. There was also a small group of people behind them. The man was glad that the commander, namely Chongxi, had finally arrived. Chongxi asked what had happened and if they had attacked a high-level demon. He fell to his knees, recounting that his group had met 3 scum that the Chongshe wanted to kill. But Captain Huang was killed by them. They couldn't even believe that Captain Huang was dead. The man replied that his words were indeed true. Chongxi wondered if they were all badly hurt by just one little monkey. Captain Huang tried to escape, but suddenly the monkey turned into a monster and killed him as well as the tiger. The man thinks that this monkey is at least on the level of a medium demon. In that case, they must go around to avenge Captain Huang. However, the man did not think so, for this monkey was dangerous. The cloaked man intervened in their conversation, saying that it was just a mid-level demon that he could kill with just one hand. And a dark energy enveloped this man, something that made the man wonder who this even was, and what he was doing here. Meanwhile, the guys were busy cultivating and repairing their injuries. Suddenly, the Fae stood up and took a spear to kill this captain. He shouted for this loser to go to hell. However, he was stopped by Yao Yue. Fae didn't understand why they would leave this man alive. The protagonist explained that this man was sent by someone. They just need to wake him up and find out who wants to kill them. Even though Yue tried to get up, but his strength was still not enough, causing him to fall to the ground. To use the unique skill for a long time, you have to reach a certain level. Faye immediately ran over to his brother and helped him up. Afterward, Yue offered to see that man. The protagonist also suggested that he was well paid for killing them. They poured cold water on the man, causing him to wake up. Yao Yue urged to tell who wanted to kill them. However, Hu Huang said to kill him if they could do so. After all, these guys would soon be buried with him. The protagonist asked again if the man was sure he didn't want to tell them anything. In response, Hu Huang spat blood directly on Yue's face and started laughing. He began to argue that this boy could not threaten him, for Hu Huang had never feared death. By insulting the warrior hunter of the demonic tiger tooth, they would all die. And he will be waiting for them in hell. Those were the man's last words. Seeing all this, the protagonist thought about what he needed to find out, and the warriors of the demonic tiger tooth hunters. They were approached by a Claude Quan who mentioned that these guys were the first to insult them. And that man is just being a hero. Yu asked if the Claude was okay. He replied that he was fine. He almost died today, but he killed that guy. They should get out of here, for there is a strong odor of blood, which means there's going to be a lot of demons here soon. A monkey jumped on his shoulder and told him some very interesting news. Namely, that someone was headed their way, and the monkey was sure of it. The survivors are back and they've taken down reinforcements, after which he informed his boys that they had to get out of here immediately. Before that, however, he needed to learn about the area. He asked the 6 ears to tell him where the powerful demons were and to take him there. Cloud mentioned that if they did that, they might just get eaten by demons before anyone caught them. Why don't they just hide? That way they can't be found. However, they will be able to track them down with ease. These people will find them wherever they hide. Faye also acknowledged his brother's right, saying that they should take the risk. And now they should leave. When a group of men arrived there, they realized that those they were supposed to be chasing had escaped. The man assumed they had just left and went in that direction. Cloud thought that something was wrong here, for they had not yet met a single beast. They must have all died. Yao explained that this was most likely the territory of a powerful demon, causing other demons to simply be afraid to show up here. Does that really mean they're going to die here? Fei cheered up his brother, talking about how they can't die here. But they will definitely die if they are chased by the tiger-tooth warriors who are hunting the demon. Clyde had already started praying to a bodhisattva, a Buddha, a Taoist master, a Muslim, and a shaman to bless them. This group was getting closer and closer. However, the man suddenly stopped the commander. He turned and asked what was wrong. He also noticed that there was something wrong here, as there were no traces of demons. Therefore, this area could belong to a strong demon. Another disciple also explained that sometimes powerful demons would appear in the bottomless abyss. The normally weak demons don't dare to approach their territory. They were approached by Apollo, who asked if they were still warrior hunters of the demon tooth. Couldn't many of them kill such a demon? As long as it's not a top-level demon, then they shouldn't be afraid. After that, Chongxi suggested that we go there. They could get points for killing the huge demon. He was approached by a polymom who mentioned to him to keep his promise to give her half the points. He gulped, after which he replied that he had given his word. Paulus wanted to rip those three to shreds when she caught them, after which they went on their way. Yao Yue asked the macaque if these people were coming to them. Macaque replied that they were indeed coming this way. Afterward, he told the macaque to wake the demon as soon as they approached, and so Yue waited a moment until he was approached by a group of people who were chasing them. He then informed the macaque that it was time to spring into action. The monkey threw a rock. This rock hit the rock, which turned out to be a bear. They all heard the roar of the demonic bear. The man shouted that they need not be afraid, for it was only a bear. They could handle it. After that, Yue, Cloud, and Fei left. Near the bank of the river, they decided to rest. The protagonist suggested going downstream. That way, they could escape from the demons and hide, after which they went down into the river, after which they went ashore. It was a tiring journey, so they decided to rest. However, they can't continue to act in the same manner. Yue doesn't know what will happen if he swallows 2 kinds of demon blood at the same time. However, he had no choice but to do so. The guy just hoped nothing would happen. In his mind, the 2 brutes were fighting amongst themselves. Quietly staggered his opponent. The guy's mouth was bleeding, and he began to guess that he might not be able to absorb 2 kinds of blood at once. However, he didn't think of giving up that easily. Suddenly, the monkey reported that those people were close, and the main character didn't understand why they had gotten there so fast. Fei-chan noticed that his brother stood up for some reason and asked what had happened. Yue told him that Chongxi was coming. Since the man had come specifically for Yue, he was the one who had decided to distract him. However, these 2 were against it. Cloud felt that they should go through sorrow and joy together. It was his problem, so he should solve it. Fei replied that he still had strength. He wasn't as badly hurt as his brother, so he wanted to do things on his own. However, none of them are in a better condition than Yue right now. Especially, he has already almost recovered, and this person is their elder brother. Therefore, this time, they should listen to him and not argue. They shouldn't worry, because these people can't do anything to him. But if they all stay here, they'll die. Besides, the 6-eared macaque will show him the way. And if anything, he'll lead those people to another demon. Of course, they didn't want to leave their brother, but they still agreed. Yue told them to go. Fei shouted to his brother to take care of himself. Someday they would be able to kill this group of people. Cloud replied that his brother can't die. They will capture the beauty of the school together. After that, the main character said goodbye to him and the monkey came over to him. Yue mentioned that it's up to them now. Those people are not going to kill them. Monkey replied that everything would be fine and suddenly the guy heard someone calling him. But the other side of the shore was the same group of people who did not want to miss Yao Yue in any way. They started to cross the river. Chongxi shouted that Yao Yue was already dead. The guy replied that they got her pretty quickly, after which he started to run. He also mentioned that he would repay that Chongshi someday. However, he only laughed. He started hurting faster and faster. No one knows who will die first. After which, he activated his power. It was as if the silhouette of a demonic bear had appeared behind him, after which he began to run even faster. Chongxi noticed that this guy was too fast. However, the second he did, he noticed another member of the group burst out. The man stated that he was going to kill him, and if they wanted, they could go with him. The commander was approached by a subordinate who again mentioned that there was something wrong here, because there were originally 3 of these people. But for some reason there is only 1. These 2 may have escaped, but their targets are specifically Yao Yue. So they should kill this guy first, then kill the other 2 when they meet them. Paulus thought that these people insulted her, so she will make her regret that they even came to this world. Deep in the woods in the Demon Gorge, he started looking and where that boy had gone until he noticed a silhouette running behind him. Just as he wanted to chase after that silhouette, a spider web suddenly appeared above the man's head. With his sword, he was able to cut the web. But the truth of the matter was that there was better than even one silhouette behind him. He immediately turned back to see the two monsters. The two spiders started throwing webs. Thanks to that, they tied his hands. Another spider appeared in front of him. After that, it was like the guy was wrapped in a cocoon. He still had no way of understanding how Yao, who had appeared behind the Spider-Man, was able to pull all this off. However, the guy replied that a corpse has no need to know that much. He also mentioned that he did not care who the customer was. The truth is, this man shouldn't have touched the protagonist. The man asked to wait a minute and not to kill him. However, Yue didn't even think of listening to him. Yao Yue was upset that his sword was broken. Macaca apologized to his master, saying that he would give him another sword next time. After which the protagonist told the macaque to follow him. It's time for them to get out of here. And after the main character left, the other people almost caught up with their group member. The captain couldn't see his target, and also noticed that the polo was lost as well. The man noticed that there was blood and some stuff on the ground. But once they realized that this fabric was from polo clothing, they were horrified. He turned to Princess Polis, inquiring as to whether the polo had been killed. However, the princess didn't think so, because Polo is damn strong. He wouldn't be able to lose to Yao Yue. The man turned his attention to the cobwebs, mentioning that maybe Polo had met a powerful demon. Chongxi wondered where Yao Yue had gone, since this kid was supposed to be here. Chen Feng suggested that he had run away. But how could he even kill a polo player and escape? It's impossible after all. In response, Chen Feng suggested looking around. At the same time, Yao Yue was sitting at the back of the trees, listening to them. This time, he decided to slowly interrupt all of them. While the others searched, all the man could think about was that this man shouldn't be here. He's wounded and can't fight. Yao Yu stood on the tree and looked down at them. He then decided to give away his presence by asking these girls if they were looking for him. The man immediately fell to the ground as soon as he saw Yao Yue. He reported to the commander that this was their target. After that, the main character let out a demonic dragon roar that began to cloud the sanity of the others. Another part of the group heard this roar and decided to go see what was going on. At the same time, Yao Yue got rid of some of the attackers. Chongxi didn't expect Hong Ma to die. He mentioned that these guys came here to kill him. As soon as the guy started running, Chongxi also wanted to chase him. It was clear that he wanted to avenge the deaths of his comrades. He drew his weapon, talking about killing the bastard. However, he was stopped. It was Chen Feng who asked the commander not to panic. He suggested that this person might be trying to pull their group together with the demon. Chongxi took hold of his clothes, asking him what they should even do now. If they don't kill this man today, he will try to take revenge in the future. Let this devil be wounded, but he won't be able to get far. So they must catch him and then kill him. Chen Feng reassured the commander, saying that he would not be able to escape. Then he fired a flare into the sky. And that's sort of the signal for their team to assemble. They decided to wait here, for reinforcements would be here soon. After that, they'll move in after the kid, until he has the courage to go further, even though the man is going to die anyway. There was no way he was going to let that little bastard go. Chen Feng heard footsteps approaching. The man then turned to the commander to introduce the newcomers. An elite Tiger Demon Tooth captain called Bai Sang. Elite Tiger Demon Tooth Hunter warrior captain named Kai Chen Lang. Chongxi greeted Uncle Sang and Lang. The newly arrived elite members also greeted the commander. Bi Sang asked the commander why he had called them. Does he really want them to add points to his score? That's pretty unfair. Cheng Lung noticed that Chen Feng was injured. This situation looks like they were called in to kill someone. The captain admitted that he did want these people to kill one guy. That bastard killed Captain Huang and his men. Bai Sang told the captain not to worry, for they would easily kill this guy. Now it's time to move out in search of him. 2 hours later. Yao Yu also noticed the signal flare. He guessed that it was the signal of the demon hunters of the Tiger Tooth Warriors. There were too many of them here, so he certainly couldn't handle it alone. To get rid of them, he went through the big demon's territory and was wounded. If he couldn't get rid of those people, he would just die in that abyss. The monkey reported to his master that there was a waterfall in front of him. If he's not mistaken, it's the intersection of two high-level demon territories. Therefore, they could go there to rest. He slapped his cheeks and decided to move forward. The guy also didn't realize what he was just thinking, because it was still unclear who would have the last laugh. He walked right up to the waterfall, recognizing its beauty. Afterward, they jumped with the monkey straight down the waterfall. They dove into the water. After that, they surfaced and went to the grass to rest for a while. And of course, they didn't forget to eat either. The monkey was climbing a cliff, however there was a snake in his path. The monkey got into a fight with this snake and came out of it victorious. They lay on the ground under the starry sky. It was good to rest like this for a while. Rubber mentioned that many people were after them, and it was clear that they would not rest until they destroyed Yao Yue. Monkey also informed them that he knew a secret place that they didn't know about. The main character asked them where it was. The monkey told them that there was a hidden cave right behind the waterfall, where they would definitely not find them. Yue obviously didn't expect that there was a cave behind the waterfall. However, it was clear that due to the steep cliff of the strong current, it would not be easy to climb up there. However, until he tries it, he won't know. A monkey could easily get in there. Here he thought that it would be easy for the master too. The protagonist remembered that he sensed the monkey blood of a lower-level secondary demon. In any case, they can't run away anymore. And if they go deeper into the abyss, they are unlikely to come back. So there's nothing left to do but try to climb into this cave. The kid gathered up his essentials and his pouch and stripped off his extra clothes. After which, the monkey transformed into its larger form. The protagonist also used his power to get to that cave with the monkey. Fortunately, the guy was able to grab onto a rock. However, he began to narrate. The guy tried to cling to the rock again with tears in his eyes, while the monkey clung to his pants. He looked back and realized they were up high. The monkey informed the host that the cave was at the top on his left. However, once Yue looked over there was only one water. There was clearly no cave there. However, the thought that the monkey could see through water popped into his head. The six-eared macaque confirmed that he could indeed look through the water, and the cave was pretty close. However, there isn't even a ledge to push off on. The monkey said that the master shouldn't worry because he would help. Yue wondered if the monkey had an idea. The monkey replied that of course there is. He asked the monkey to hurry up. However, after that, he heard the name of the technique. It was the same technique that Cloud had tried out on himself before. He screamed in pain and flew straight up, after which they landed in a cave. Yue started threatening that he would kill that monkey, while the macaque laughed at him. Monkey explained that it was an emergency, and there was a chance that they might be stuck here for a while. Yue started tugging the monkey, not understanding why he did so. The monkey tried to explain his intentions, but he was having no luck. The group of men arrived at the waterfall, and the captain noticed that the tracks break here. Maybe that guy is hiding underwater. Meanwhile, a monkey was watching them. Afterwards, the monkey informed the master that those people had left. The main character will remember this day well, and someday he will definitely take revenge on them. Looking at the six-eared man, he had an idea. He asked to borrow quite a bit of his blood essence. The monkey yelled for this bro to not even try to use it. Yue had given him his best herbs, so he could really use the monkey. The monkey slapped his face, saying that he wouldn't give up the blood essence until he survived the big disaster as well. The boy inquired why he should wait for this to happen. The monkey replied that after that, maybe he would be stronger. Suddenly they noticed signs of a man living here. Afterward, he noticed the spiritual flowers. The protagonist was sure it was really them. However, the guy didn't have time to do anything as the six-eared monkey immediately swooped down on those spirit flowers. The monkey had already started eating the flowers. The guy didn't understand how this animal could be so wasteful. After that, he asked if the monkey knew how hard it was to find them. He guessed that it was a 5-colored starflower. This grass needs irrigation for thousands of years, and grows for 100 years and fades after 3 days of blooming. How good it was that he had found this spiritual herb, for now Uncle Yue would definitely be able to heal. And the protagonist himself will be healed early as well. The quality of the spiritual source of the millennium is similar to that of the source in which the monkey was found. This time, he should gather more. First, you need to fill a bottle of divine spring. After that, you need to get the spirit of exquisite fairy clothes, and then get the highest quality silver boa skin. After that, the guy discovered a silver yuan searching skill. The secret yuan seeker skill is a way to search for yuan stone, identify a yuan vein, organize an array, and destroy a yuan array. Yuan seekers are more rare professionals than mastering medicine and armament skills. He had obtained the most important secret skill that could allow him to become a true yuan seeker. He's really lucky. On the second day, he changed into different clothes and got a haircut. The guy admired himself in the mirror, after which he wondered how the shusty ear macaque was doing. Meanwhile, lightning struck the monkey. He heard his monkey's footsteps, and seeing the shadow, he thought the monkey had grown up. However, the macaque didn't grow at all. He took the monkey, not understanding why he remained the same when he experienced the top-level demonic thunder. The monkey started to get angry and also told him that he had awakened the royal blood. Now he is invincible in the realm of the strong demon. And the guy just finished with the yuan skill book, and now he needs to figure it out slowly. Looks like it's time for them to leave or they won't get any points. There are more higher-class demons beyond this mountain forest. The guy can take this opportunity to hunt more demons along the way. Yue thinks this is what will become a mid-level yuan warrior before he gets there. There were many demonic elephants walking through the forest. At the same time, the macaque and the guy were not hiding. The protagonist was impressed that there were demonic elephants here. With the help of the black elephant's blood, his physical strength would increase greatly. But elephants with black scales are herd demons. Even a master with the strength of a general dare not provoke them. He can only see if there are any black elephants around. Suddenly, he noticed a six-eared macaque start beating this elephant. Again, this animal played a cruel trick on Yue. After which the elephants chased the macaque. The boy didn't understand why they were all chasing the six ukim. Could it be that he had picked up their elephant grass? He noticed a lone elephant, so he decided to make this animal his target. While the elephant suspected nothing, the protagonist attacked him. However, this blow couldn't even kill her animal. The guy didn't realize just how strong his defenses were. Even in such a situation, he could become and run quietly. Suddenly, he noticed the rest of the herd running after him. Still, this would attract the attention of all the elephants, but he could not keep his strength now. With his weapon, he was able to break through the elephant's defenses, whereupon the elephant fell. That seems to be the very power of the broken halberd. He didn't expect the broken halberd to have such power after discovering the second form. At the same time, the monkey was rushing straight towards his brother. After that, the guy and the monkey jumped up the tree. A little later, the broken halberd even made the previous suppression itself. Is it really a magical weapon with the ability to devour? He decided to drop some blood on his halberd. After that, the guy really saw that this weapon was absorbing blood. Maybe the halberd can absorb demon blood to improve itself. At any rate, it's a lifesaver right now for the guy. He'll figure it out in the future. Meanwhile, an eagle flew in the sky. Someday Yue will bring down the big eagle. He had killed many demons in all these days, and now there was one chasing him. Meanwhile, the monkey approached one demon, after which she sweetly smiled at him and wanted to kill him. Yue didn't understand what this animal was doing. At the sight of the explosion, they noticed a rock. The protagonist noticed that this stone has a distinct and intertwined texture, as well as green moss. It should have a yuan stone in it. However, the monkey replied that it can't be like that. He did find that rock, didn't he? Yue started laughing, talking about how he was the one who found the dead lizard and the guy who found this rock. We have to be honest with ourselves, because it was the monkey who found and broke the stone with his flaming sword. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find it. The guy was sure that he would find a yuan stone in the future. After all, he is a respected yuan seeker. Now we have to see if it's a yuan stone or not. Afterward, they verified that it was indeed a yuan stone. Suddenly, they heard someone coming. The protagonist hoped it was the warriors hunting the tiger demon tooth. He told the monkey to hide. If they were really the same people, he would need to see them. Suddenly, he heard cries for help. It was a girl named Mei, who was in tears and wearing damaged clothes. He didn't understand how a weak woman could be in the depths of the bottomless abyss. She stood behind him, begging for help. The girl replied that if he helped her, she could even be his servant. The protagonist asked who she was and how she got here. Suddenly, another riders arrived at their side. The man advised Yue to move away from her. He had better not come any closer. Guy noticed that this man was riding a silver wolf, a low-rank demon. This man had reached the strength of a top-level general. Yao Yue replied that this girl was his friend and asked him to let her go. The protagonist was advised to mind his own business. He was also given 3 seconds to escape, or he would die. This boy is too cocky, after all. He even dared to insult the deputy commander of the Tiger-Tooth Demon Hunters. His expression immediately changed when he learned that these people were the warriors of the Tiger-Tooth Demon Hunters. The man only laughed when he heard what this man knew about the organization. He had better get the hell out of here and give this girl to him. However, the girl asked him not to. After which, Yue told her to step back. Since they were Tiger-Tooth Demon Hunters, it was even good. After that, he told his macaque to do it. These guys already wanted to kill the boy. They didn't even notice the monkey flying at them. After which, there was an explosion. It was the explosion that stopped the mark on the ground. The commander saw his men being burned alive. He didn't understand at all what was happening here. After that, the monkey decided to join the fight. Everyone began to run away, for they realized that this monkey was the Fire King. People began to beg to be saved from the Demon King, and the main character told the 6 years to stop. Then the monkey moved right up to the protagonist, and thus scared the girl. Yao Yue asked the monkey what he was doing. The 6 wuxia told him that the girl behind him was a demon. The protagonist couldn't believe those words. He immediately moved away from me, asking there if she was a demon king in human form. However, the girl began to assert that she was not a demon, but a human. Monkey asked as she laughed naggingly. His fiery eyes never lie. This girl is actually a fox demon. All this the monkey said in his animal language. She fell to the ground, repeating that she is not a fox demon, she is a human being. Yao Yue thought that perhaps the 6 Wuhi was mistaken. This girl doesn't look like a demon at all after all. However, all of the guy's words were disproved the very moment he saw that she had a tail. So she really is a demonic fox. She grabbed herself by the tail, repeating about not being a demon. Seeing her actions, he immediately stopped and asked what she was doing. Mei said, letting her go. She doesn't want to be a demon and would rather be dead. Yue replied that even if she is a demon, the girl is still a human. However, Mei didn't want to hear all that, because the people in the town were saying that she wasn't human. Everyone said she was just and demon, and they all disliked and beat her. The guy on the other hand wondered what if he became a demon in the future. Would people dissuade him as well? She just wanted to die. Suddenly, the main character hugged her, telling her that she shouldn't worry. After all, she had him now. No one would dare to hit her or hurt her. In the meantime, the guy had moved the girl onto a rock. At the same time, she was sleeping. A demonic face is born with the power of charms, but she seems to be more special. The girl didn't show her charms. However, the guy is still afraid of the fox and blood in her body. He didn't understand where this adorable demonic forest should be dressed. School was a bad idea, and the longhouses were even worse. Mom always said she wanted to leave the longhouse. So he came up with the idea of giving this girl to be his mother's servant. The boy noticed that the 6 ears had quietly eaten it all up again. At the guy's screams, Mei woke up. And of course, she was hungry too. He noticed the girl was awake, so he gave her food for her. Even though the girl was reinforced, she was still hungry. Since she's hungry, Yao Yue will make her another meat stick. Mei wondered if the guy wasn't afraid of her. The protagonist, in turn, didn't understand why he should be afraid of her. Mei replied that everyone is afraid of demons. After that, Yue admitted that he was a little scared at first. He thought that this girl was approaching him on purpose, but now he wasn't afraid because he had demon blood in him too. Maybe one day he will become a demon too, so he has no right to judge her at all. She grabbed his arm and asked him if he was serious. The guy told her that he wouldn't have saved her otherwise, after which he asked how she had gotten here. My full name is Mei Hu, and she is currently 28 years old. She was born in the suburbs of the Imperial Senate. When the girl was born, her mother died after giving birth. And when Mei was 10 years old, her father went hunting and was killed by a monster. In the same year, her grandmother died. Since her grandmother and parents were dead, people thought she was a dunce. They all recognized her and insulted her. To prevent them from bullying Mei, her grandfather took the girl to the Imperial City, and there they made a living traveling around the world. Fortunately, she was born with a good voice, and the grandfather knew how to play the erhu, so they could earn a lot of money in the taverns. Now the boy recognized how she had lived all these years. However, the grandfather was scared to death because he saw her foxtail that had suddenly grown not too long ago. He just couldn't accept the fact that his granddaughter was a demon. She had come to the bottomless abyss to stay away from the human world and wanted to die alone. The boy stroked her head and asked if she trusted him. She based that Mr. Yao is a good person. The protagonist asked not to call him Mr. Yao. It sounds awkward, so let her better address him by his first name. If she believes him, she can stay with him in the future. But she's cursed and a demon. Isn't the guy afraid of her? He did say that he had blood and a demon in his body too, didn't he? Maybe they were meant to be together, so she wouldn't do him any harm. Mei decided to follow him and serve him in the future. After that, the main character told her to eat more. Meanwhile, Cloud and Fei were still on their way. Cloud promised to beat the damn Chongshai and Paulus to death one day. Fei mentioned that they should take a break and conserve their strength. They shouldn't let themselves be caught by these underdogs running around a company of tiger-toothed demon hunters. However, it took them 3 months to get all the materials, and now they were all gone. In order to escape, they had to jettison the ballast. Fortunately, they were able to kill a few tiger-tooth demon hunters and escaped. They would all die if they were decorated by these people. Suddenly, they heard a growl. Those bastards were chasing them like rabid dogs. They won't be able to escape, and they'll have to surrender. They were overtaken by Police, Chongxi and Bisang. Chongxi recognized that they were really fast. But this is where they will die. Meanwhile, the guy all continued to refine his halberd by drying the blood of beasts. There are 7 days left until the end of the ordeal. The protagonist wondered how the Claude and the fairies were doing now. Mei informed Mr. Yao that something was approaching them. Monkey replied that it was a herd of demon horses. They were caught up in blood horses that were above average. The boy found it interesting to watch the demonic beasts. He also recognized that these horses were beautiful racers. They also noticed a small black colt being harassed. The law of the jungle also works itself out for nature. But this little black horse doesn't exactly look like a thoroughbred. She was considered a wild breed, so the rest of Japan joined forces to intimidate her. Mei also didn't like the way the weaker ones were beaten. Fate has brought them here. Perhaps this horse might want to follow him too. He wondered if this colt wanted to grow stronger and one day defeat them all. They all mock him and despise him. Only by following Yao Yue can he survive. He will make this little boy the king of horses. This kid is smart, and he made the right choice. However, his future depends on himself. Cloud started to claim that, and is a personal disciple of Mr. Liu, who is the vice president. How dare they even think of killing him? Isn't this man afraid that his teacher will get even with him? Chongxi replied that everyone should know what can happen in the demon abyss. The deaths of the royal school students had nothing to do with the diary. Fei advised his brother to save his breath, for they were determined to kill them. Right now, they must try to break out of the encirclement. And one day, he will destroy the tiger-tooth warriors. Bisang replied that they were quite brave, but not skilled enough to fight them. Their swords made contact, after which, Fei-chan dealt with his opponent in just one strike. A group of people then decided to attack them, wanting to kill them. The man advised Chongxi to give it up. If these two are killed, their older brother will become vengeful someday. If it wasn't for their brother, there would be no need to die today. After all, on their way to the underworld, it was Yao Yue who they should thank. After that, the man ordered them to be killed. However, if Cloud dies, he'd better take them with him. There were 2 men coming at him, and he dealt with one of them with ease. The second man, however, was killed by a Fei-chan. Fei yelled for Cloud to stay awake. One must be persuasive. After which, the others rushed over to kill those 2. However, Bai Sang could only see the corpses of his men. This made him very angry, and he called them a bunch of trash. After that, he decided to join the fight himself. Before Cloud could do anything, he was pushed in the back by Bisang. The impact caused the guy to fly right back against a tree. Fei-chan rushed to his brother's aid. He wanted to attack the man, however Bai Sang stopped his spear. After which, he attacked Fei-chan right in the stomach, saying that these guys had overestimated themselves. Due to the heavy impact, the Fai-chan also crashed into a tree. The situation was worse than nothing. Fei and Cloud were both badly injured and unconscious. The others admitted that a person of the level of a top general was really strong. If Mr. Sang didn't help them, it could even be assumed that these guys would run away. Bai Sang replied that they should decide whether to kill them or leave them. Police stepped on the Claude's face, saying that this ignorant boy would finally today recognize what it was like to insult a princess. Cloud yelled for her to just kill him. She doesn't even mind granting that wish. However, if a guy is going to wear out her shoes and beg, she'll even consider it. Cloud mentioned that a woman like her didn't even deserve obedience. Chongxi slapped his face, telling the guy to shut up. Still, it's fun to break stubborn people. After which, they suspended the Claude and the fairies. Paulus was glad these guys were going to get chewed up by monsters. Suddenly, she felt a kind of heat that was spreading rapidly. Afterward, she heard the screams of people who had been struck by the flames. She stared in horror at what was happening, not realizing what had just happened. Chongxi covered the princess, not understanding what could have caught fire like that. After which, another light flew straight towards those 2. He cut the threads that were holding the boys back, after which they began to fall. Monkey and Yao Yue caught them. Fei was glad his brother was finally here. The protagonist orders me to help his brothers and get out of here. Then he shifted his gaze to the bastards who would die here today. Paulus retreated to hide behind the Chongxi. The man declared that Yao Yue would die with them today. The protagonist wondered if he really thought he could hurt him. Cloud asked his brother to get out of here. He'd better run away, and a little later he'd avenge them. However, the protagonist thought that killing them would be easy. The truth was that he didn't even understand why this Chong Shi was rebuking him. The man stated that he would think about it in the other world, after which he ordered his men to kill him. These two almost reached the protagonist. However, the guy handled these opponents with ease. He then dropped to the ground, and two men also dropped behind him. If that's all they can do, then these guys are really weak. Whereupon, the Chong Shi ordered that the others should also kill him. Chen Lang shouted that the captain need not worry. He would lead the men behind him. At the same time, Chong Shi was glad that Chen Lang was finally here. After which, he bounced out of the way of the path the man was traveling in. He immediately jumped and struck with his weapon. Fortunately, the protagonist was able to dodge this blow and was already preparing a counterattack. The man didn't understand how such a thing was even possible. After that, the protagonist flipped off his rival with words about getting away from this place. He also didn't forget to call the man trash. Paulus watched this fight with fear. Meanwhile, Chong felt that the outcome would have been different if his cousin had been here. Cloud didn't understand how his brother had become so strong. Fei replied that all men improve, and their brother was no exception. Bai Sang took his captain to get out of here. Pencil shouted that if his cousin was here, Yao Yue would be dead by now. However, this person would not be able to escape, after which he ordered the 6 ears to deal with them. Yu thought it was his fault since these guys shouldn't have gotten hurt that badly. He ordered mine to come over and look at their wounds. They immediately noticed the hottie who approached them. The girl was ready to do Mr. Yao's bidding. He tapped his brothers on the head, talking about how Mei is his girlfriend, so let them stop ogling her like that. Fei thought that his brother was really awesome and the Claude's dream depended on him. Yue replied that this person, just to chase beautiful girls in school. However, right now, one must heal his wounds before the 6 Wuhi returned. However, as soon as he talked about his monkey, he already came up with these two. The guy asked where the other one was. The monkey told him that the man had accidentally burned himself. Fei and Cloud stood over the two. Cloud replied that they should have remembered what they wanted to do to them, and now it was their turn. Chong Shi asked to be released, for he is the leader of the Tiger Tooth Warrior. His father has the strength of her innate Yuan king, so if they kill this man, they will regret it. And Polis is a princess of the Persian dynasty. Her brother won't let them go. At the same time, the main character stepped on his foot. He admitted that a Tiger Tooth leader and a princess of the Persian dynasty sounded awesome. However, they had hurt his buddies, and for that, they should die. He asked his brothers what they wanted to do with these men before they died. Fei wanted them to suffer as much as they did. Polis started begging to be let go. Since she was a princess, it promised to make amends to them. However, the boy replied that it was too late to regret what he had done, so let him calmly accept his punishment. Polis begged all the time not to. She was even willing to let him be her husband. Chongshi knew that Yao Yue didn't even know who ordered to kill him. He'll tell it if the guy spares his life. But Chongshi wanted to kill him himself. Is he just trying to shift the responsibility to Yao Yue? Chongshi asked why he wanted to kill Yue. He was just told to do it. If he is spared, he will tell everything he knows. Otherwise, he will never know who wants to kill Yao Yue, and an endless chase awaits him. He moved closer to the Black Necks, saying something about how he didn't think this guy would lie to him. He might as well think about keeping him alive. After which he laid out that Mo Yao had ordered it to be done. It was Yao Yue's half-brother, but it was a mystery whether he even had the authority to command these people. Chong Shi began to argue that he wasn't lying. He then approached the princess and mentioned that the man had bought his life with the news. He inquired what she would tell him. I thought she said she was going to make him her husband. This guy can do anything to her. However, Cloud intervened in their conversation and mentioned that this wench didn't deserve to be with his brother. She should get what she deserved. She looked at Yao Yue and started begging him. The protagonist replied that he didn't care about the girl at all. He then drew his weapon and heard her screaming that she didn't want to die. Now these guys should leave. Chong Shi shouted that Yao Yue couldn't leave him here. After all, he can't leave here with a broken leg because the monsters will eat him. The protagonist replied that he would not interfere with his business. Chong Shi shouted that he didn't want to die and begged to be taken with him. As soon as he tried to stand up to catch up with Yao Yue, he immediately fell down. The man couldn't believe if this was really the end of him. Suddenly he looked at his ring. He shouted out that he had something he could exchange with Yao Yue. The protagonist just had to get him out of here. Yue didn't like that it was too noisy here. Chong Shi said that if Yue takes it from here, this space ring will be his. The guy reached out to pick up this space ring. Chong Shi looked at him behind eyes full of hope. He was already sure this guy could save him from this place. However, in response to that, Yue simply thanked him. But that's all he can do. A little later, Gan Wei Shi dealt with the demonic beasts. This man is cruel, for he killed his brother. Wei Shi asked Chen Feng who could have done it. The man replied that it was Yao Yue. It was done before he even arrived at this place. Wei Shi offered to go back to report to the commander. Yao Yue be sure to pay for it. 3 days later, finally, they were able to get out. Cloud thought that these 3 months had been too difficult, as they had even almost died here. Fei mentioned that they were all alive even after being chased. That seemed to be the best result for them. The space ring contains not only the demonic materials they lost, but also the materials those people obtained. With that, they would definitely be able to get through. Yu offered to talk about it when they all reached the innate Yuan king level. Cloud suggested going to the gorge when they had a chance to see these demon kings. The deadline was 3 months and 2 days. Therefore, Yue wanted them to go first and hurry to the gathering place. Also, Cloud inquired if Mei would return with them as well. The protagonist wanted her back, but suggested we talk about it after they all got back. Mei asked Yue if he was going to send her away. The boy replied that he wasn't. Since the girl was with him, she would be safe and he would not drive her away unless she wanted him to. The main character's sincerity touched the girl, which caused tears to appear in her eyes, and she hugged him. She wanted to stay with him for the rest of her life. Cloud had been hitting on her constantly for the past 2 days. She asked Yue to explain that she didn't like it. She could be sure that Yue would deal with him. However, while they were standing quietly and hugging, someone decided to disturb their peace. Yi grabbed Mei to dodge that blow with her. Afterward, he saw that the person who attacked them was Shounen. With his fan, he wanted to get rid of the girl. After which, Yue pulled on Mei's arm to duck down. Also, Dekrima came up Satu Tian, who wanted to kill them. And she was aiming for Mei. However, the protagonist covered her with his body. Mei was worried about the protagonist's condition, while Shounen was happy about this injury. And Satu Tian wanted to get rid of him completely. Mei fell down and immediately started looking for Yue. He was tired of this girl always picking on him. She said that it wasn't easy to kill him. The kid, meanwhile, was out of breath. Turns out he's quite the ladies' man. Despite the fact that the guy is the son-in-law of the Long family, he is still hitting on other girls. If General Long learns of this, Liang doesn't even know what will happen to Yue. Mei wondered if Yue was okay now. His hand was on the wound. Behind him, something took off. It was a monkey who also wanted to join this battle. These two didn't even realize what it was. However, they had to retreat so the blast wouldn't hit, and that explosion was pretty powerful. Shaunatsu noticed that it was an innate fire, whereupon the man suggested that perhaps it was the fire of the king of the monkeys. This time, the Six Whiskers wanted to play with them. However, the boy told him to go back. The protagonist wanted to deal with these people himself. Sean suggested leaving here first, since things weren't going as well as planned. She put her sword back into its scabbard, after which they left. However, they were stopped by the protagonist, asking Satu Liang why she let them go if she wanted to kill Yue so badly. Let them better attack as planned. 2-on-1. She only got angry and told the guy to ignore them since he was being protected by a monkey. However, even if Yue dies, the monkey will not be able to help him, so there is no need to worry. The monkey looked silently at the protagonist while Mei worried about him. Situ Tian wanted to finally put an end to their feud today. It was time to pay the bills. If she wins, the guy dies, he said yes, after which she immediately attacked. However, the protagonist dodged her attack. Yu grabbed her wrist. At the same time, the girl did not understand how this was possible. Shaunatsu decided to join their wallpaper. The protagonist blocked this blow with her arm, after which he called his opponent a complete bastard. And the Shounen only stared silently and bewildered. After that, he jumped back. Blood began to drip from his hand. Some disciples who recognized Satulian, Shaunezi, and Yao Yue ran to their fight. These guys look like they're vying for Rookie of the Year. Yao Yue is really strong. He seems to have the upper hand against them. We can assume that he will be the Rookie of the Year. The Fei, who was worried about his brother, wanted to approach them, but he was stopped by Cloud, who said that there were also 6 Uchi there, so they had better stay here. Yue didn't understand why she was picking on him, after which she told her to get the hell out of the way. Those words started to piss her off even more. She advised him not to be so arrogant either, and let the best himself get out of the way. Shaunezi wanted to do it himself because he's a man. How can he put a woman at risk? He jumped the guy, after which Shaunezi used a royal skill, the golden fan of piercing wind. The guy grabbed his sword and tried to fend off this blow. He decided to use a skill called Sword of Power to redirect the Shunen's attack, and he succeeded. The attack went back to the sender. After which the Sean fell down, and the protagonist immediately pounced on him. Behind him ran the Satulian. Sean didn't think of giving up so easily, after which she pointed her concealed weapon at him. Even though the guy was able to dodge the attack, he was wounded. After which he landed softly. His wound had opened up. Situ Tian was worried about Shaunazi. The girl inquired if he was okay. Yue replied that he was really the kind of person who could hit in the back as well. Shauna recognized that Yao Yue was really strong, so he admitted defeat. He apologized to Leon for not living up to her expectations. However, the guy shouldn't blame himself. After all, that person is stronger. They would have lost anyway. Let him rest here while Liang dealt with him. And the main character advised Shaunazi to stop pretending. Yue didn't have much strength when he had just used the sword, so he didn't hurt Shaunazi at all. She pointed her sword at him and talking about the guy shut up. Especially since he had offended Shaunatsu. How could that man even talk like that? After which she yelled for him to attack her. That stupid woman didn't even realize she was duped by that man. If that's the way she wants it, then so be it. She immediately pounced on him. If this is her royal skill, it's much stronger than the last one. However, the guy just realized he couldn't move. Looks like this hidden weapon was poisonous. Sean watched with an almost victorious expression on her face. And the girl didn't even think about stopping. The others, seeing this situation, became even more worried. Suddenly, a fireball hit her sword. However, her skill still impressed the protagonist. Whereupon the guy fell down. He noticed his broken sword, realizing this problem. Mei immediately ran up to him and asked if Yue was okay. Situ Lian wanted to finish what she had started. However, there was a sword in front of her face. Fei advised her that she'd better stop. After which, Satulian turned her attention to the injured Yue. One thing the girl didn't understand was why he didn't duck when he had the chance. Yao Yue replied that they were now even. Since she still wanted to kill him, let her do it. This made her even angrier, whereupon she knocked the sword out of the fairy's hands. She pointed her sword at the protagonist, asking if he really thought she couldn't kill him. Suddenly, she heard such a familiar voice telling her to stop and asking if she really wanted to kill Yao Yue. The Satu Ching jumped to them. The protagonist asked the mentor why on earth she was here, while the Lian just stared at her. The girl only nodded in greeting. Lian wondered why on earth she was protecting this guy. Ching explained again that it was a simple misunderstanding between them. Ching asked Yue to apologize to Liang, yet she tried to kill him again and again. Isn't she unhappy that she brought him this terrible pain? She had to know she was wrong about this guy before something irreparable happened. Is Yue really torturing her? Lian is just ill-informed, and so she finally uttered the question of whether she was really wrong about him. Ching took her sister's hand, saying that she will always love her. So if Yao Yue really do it to her something bad, Ching will be the first one to kill him. After which she finally decided to lower her sword. Cloud asked his brother why he had just stood there and almost let that woman kill him. Fei replied that whoever wanted to kill his brother had to kill him himself first. Yue mentioned that he shouldn't worry because he wouldn't die. He now owed her a debt of gratitude. Situ Ching thought about the fact that maybe this guy only wanted Lian to hurt him because of the end of the feud between them. Looking at all of this, Shaunazi realized that they needed to get out of here faster. Situ Lian suggested that we stay here. This is the end of their feud, after which he left. The protagonist only sighed. Then he turned his attention to his mentor. Situ Ching apologized to Yao Yue. That guy got hurt because of her. He advised the master not to worry about it, and he should just get some rest. Ching will come back and continue to record the scores of others. She also told him to come back when the main character was feeling better. Fei wondered what was going on with this bro. Ye revealed that he had been poisoned, so he asked to be protected until he got rid of the poison. Day 2. The footsteps of the students could be heard, as well as the clattering of hoofs. Yu paused. He felt that something had been haunting them ever since they had gotten out of the abyss. Cloud noticed that as they moved farther and farther away from the abyss, they met more and more people. Fei mentioned that today was registration day at school. Of course, there would be a lot of people here. As it turned out, it was the same black cult that was following them. He jumped out in front of these guys. The guy didn't expect to see that black horse here at all. He walked up to the little guy, realizing that he missed Yue. Since this little guy wants to follow him, it will make him stronger in the future. In the school square, they announced who had earned how many points. Jing Xiang killed 211 monsters and received 718 points. Yun Tang killed 365 monsters and received 1,500 points. Isanti Yuntang in the same class of Jia Huang, who is expected to win Rookie of the Year. 1,500 points is the highest score currently. Unfortunately, there are 2 rookies in his class, and there are some rookie points in other classes that have not been counted. Next, it was announced that Shauna Z had scored 2,690 points. Shitu Lian had scored 2,948 points. Everyone marveled that the girl had almost scored 3,000 points, and they wondered how many monsters she had killed. Shitu Lian should be number 1. Suddenly, they heard a question about whether this girl really wanted to be number 1 at a school with just over 2,000 points. It was Yao Yue who apologized for them being late. However, they were too late because they had too much prey with them. So they had to move everything into the spatial ring. Several bags fell out of the spatial ring. Cloud Quan scored 2,558 points. Fei Chan had 3,106 points. Cloud was upset with Togo because he should have gotten more materials from his brother. His score was even lower than Shunin Su's. The others couldn't understand why these guys got so many points. Fei Chan can take away the top spot, but Claude Quan can really get into the top 5. It's unbelievable. Suddenly, he decided to show you his strength by talking about reaching the realm of General Yuan. After which, the Claude laughed. The old man decided to check how many points Yao Yue had scored. The old man himself was surprised, for this boy had scored 4,310 points. Cloud knew that Bro would get the most points. Therefore, the Rookie of the Year title would go to him. The boy glanced over at his mentor, who nodded in praise. Shahunetsu noticed that Chernisha wasn't here. Therefore, he assumed that something expected had happened. It seems that he had underestimated this foolishness. No wonder her sis is so optimistic about this guy. One day the Satu Lian will overpower him. Kate thought he was cheating. The doe looked at the guy, realizing that he was so wonderful. There must be many beautiful women around him, and he doesn't care at all about the doe. Yao Yue was approached by Mr. Yangmo, who praised him. Now the ordeal of the abyss is over. The mentors will once again search for survivors. First place goes to Yao Yue from the Ding Huang class. He gets 3 times the skill selection in the treasure pavilion, a top-level weapon, and a set of medium-level soft hedgehog armor. Second place goes to Fei Chan of the same class. He will be able to choose 2 skill choices in the treasure pavilion, a mid-level weapon and a set of low-level soft hedgehog armor. Third place is occupied by Satu Lian from Ding Huang. She receives the same reward as second place. Fourth place is taken by Shauna from Jia Huang. He can choose skills twice and will also get a mid-level weapon. And fifth place goes to Claude Quan of Ding Huang. He has the same reward as fourth place. Everyone looked at the ranking of the Abyss trial. Cloud replied that now they could finally rest, but he didn't understand what his brother wanted to do. He's got a mission today. They'll only know when they get there. And so they arrived at the room with the 3rd-level mannequins. Is Bro going to take a test with a mannequin today? The guy felt that today was exactly the day he should go through with it. After that, he would take Mei back to the Imperial City. All of them cheered up the protagonist, whereupon the kid walked into the wooden mannequins. After a few seconds, he did admit that these guys looked too weird after all. And once he was attacked by the mannequin, the protagonist was able to get rid of it with just 1 punch. This mannequin flew right back against the wall while the other mannequins watched on. These dummies have a punching power equal to 700 or 800 feet. Now, when Yao Yue strikes, they become weak. After which, he was immediately jumped on by the others. However, he will win this fight. Still, he'll make quick work of it here. Fei recognized that his brother had passed the dummy test easily and quickly after all. And now that the school stuff was over, they could finish having fun in the Imperial City. However, the main purpose of the protagonist's return to the Imperial City is to find a place for me to live. It's too bad she can't go to school with them. After that, something seemed strange to Claudio. It is the fact that for some reason there are no other customers in this restaurant besides them. Yo-Yuk wondered where Jacob Nankun had gone. The wagon stopped outside a restaurant and a young man got out. After which, he entered the restaurant, talking about how finally Yao Yue had returned. Still, Jacob came quickly. And a little while later, he was already sprawled out on the table, not realizing what he was supposed to be doing. The protagonist inquired as to what had happened. The guy told him that a new royal restaurant had opened across the street. Many people went there because of the word royal. They just wanted to make friends with the high-ranking officials and nobles there. But if that was the case, Jacob would accept it. Every night some people come in and put mud all over the doors. And it's pretty stinky mud. After the customer and early morning saw those stinky things, no one ever came again. Yao Yue wondered why he didn't send someone to find out who was doing this. He's got some leads. Guy thinks the tiger-tooth demon hunters did it. No one from the Nankun family is now an official in the court. Other industries besides the Demon Eater Pavilion were also attacked. and the other party has opened the same industries as the Nankun family. Alas, if this continues, his family will not be able to establish a foothold in the capital. He's pissed off that once again the tiger-toothed demon hunter warriors are putting sticks in their wheels. Yue is going to break their teeth so they won't care about biting anymore, but he can only get rid of troublemakers. As for those who do business properly, there is nothing he can do here. But there is no need to worry here. The Nankun family is a business family. If they cannot compete with others in business, they will be ashamed to be one of the 4 great families. He also asked that good homes be found for him in the imperial city, for he needed him urgently. Jacob replied that it was a simple matter, and he would set it up right away. Meanwhile, Yao Yue returned to the Long family's house. The servant greeted Mr. Yao. He reported his mom and Mun that he was back. Long Mong ran out to him and inquired where Yao Yue was. She immediately threw herself into his arms. It had been a long time since she had seen him after all. Yue started to feel embarrassed and asked where Grandpa was and why he couldn't see him. Mom told me that Grandpa had gone to the border to lead the war. Yue was running from the Mun. Grandpa had been there for over a month. Yue wanted to go talk to his uncle. Moon ran after Yue, asking him not to leave. The guy replied that he would be here in a minute. No wonder these people dare to attack the Nankun family. They want to shake the foundation of this family while grandfather is away. When Grandpa comes back, there's nothing he can even do about it. The protagonist greeted her uncle. The man inquired why Yue had come back. The protagonist pulled out a box saying that he had good news. And in this box were the spiritual flowers he had found then in the cave by the waterfall. The uncle was shocked that the guy could get his hands on such a rare drug. The protagonist explained that it was a 5-colored starflower. He asked if his uncle had heard of it. The man was really glad that God was helping him. He did say that one day uncle will be back on his feet. Now all it takes is green Malaysian scandals to restore uncle's yuan. However, the uncle asked if the guy was sure he could find Malaysia's green scandals. Yao Yue replied that yes, he did. Now uncle just needs to be in good condition. He is looking forward to the time when the man can get back on his feet. He thanked the boy for that. Yue is so talented that he deserves to be in a better family. The protagonist also mentioned that he wanted to ask his uncle for one more thing. As soon as he heard, he told him that the tiger-toothed demon hunter warriors were just a group of deserters. If someone didn't protect them, they would have been completely annihilated by brother. How dare they even dare now to bully the Long family? The protagonist thought that the Yao family was behind them. However, the uncle replied that the Yao family had not done anything yet. The Z family was behind them. Yao Yu now also realized that Shounen Z was involved. There was no way he would let this guy go next time. After that, the man told Chen Feng to come over here. A man entered there and greeted the young gentleman. The protagonist didn't understand how this man had appeared here so quickly that he didn't even have time to notice it. Could it be that he was in the realm of the innate Yuan king? Uncle ordered to lead the dark shadows to kill those who deal with the Nankun family's industry and secretly protect them, and also kill whoever resists. Chen Feng accepted the young master's order. After that, he disappeared. The boy remarked that this speed was incredible. Even though uncle is handicapped, but he can handle some minor troubles in the imperial city. Yao Yue could be sure of that. He thanked the man for that. As soon as the mother saw her son, she asked him to come up to her. The woman had something to say to him. The boy noticed her mom looking confused and asked what was wrong. The woman replied that it was about Mun. She thought Moon was a demon. However, the protagonist believed that this was not true. But the truth is, the woman saw it herself. She still remembers what happened during the night. She decided to bring her some food. And then the woman heard some noise coming from her room. She looked through the door to see what was going on. Afterward, she saw a shadow flying around her, and her eyes burned with scarlet flames. That girl looked like an evil killer. Perhaps it was a demon that possessed her soul and turned her into this. The main character suggested that maybe there's a demon like Mei in Mun's bloodline. Guy said to Mom not to worry about it. Ye will think about it and check what happened to Mun. After which the boy left his mother's room. Meanwhile, the monkey was enjoying the fruit. Yu turned to the 6 ears, asking if the fire god's eyes could check to see if the Mun was being pursued by a demon. His eyes could even see through the void. The monkey told me that this girl was not a human being. Rather, her half does not belong to the human lineage. Does the monkey already know about this? So Moon inherited the demon bloodline. However, this is not a demonic lineage. Monkey thought it was similar to the devil's bloodline. He doesn't like it, but he also thinks that her lineage has not yet awakened. If it does, things will be very different. Meanwhile, the guy watched the girl sleep. Moon was brought back from the battlefield in the Shura by her father-in-law. Perhaps this is the lineage of the Shura monsters. Monkey doesn't know. After all, he didn't go through the heavenly trials for kings. Shura demons are the enemies of all humans. Humans can hurt Mun if they find out about it. He won't let that happen. Suddenly, he noticed a silhouette flying by. Chen Feng asked how he dared to break into the Long family house. He never expected Long Tianba to let someone guard the house, even though he was gone. Shura King Carlo noticed that this man was no match for him. Chen Feng wanted to cut off that insolent tongue. He immediately attacked the king, wishing him dead. There was an explosion. The king stopped his opponent's weapon. He then threw the man off of him and he landed on the roof of the building. Carlo also jumped onto the roof. Yeah, there were 2 other people behind him. It's amazing to see 3 natural-born Yuan kings in the same house. Chen Feng ordered him to be chased out of the house Long. It's a Shura demon. 3 jumped on him to kill him. And after all, Tianba himself can't handle him, let alone these 3. Carlo appeared behind the man, telling him to dance. But it was these 2 men who stood up for him. Monkey didn't understand why the guy was standing pillar to post when someone burst into Mun's room. Now it was really possible to think that Moon had something to do with the demons of Shura. And just as the guy got to her room, someone kicked in the door. There was another Shura demon who claimed that this girl was a saint of their clan. The clan of saints is blessed by heaven. You asked Moon if she was okay. The girl asked that the guy wouldn't let him take her away. The protagonist shouted to the 6 ears to save the Mun. The monkey spit out a fireball right at the demon. Of course, that demon thought the Fire Monkey King was against him. He better not waste his energy, for he wouldn't even be able to hurt him. The demon opened the gate of dark mist. Still, this fire is very weak for a monkey ship. Next, the protagonist rushed into the attack using the Sword of Power. The demon recognized that this guy really radiated power. Let him try to survive the power of the demon's fist. Moon asked me not to kill him. This attack caught up with Yao Yue. This attack was so devastating that it sealed him into the wall of the building. Moon was worried about Yao Yue. A monkey ran up to the kid, and the guy just watched this demon take Mun away. The demon said, "Saint, don't worry, for he won't die." He also noticed that the king was finally here. Carlo also noticed his subordinate, who finished. Chen Feng didn't want to let the king out of here at all. However, the king did not allow himself to be approached. There was a man behind him preparing to attack. He swung his sword. The king grabbed his head and arm and repeated that he was leaving. The 2 began to worry about Li Feng while the king still had his hand on his head. But it was too late. They only saw an falling corpse of their comrade and friend. A demona jumped to the king along with a Long Moon. He also asked him to tell that boy that Carlo enjoyed his visit here. After that, they disappeared. The man immediately wanted to chase after him, however. He was stopped. Uncle has ordered the gathering of innate-level fighters to pursue and attack the invaders. It is their duty to retrieve the Mun. They accepted the young master's orders, after which they disappeared. Uncle ordered everyone else to help Yao Yue. After a while, they set up an ID checkpoint. Chung Feng observed the situation in the house, and the main character finally woke up screaming Mun's name. His mother was near the boy and his uncle was also present and told him not to move. He was seriously injured and was in a coma for 3 days. The mother helped Yao Yue to sit down, after which the boy asked where Moon was. The man said that she had been captured by the king of Shura. Some people are even vilified by the House Longa, saying they have something to do with Shura demons. Still, it's good that Uncle doesn't know about Moon's condition yet. Moon is the only offspring of their house. It was unclear what purpose the Shura demons had in mind. Did they really want Grandpa and the armies to retreat? In the meantime, the lad was busy tending to his wounds. The dragon formula helps him assimilate the medicine and demon blood, and the protagonist must be more powerful to save Mun. A lot of things to deal with. The 2 brothers must have been worried about everything, all 3 of them for him. And as soon as she came out, he saw Cloud, Faye, May, and Jacob. Cloud asked if Yao Yue was okay. They were very worried about him all these days. The guy apologized, saying it was fine and she had been home the whole time. She also turned to Jacob and asked what about what the guy had said then. He replied that he'd been able to pick out a few houses and everything was ready. After that, they decided to go there and take a look. He was glad that Mom and me could live here, because this place is pretty good. He will definitely bring Mun back. The protagonist hopes she's okay. He noticed May approaching him and asked if she wanted to live here with his mother. If she agreed, the boy would help her master her demonic power. May replied that she shouldn't worry, because she knows what needs to be done. However, the girl is afraid of scaring his mother. The guy put his hand on her head to calm her down. She shouldn't be worried. Yao Yue also thinks that she only brings one good fortune. Therefore, it is better for her to stay here and be happy. Afterward, he noticed that his friends had come over, and now it was time to leave. He said goodbye to her. Mentally, the girl was thankful that this guy accepted her. "We will always follow him and stand by Yu's side." The boy asked that Jacob take care of his mother, and Mei, who would now be living here. The guy won't let anyone hurt them as long as he's alive. Yue was happy to hear those words, also said that he trusted him. After that, the guy asked if there was an Emperor Stone store here. Jacob asked if he wanted to play with the stones. Most players ended up with a pile of useless rocks. He doesn't recommend burning your money there. The protagonist replied that it was interesting to him. For him, on the other hand, it was a great chance to test his ability to search for yuan. After that, they arrived at the Imperial Stone store, which had a huge queue. It seemed to the boys that they were examining seemingly ordinary rocks. Jacob mentioned that the first floor has the lowest prices. It's hard to find yuan in such stones, so it's better to go upstairs. However, Yue replied that they were in no hurry to go anywhere. He suggested going around the place and taking a look. In order to practice your search skills, the first floor is the most ideal place. Fa began to wonder if Yue really came for gambling with stones. There was no difference between this and the ones in the mountains outside. Except you don't have to forget about the 6 ear. He remembered the monkey eyes, realizing that now they could get rich. Jacob's attention was drawn to the stone, and he asked for Yue to look at it. He noticed that the texture suggested its ancient age, at least 3,000 years old. But a deeper observation must be found to see if it contains yuan. Suddenly, he heard voices that were very impressed by this sight. It looked like they had come to the Imperial City to play with rocks. Behind him were Jack Zhu, Yue Zi, Lin Yao, and Chu Lanfang. Jack Zhu mentioned that this guy is not going. He wondered how smart a person who pretends to be harmless and is adored by everyone is. Lin Yao had never met a person who was so good at disguising himself. Fei said, "Watching your language." Jacob stopped him, saying that it was unwise to mess with them now. Yo Yuk wondered if he was the one talking about him. Yu Weizi asked what this guy wanted to do. Jack Zhu mentioned that he had better not do any shenanigans while they were in the Imperial Stone store. The use of force is forbidden here. Yue ducked his power and mentioned that they were just a bunch of jerks with only family power to rely on. Yu Weizi didn't like that this guy dared to even despise him. Yao Yue replied that he respects his lordship because he is from the royal family. However, if she is looking for trouble together with these people, then the situation is fundamentally different. Let him not blame the protagonist for being rude later. The guy noticed that Yao Yue was serious. Lin Yao mentioned that they came here to put on the stone. One should not be angry because of such a person. Jack Shu asked if Yao Yue would dare to gamble with them on the rocks. The guy was interested in the idea. They bet 100,000 gold bars and want to see who can find the yuan stone, and the loser must admit that he is a fool. The man wondered if the protagonist would dare to bet. Yao Yue agreed. Both sides have to choose 3 rough stones each in this yard. Whoever has more yuan stones than the other country wins. The wager is all the stones found by the other side and 100,000 gold bars. Whereupon the game began. Everyone was looking for yuan stones, after which the protagonist looked at one stone. Jack Zhu wanted him right away. The man replied that this craftsman has good taste. This is the best place to cut yuan stone in this courtyard. Cloud started to argue that his brother chose this stone first. Jack Zhu replied that whoever pays first, that is the thing. He just bought this rock, so it belongs to him. You didn't mind after all. There are a lot of stones here. Giving him one stone didn't mean that this man had won. Jacob replied that it was really the best option. He would just have to pay for it. Clyde didn't like their opponents going too far. There's no need to worry. After all, these people won't be able to find the right ones for me, Yuan. The protagonist has been practicing the skill for several days. Although he can't tell at first glance if there are yuan stones, the one he just saw is obviously a stone that transmits light, underneath which there are micro holes. It is difficult to get a yuan stone out of it. If you follow the rules for choosing yuan stones, you need to pay attention to the age, shape, quality of the stone structure. If there is only one of these elements, the stone cannot be found. If there are 2 elements, the yuan stone can be recognized. And if 3 elements are observed, the probability of finding the stone increases dramatically. Afterward, he noticed a large rock that he wanted to pick up. Jacob mentioned that this stone is light and flat. It will be difficult to carve the yuan stone. Therefore, it's better to be careful, because they only have 3 chances. Fei turned to Jacob, talking about trusting his brother. You offered to go there to look at the rock. However, they were tried to be stopped by Jacob, who thought it was a waste of time. Jack Zhu now realized that this guy really wasn't a professional, but was just pretending to be one. He had gone to the junkyard to look for rocks. Lin Yao suggested that his brother ask someone to pick 2 from the second floor. However, Jack Ju believed that the stone had been lifted thousands of times on the first floor. Perhaps the yuan stone was put up on the tour so they could buy them all. He decided to take these pieces. Jacob mentioned that they only need 3 pieces. The protagonist replied that he knew that. They could just choose any 3 stones from among them. A little later, each side chose 3 stones. Weidze laughed with Togo that this guy was really a fool. Did he really bet on those 3 stones? The protagonist replied that they could start. Jack Ju asked to check his rock first. The man approached, after which he struck a rock. And this rock glowed, and it was glowing very brightly. We should light it up and see what it was. After a while, it was found out that there is 1 yuan stone in these 3 pieces of stone. It is worth at least 30 or 40,000 gold bars. This is a tremendous advance. And now it's their turn. Weidze felt that this guy would be better off surrendering if his stones turned out to be mere scraps. Chulan believed that there would be no yuan stones in the desert. It would be better for him to surrender right away and admit that he was just a fool. The man just cut these pieces today and found that there are no yuan stones there. So he too thinks it would be better for Yao Yue to give up. However, Yue replied that it was fine and to just let him start with the piece in his hand. And as soon as he cut through that stone, his words were confirmed. There was nothing there. They only laughed at the fact that it was just waste rock. So there's no point in even looking at the rest of the rocks. They will have to be more careful with the next part as well. For if a man has broken a stone with fire, he will have to pay for it. The top floor of the royal stone store. A servant approached the princess. She reported on the Princess Zirudi that on the first floor in the courtyard, people got an exotic yuan stone. She asked a servant to see if the princess would be sold the stone, and also asked what kind of stone it was. The girl told her that it was a stone made of water, and it was cut from scrap metal. The princess paused, indicating that it was quite tempting. If they went to the second floor, they would let the servant report it. The girl replied that she would certainly do her mistress's bidding. She also hoped her brother would be interested as well. On the first floor, Yao Yue's group was rejoicing that they had found such a good stone. Jack Zhu could believe how this fool found an exotic yuan stone in the trash. There are no yuan stones in the first stone, but there is still one left. He asked Sulfur to continue, and just as he wanted to cut that stone, his knife hit something again. The man thought it was simply impossible. Yao Yu was just lucky. The main characters asked for this to end. The others wondered where this guy came from. Maybe he's a yuan seeker from some holy land. Cloud and the Fae looked at that rock. They began to exult in the fact that they had defeated the loser. The loser is a fool, they said. Weidze asked if they really thought a man couldn't kill them for treating them like that. The protagonist was advised to just admit defeat, because they made that rule for themselves. Jack Ju admitted his loss. The man also said that he had only 60,000. He will give the rest later. Yao Yue mentioned that young Master Zhu can't afford the gambling fund, and since he can't pay the full amount, you can write a promissory note. Jack Ju advised me not to be so arrogant. This guy will just lose later. Suddenly, he was also given money by Weidze. Since they were done with this round, he suggested starting a new one. After which, he called the protagonist to the second floor. Weidze argued with him. The protagonist was only excited for the opportunity. Yue told him that there were 3 more pieces of stone left. He asked to cut them off, and for him too. Cloud noticed the trio already leaving. He called Jack Ju an ill-mannered person because the guy should have recognized what a fool he was before he left. Second floor. He bet 500,000 gold bars. If the protagonist loses, he will have to give up all 3 yuan stones. Yao Yue thought that this person would bet 1 million. After all, this provocation had succeeded. Weidze just thought that the protagonist wouldn't be able to afford such an amount. However, he still decided to bet 1 million. Yao Yue revealed that he doesn't have 1 million, but Jacob can afford it. He wept at the possibility that he would lose such a substantial sum, for these were gold bars, not copper bars. The kid mentioned that if he loses, Jacob can deduct that from the long family income. He also suggested preparing a bid before they start. Chulan wondered if he thought his lordship wouldn't be able to afford 1 million. He offered to pay for it with his body if his lordship couldn't afford it when he lost. She was only embarrassed and talking about how he should be ashamed. The suggestion made the man mad. Suddenly they heard the one man who wanted to be their judge. The first prince Izuanzi let the stone store pay for him first. He is sure that neither of these two is a bum. Standing next to him was the 7th princess of Tsurudi. They greeted the prince and princess. The first prince approached Weidze. asking if he could trust him in the event that the prince himself would be their judge. He also heard that the fellow was betting yuan on the stones. The man was flattered by the honor. The protagonist is also fine with it. The prince will have even more confidence when his lordship is here. The one who is a yuan seeker will also act as a judge. This person is the only yuan seeker in the stone vault. It is said that he comes from the Holy Land, and now the match is about to begin. They have gone up to the second floor many times, and he already has a stone that Wei wants to buy. So his opponent should choose his stone as soon as possible. The protagonist noticed that these rocks are the formation of a large bear, so he could feel the fluctuations of the yuan power. The guy assumed it was coming from the stones. The first prince wondered if this young man was really the stupidest person in the imperial city. He thinks that those who think he is stupid are the stupidest in the world. The princess recognized her brother's rightness. He had just received the title of the newcomer of the school. And he also had the highest score in the Abyss test, and is far superior to all the previous participants. He is interested to see which stone in the 7-star formation Yue will choose. The Big Dipper is supposed to follow the direction of the 7 stars. The protagonist will not be surprised if he knows its clear direction, so he decided to use a little trick. He sent his clones to investigate the stones. Yixuanzi didn't expect that the guy knew how to crack the 7-star array. It seems like he really knows yuan searching skills. Yu swept his eyes over the fact that he just happened to know about it. The prince inquired which of the 7 stones had the yuan stone in it. The protagonist revealed that he hadn't researched them carefully yet. So the prince wanted to analyze it all for him himself. For he too is a yuan seeker. One of the pieces looked like a human being, and the pattern is complex. The probability of there being a yuan stone is 70%. The other piece, on the other hand, looked like a mountain with a majestic inertia. The probability is the same. Suddenly, they heard Princess Rudi giggling. She laughed with Togo that her brother thinks that every stone has yuan stones in it. How will Lord Yao be able to choose in that case? The protagonist thought that this girl was quite beautiful. However, he turned away from these thoughts, because he was thinking about the fact that Mun had just been kidnapped. How could he be attracted to another woman? The prince replied that it was a mere whim, and he also inquired if Yao Yue had already decided. The protagonist replied that after His Highness's advice, he already had a clue. He then pointed to the stone he wanted to buy. The prince asked if he was sure of his decision. This stone has only a 50% chance of having a yuan stone. Any of the other 6 stones might be better. According to the 7-star formation orientation, the first of the 7 stars is the brightest star, and it is likely to have a yuan stone. And this cliff, it turns out, is just to the north. So they can find the yuan stone in this rock. The old man found out that this guy really knew about the formation of the 7 stars. It seems like he had already started learning yuan skills. The prince greeted the master. The old man greeted His Highness the prince. He invited Yao Yue to become his disciple. The girl doesn't know if he has such abilities. She might be able to get this man to her brother's side. Wei Zi and Jack Zhu started to get angry, not understanding how this was possible. The prince advised to give some of it to the master, as it is quite a rare opportunity. The others were discussing the fact that would master really take this person as an apprentice. This boy is too lucky. After all, he will be learning from master, he himself. Jacob thought of the main character as his idol. He didn't expect to get such an offer at all. Wei Zi replied that this boy was very lucky. However, he still makes a dissatisfied face. This boy explained to Jack Zhu. The master inquired if he wanted to give it up. Yu replied that as a student of the royal school, he dared not take others as his teachers without permission. The prince had completely forgotten about it. The royal school does have such a rule, and as far as he knows, this guy is the headmaster's personal student. Too bad, however, he won't force this guy. But if he's free, he can come to the rock store. And then the old man can give him some advice. He thanked Master He for his kindness. Now that Yao Yue has chosen a stone, you can start cutting it. They will each cut off a piece, and Yao Yue will be first. The man cut the stone into small pieces. Wei Zi laughed with Togo that there was no yuan stone in this rock. At the same time, the princess looked at the guy. He picked up one piece of stone, after which he broke it, and there was indeed a yuan stone. Turns out it was hidden here. And now it's the turn of the Weitsu. The man cut the stone, and there was a red glow. Wei Zi began to boast that his stone was much better, for it was an exotic yuan stone, an uncut gemstone worth 100,000 gold bars. Now that's a surprise. Even Yao Yue was surprised when he saw that his opponent had an exotic stone. Jacob was already crying because he thought they were going to lose. In that case, he had only one option. He believed that there must be yuan stones in such a large rock. The princess looked at the guy silently while his opponents didn't like this situation. An hour later, the guy realized that even if his quality wasn't as good, his weight couldn't be disregarded. Since the 7 stars formation was organized by Master He must have known that there were yuan stones in this stone. The old man thought that there must be a yuan stone in it, so he placed it in the formation of the 7 stars, but he never thought it would be like this. This time they would lose a lot. Cloud rejoiced that they would now become rich. That was enough for a yuan general to become a born yuan king. Most of the yuan stones in the store had been checked by him, and almost all of the materials with large yuan stones had been processed inside. The old man wondered how the guy found this stone. All 3 pieces of rock have 2 rocks, while luck is part of the game, but are more important something else, and the fact that they are becoming more experienced in the industry as well. Weizi couldn't understand at all how this was possible. His company also did not expect such a turn of events. Prince announced that the game was over. Weizi got 1 stone. Yao Yue got 3 stones. In this argument, Yao Yue won. The main character told us that we just got lucky. Now it's time to fulfill the terms of the bet. The yuan stones on both sides belong to Yao Yue. 1 million gold bars will be paid to the stores, and Weizi must repay the debt later. The main character said to have his opponent prepare money in advance. It's bad to borrow money to make a bet. He was approached by an old man who inquired whether Yao Yue would sell this yuan stone to the store. Master, he asked Commander Taylor not to scare the boy. He also wants to buy back this yuan stone for the store. Taylor mentioned that there was no shortage of yuan stones in Master Ha's store. He asked not to compete with him. He needs that stone. Afterward, they all decided to celebrate this victory in the gazebo. The princess played them colorful tunes, and the first prince offered a drink to their health. Yixuanzi introduced Yao Yue, who was the grandson of General Long. Since the stone and it belonged to the lad, it was up to him to decide whether to sell them or not. Since it was about General Long's grandson, he had heard that this boy's wife had been taken by the monster Shura that night. The guy nodded, indicating that it was indeed his wife, whose name is Longmoon, and she was taken away. Now the guards are becoming more and more incompetent. They were unable to prevent the Shur monster from entering the Imperial City, and General Long's granddaughter was taken away. However, he had heard that General Long's granddaughter might be a descendant of the Shura monster clan. This was the opinion of the Assistant Minister for Official Ministry Personnel, whose name is Shu Fengche. The protagonist immediately stood up, saying that this nonsense, and asked Lord Hughes if he had proof of his words. Fengche greeted these gentlemen and also mentioned that he had just heard about it. Yao Yue began to get angry, for the Lord's words could be taken as slander against the Long family. The protagonist also mentioned that his grandfather fought on the frontier for many years, and His Majesty the Emperor himself called him General Wu Long. His father-in-law's uncles are the famous marshals. They go through fire and water on the border, yet Lord Che slanders General Long, who was named by the Emperor himself. Yao Yue wondered what his intentions were. Ro Di mentioned that General Wu Long had killed countless Shura soldiers, as well as Shura demons. This is really not the place to slander him. He fell to his knees and began to apologize. The man didn't mean it, it's just a rumor. He made a mistake. The prince mentioned that Shu Fengche should not have slandered General Wu for long, and this he informed his father about. And now, the Lord may leave. Lordy repeated that he had made a mistake and asked for mercy. However, the prince ordered the guards to take him away, after which the Lord was led away. Taylor only laughed at the situation. General Long has good taste. He's lucky to have Yao Yue as his grandson. This guy deserves respect. The prince also wanted to drink to Yao Yue. General Wu Long is his most respected elder. He will tell his father about it and believes that Shu Fengche will be punished. The protagonist apologized for his recklessness. The truth is, he can't stand being slandered by villains. Taylor mentioned again that this kid was talented, and then asked what price the kid could offer for the yuan stone. Yao Yue replied that he was going to use this stone for his self-cultivation. He has no shortage of money. He decided to use his royal skill in exchange for the stone. He needs it urgently, so he will not be persuaded again. He placed a book on the table about the Yuan King's supreme skill. Unfortunately, there was only 1 copy. He will also pay 1 million gold bars in addition to the formula. He thinks this is a sufficient price to buy the yuan stone. In such a case, the protagonist saw no reason to refuse the first Prince of Pallades with Yao Yue. However, it was a pity that the time was too short. Otherwise, they could have perfected each other's stone skills. The protagonist was flattered by this. He believes that there will be many opportunities to discuss with his lordship in the future. He touched his shoulder, indicating that they had an agreement. He was then approached by the princess, who asked if he was going back to school. She too has revealed a desire to return to school, so why don't they move on together? The boys were intrigued by this sudden suggestion of the princess, while the prince just remained silent and watched. However, this girl is a princess, so he was afraid that there might be ridiculous rumors or worse. The prince began to assure the lad that no one would dare harm him. It'll be fine even if he walks Rudy back. In that case, he agreed. She gave thanks for that. Cloud didn't like it because he's so romantic, handsome, and quite attractive. So why is it that good things always happen to Yue, and he's like a blank slate? Yue is, after all, only slightly better and prettier than Claude. But the Claude could definitely beat him in other aspects. Fei only listened quietly to his friend's lamentations. Yao Yu noticed that she is so beautiful and good. Therefore, it is not even surprising that the princess is the first beauty of the imperial city. It is now beginning to seem like an insult to Rudy to be compared to Chulan, one of the four beauties. The boy began to banish these thoughts, for he didn't understand how he could think about it. Moon is still waiting for him to save her after all. No matter what clan Moon belongs to, he hopes that Grandpa can save her, and she will always be Yue's wife. The carriage drove over a rock, which caused the guy to fall right into her chest. This situation was very embarrassing for the princess as well. The protagonist only acknowledged that it was very soft here, while the girl told him to get off her. Suddenly, he noticed something, and luckily he was able to react in time. The force that destroyed the carriage far surpassed that of the innate Yuan king. Cloud and the fairies were thrown into the trees. A man flew up to them. This was the leader of the tiger-tooth demon hunter warriors called Fu Hu Shi. From behind him, the monkey immediately prepared to attack. Fu Hu was able to repel this blow with ease, saying that this monkey demon of high bloodline. However, it was still weak. The princess inquired who he was and why he was attacking them. The man advised the little girl to leave. After all, this matter is just between him and those guys. Ro Dai wondered if the man even knew who she was. Let her get off this bird. However, the man didn't care who she was, because he just wanted revenge for his son's murder. Whoever gets in his way will die. The protagonist realized that it was the father of Chong Shi, namely the leader of the tiger-tooth demon hunter warriors. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them who was able to repel this attack. It was the eunuch guard Shense who asked Fu Hu Shi if he was trying to injure Princess Ru Dai. The chief explained to the eunuch guard that he was not hurting the princess, so he asked him to take her away from here and leave quickly. However, the princess wanted to protect these guys today. The eunuch guard said that these guys are the junior princess students in the academy, so Fu Hu Shi wouldn't be able to kill them now. He's just a deserter who should have been beheaded. So after the improvements are made, they miss out on Togo's hard-earned money. Fu Hu Shi replied that the man could take the princess with him, but he must kill their boys to avenge his son. Chongxi was his only son. The guard once again did not understand how dare this man cross him. He would pay for it with his life. Zhu directed his attack at the chief. Fu Hu Shi was able to cut it. Unfortunately, the man managed to send his attack that almost caught up with the protagonist. The princess shouted to the eunuch guard to help her, but it was too late. Fortunately, there was another unexpected guest in the arena who was able to break this skill. Fu Hu Shi guessed from the strong power that it might have been Long Tian both himself. However, he was able to stop. Whereupon the man saw that it was Lord Taylor, and inquired what it meant. Taylor told me to get out of here. Otherwise, it's his funeral today. Fu Hu Shi had no choice but to fly away from here. He also began to threaten Yao Yue that they would see each other again. Taylor was again greeted by the princess as well as the eunuch guard Zhu. The protagonist thanked Lord Taylor for the rescue. The man replied that it could be seen as payment for being sold a yuan stone today. Therefore, there was no need for thanks. He also admitted that they had been followed since they left the rock store. Even if he fought this man off today, he'll probably come back for the guy next time. They better just stay in the Royal Academy if he doesn't need to go out. The princess asked how Yao Yue insulted Fu Hu Shi. The guy replied that it was a rather unusual story. He was once a brave and skillful soldier in the military during the dynasty. But later, this man became a deserter in the war, and his comrades in arms were killed. He was the only survivor. And then he became the leader of the tiger-tooth demon hunter warriors. He is a master at the peak of the low-level innate Yuan king. The protagonist revealed that his son had tried to kill the protagonist in the demon gorge. Therefore, he simply had no other choice but to kill Chongshi. It's a long story to tell in one day, and it's getting late. They have yet to return to the academy, and if this man decides to come back to attack again, they'll be in trouble. He'll tell all the details to the princess after they return. He also promised that one day he would destroy all the warriors of the tiger-tooth demon hunters. After a while, the boys arrived at the royal school. The disciples began to whisper that Yao Yue had gone back with Princess Ro Di. It was rumored that the princess rarely went near men, so why was she now walking with Yao Yue? Is this guy going to be chosen as the first beauty of their school? Yao Yue is a new student who is quite handsome. Therefore, it is normal for the princess to treat him differently. However, someone thought that there are many men who want to pursue the princess, and any of them would be more worthy than Yao Yue. Someone heard that Min Zhu, who is good at wielding the snowy sword, is in the top 10 of the fame list, and he is most enchanted by the Princess Ro Di. If he sees the princess together with Yao Yue, there will be trouble. The protagonist turned to those gossipers, talking about how they were just jealous. After that, the guy led the princess to the court. However, she stopped him as soon as the protagonist wanted to leave. The girl wondered if he had tried to flirt with her barely once on the way back. Yao Yue replied that it was all a misunderstanding. He also thinks it only happened once. Then he lay in her arms the whole way and looked only at her face. The protagonist wondered what the princess wanted now. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling out to Yao Yue. It was Situ's mentor who wondered why he hadn't come to see her as soon as he returned. Or was he so blinded by beautiful women that he didn't even want to go to his mentor? Yao Yue greeted the master beauty. He was just about to visit her. The princess only laughed, telling Yao Yue and Satu Qing that she was going back to her room. She also mentioned that she would pay him back in a few days for what he did to her. Yao Yue reiterated again that it was just a misunderstanding. The mentor didn't understand why her student was still so frivolous, especially when he has a wife. All men are nasty. The boy replied that it was time for him to go back to his room. He hurt himself for the journey. The mentor began to examine him, and also inquired if he had been hurt when the demon Shura appeared at the Longa's house the other day. The guy took his hand away from her, saying that he did get hurt. However, he was fine. He could heal himself after doing the breathing exercises after all. His mentor told him to remember to pick up his prize when he was free. 2 days later, he had finally returned to his peak state, and now he could reach the late stage of a mid-level yuan warrior. He would do this when his yuan power had filled up. This way, he would be able to break through to the level of the best yuan battle. After which, he turned his attention to the heavenly halberd formula. He should memorize this formula in 2 days, but the halberd is still incomplete. Perhaps he should find someone to repair his weapon. The halberd may have been a royal weapon before it was damaged. It may need high-quality materials to repair it. He also decided to see if this halberd knew its master. Suddenly, some sort of monster silhouette appeared in the halberd. Would the halberd swallow him like it swallowed those monsters? Fortunately, the protagonist was able to resist this force of power and let himself be consumed. Could it be that the guy was able to activate this weapon? He tried it again. Now it is clear that this imperial weapon, however, it is a pity that there is only one half. Treasure Pavilion. He was met by the librarian, who remembered that he was the same guy who had chosen the form of a higher demon and won first place. He wondered what he had learned in that time. The protagonist revealed that he had just practiced the first form. The librarian knew that he couldn't win with this. In this case, he could only take the Yuan Wu skill book. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed an array of yuan. It must be a small hanging array. He didn't even expect someone at the school to know how to make one. Even though it's crude, it can only play a small part. The protagonist decided to try to break this array. Then Yue would be able to choose the Yuan Wu skill book. According to the array method, the eye of the array is the base of the array. It is supplemented by the array template, and the yuan is the energy source of the array. The first element is the eye array that protects the sky, the earth, and the 8 poles. This is a first-class transformation skill about flames. This halberd skill is what he needed the most right now. The old man noticed that this boy knew what a yuan array was. The protagonist said that he just found some common-sense yuan array from some ancient books, and this book he found by accident. Yu was about to leave, however, the old man decided to tell him something. He said that this yuan array was written by the previous dean 100 years ago. If the guy is interested in the yuan array, he can take this book for reference. The protagonist immediately picked up the book, looking it over. He thanked Sarah and decided to go around to the armory pavilion first to get his reward. The old man was glad that this boy was well enlightened. He also hoped that this dying array could not be designed by him. Now he can use this first-class cracked halberd to practice flame transformation, and there is a set of protective armor of the same class. Suddenly, Shaunazi and Satutian approached him. Yao Yue knew about young Master Z wanting the guy to die, so it is possible to not smile like that. Although Shawnee is a hypocritical person, but Yue was really tired of it. Shanzai replied that he did all this for Liang's sake. He didn't mind hurting the protagonist for her sake. Yue noticed that this man was indeed a romantic. He just wants to remind us that some people are wolves in sheep's clothing. So it's best not to be fooled by their appearance. Otherwise they will be the only ones suffering here. Afterward, the protagonist came to the master of Sat, talking about how he had received his prize. The girl inquired what he had brought. He showed his halberd. Situ Ching wondered why he had chosen a halberd that was difficult to carry. He chose a first-class book called Flame Transformation in the Treasure Pavilion, whose skills are specifically designed for practicing with the halberd. Does the master think it's not good? She mentioned that it's not easy to practice with a halberd. It requires a stronger foundation. The protagonist mentioned that he had something, but he didn't know if he should tell the master about it. The girl sat down on a chair and asked what he was talking about. He wanted to talk about Shunin Su's real identity, and the master must know about his identity. She nodded. This guy is a sneaky hypocrite. He must have some bad intentions when he approaches the mentor's sister. He certainly doesn't want to separate them. Situ Ching wondered why on earth he thought that. It is normal for someone to court her sister because she is good. She thinks Shauna is strong among the new students. The boy cried, talking about how he was almost killed by the tiger-tooth demon hunter warriors in the Demon Gorge. She couldn't believe he was being hunted by tiger-tooth demon hunters. Yue had gotten this information for the sake of his mentor. Otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to the Satu Lian. If Satu Lian became the wife of Shona Z, the Grandmaster would have to support the Z family, which would be bad for the Long family. The third prince once said that he wanted the master to be his concubine, and the relationship between the Z family and the third prince is unusual. Suddenly he wondered if the third prince would marry Satu Ching, and Shaone Z would marry Satu Lian. The Grandmaster would be on their side, and they would be strongly supported by the royal school. Mentor wondered what he was thinking about that he was looking at her so intently. Could it be that he is enchanted by her beauty? He mentally apologized in front of the master. However, for the sake of the Long family, he must prevent the master from marrying the third prince. He took the master's hands in his, talking about how she was so beautiful that she was driving him crazy. She promised to reject him as her student if he said something like that again. After which the protagonist said he was leaving. A few days later, since he was making some progress, after a few days of practicing flame transformation, then one could rest. Why doesn't he visit from any old man who sells stones? He might be lucky enough to buy a few yuan stones. In the crowd, he spotted a doe who called someone a pervert and asked them to leave. She was molested by a Kim Woo who really liked the doe. He told her to be his woman. He would treat her very well. Nobo Wu told that the boss is the grandson of the Wu elder. Maybe the Wu elder will notice the girl if she satisfies their boss. Huan Jia replied that Kim is much stronger than her fellow students. After all, he is handsome and just a perfect guy. She told them to go away or the doe would beat them. Kim Woo agreed to let her go if she could beat him. And if she can't, she'll have to go along with him. He'll give her a good time. Just as she wanted to hit him, the man grabbed her arm. This girl is very pretty and smells good. Lon yelled for him to let her go. However, he didn't like her behavior, so he decided to teach her a lesson. He ordered the boys to take her away. Suddenly, the man's arm was touched by the main character, who told him to stop. Kim Woo started screaming from the fact that his arm was injured. Yao Yu said to get his dirty hands off her. The girl stood behind Yao Yue while he wanted to be attacked by Huan Jia, who didn't understand how he dared to touch their boss. The protagonist pulled in his place by their boss, which caused him to take the hit himself. The man inquired if the boss was okay. He started cursing the man who hit him. He also promised to kill him. Yao Yue asked the doe if she was hurt. She replied that she was fine. Kim Woo decided to attack him, wanting him to go to hell. The protagonist was able to dodge that sword and also grabbed it with 2 fingers. He couldn't even believe that he was going to be killed because of some stupid quarrel. Kim Woo starts claiming that the man hit him. Even his father never hit the guy. So he should kill the protagonist. Since Yao Yue got the chance today, he will teach him a lesson so he won't molest the doe again. She offered to solve all the problems at once because he doesn't want to waste his time on this person in the future. How she wishes this guy could always protect her right like this. Kim Woo wanted to see who would emerge victorious in this bout. He immediately felt his opponent's sword begin to burn hot. Once he was able to free his sword, he decided that it was a good opportunity to attack. Therefore, he used the king's formula. To face this opponent, one-hand skill is not enough. And now it's become a turn for the protagonist to show him her new trick. Yue was able to push Kim Woo away from him, after which he used the first flame transformation attack. After that, he threw another punch. That blow broke Kim Woo's sword. His subordinates immediately ran up to him, for they were worried. A law enforcement supervisor arrived and inquired as to what was going on here. Others have also started discussing that everyone here is even law enforcement officers. Looks like a good show is coming up. Yao Yue beat up Kim Woo because of a girl. It was so exciting that even he started to be admired. However, the main character will suffer because Kim Woo's grandfather is an elder, and his older brother is as strong as General Yuan. That's why Kim Woo is not afraid of anyone and is always arrogant. The law enforcement chief helped the guy up, and also asked the protagonist if he was the one who beat up the man or not. Yao Yue explained that the man was trying to kill him. He was only defending himself. Kim Won started to claim that he was just trying to chat with this girl, but he started delivering fatal blows for no good reason. He ordered him to be caught and brought to the Ministry of Punishment. Let justice be done. The warden ordered me to grab this guy. A doe stood up for him and explained that Kim Woo was lying. At first, this man bullied her with his friends, and Yao Yue stepped in to save her. However, according to school rules, students cannot fight each other. Yao Yue hurts his classmates, and he made a mistake. She began to argue that the protagonist had done nothing wrong. The decision can only be made by the elders and the Ministry of Punishment, so they shouldn't grab the guy to begin with. Yao Yue held out his halberd and asked who dared to come closer to him. These people have treated them unfairly, and if they insist on catching them, the protagonist will not hesitate to join the fight. The man didn't understand how he was daring to disobey the department. Does he really want to be expelled from school? Let her better be alive to lower her weapon. Yao Yue told him to try to catch him if he dares to do so. And isn't he afraid that Yue will report their negligence to his Grandmaster, who is the headmaster of the school? The man could not believe at all that the Grandmaster was the master of this person. Lan told him that he was a disciple of Yao Yue, who had Satu Qing as his mentor. He was also the Rookie of the Year. Of course, he had heard of Yao Yue. Kim Won began to claim that his grandfather was an elder Gao Wu. He was a childhood friend of Satu Qing. And this guy is just her student. How dare he even attack him? Now he told this guy to come up to him and obediently let him stab himself. Kim Woo will keep him alive after he takes that girl back. Yao Yue only laughed, saying that this person was really good for nothing. He seemed to love bullying others so much that he had become a brainless moron. The disciples whispered that Elder Gao Wu was not among the top masters. He has the same bad reputation. However, it was worth keeping silent since he was still an elder. Such mere disciples will be punished for speaking out. In response, Leon asked, "Does the officer still continue to win Kim Woo when they have plenty of witnesses?" However, the point is not whether it is right or wrong. The point is that the student is openly defying the authority of the law enforcement department of the royal school. Therefore, he should be severely punished. Yu stated that hubby is doing this to cover up his act, harboring criminals. Let him catch him if he can. The officer started to get even angrier about this bratty boy. How dare he denigrate the law enforcement of the king's school at all? And the protagonist saw it as an opportunity to try out, to restore the flame transformation on him. The fourth act of flame transformation, hit by a stone rift. Everyone present watched their fight intently. The man was thrown straight back against the wall, after which he fell to the ground. The most important character was even surprised that he had such a power. Kim Woo started running, yelling that he had insulted a law enforcement officer. Yao Yue will suffer because the guy will report him. However, the protagonist didn't even think of letting him go. He started to claim again that his grandfather is the elder of the school. Yao Yue will be punished if he kills Kim Woo. And the protagonist explained that the man had made a mistake. It is true that his grandfather is the elder of the school. However, it is Kim Woo who will be punished in this situation. Fei immediately found Yue. Yao Yue inquired as to what Fei-chan was doing here. Fei and Cloud were looking for him to discuss something important. Luckily, he met this guy here and now they have to go, for the situation is an emergency. He was approached by a doe who told Yue to wait. She thanked the guy for his help. He replied that there was no way. Fei now realized that the main character was here to save a pretty girl. He also didn't forget to burst that pitiful duckling, for he dared to challenge Yue. He also addressed the Yue girl, saying that he had some business to attend to. He would bring Yue back to her soon. She was only embarrassed as she listened to all of this. It turns out we need to put down a mutiny of the army and roving bandits. However, it is very dangerous. This task is supposed to be for the older students, but now the bosses are ordering that the new top 10 students like them all join in to build up their will and confidence. Their main task is to assist the troops of the country. The roaming bandits aren't strong, but they have a large population. The situation will not be easy if they meet a particularly strong one, and they will go there in 15 days. In that case, they should improve their strength and buy some armor in a short period of time. Since they had a few yuan stones, they had made progress faster than others. Also, before they go and then have to practice how to support each other in tactical ranks. Meanwhile, everyone turned their attention to the girl as well as the guys who were exploring behind her. There was Snow Swordman Sue and 7th Princess Ru Di, who are both in the top 10 of the fame list, as well as the Borlaug. Ming Shui had been chasing the princess for a long time, and now they came together. Did the princess really choose him? Klaus rejoiced that he was running into the princess again, and he thought it was fate. Fei replied that he was just daydreaming. Ming Shui suggested going to a quieter room. It's too noisy everywhere else. She also noticed Yao Yue. What a coincidence that they met here. The main character, as well as the others, immediately stood up to greet Her Highness. They haven't met in a few days, and he's already treating her like a stranger, especially since they're still at the same school, so they can call her directly by her first name. Rodi asked if they would mind if the girl had dinner with them. The main character didn't mind and wondered what about the people following her. The princess advised her to ignore them, for she had met them by chance on her way here. Who knew they would follow her? Mingzhu said that this place is a mess. Her Highness deserves to eat together better than this, so why not go with her? Mom to a room where there's less noise. The princess mentioned that it was none of his business, so let him go wherever he wanted. Her Highness likes the place. Borlaug suggested that Min Shui ask them to allocate some space for them to visit together. He said for these three to move over. The main character only stood up, talking about leaving this table to them. Borlaug thinks this guy was scared of Min Su. Mingzhe was glad that this guy was not that stupid. However, Yao Yue turned to Her Highness. This place is really a mess. Her Highness should eat in a better place. Therefore, he suggested going to a quieter place. Ming Shui did not expect such a suggestion at all. Ro Dai liked the idea, so she agreed to eat in the face room. Last time, Yue had won 1,000,000 gold bars at the Imperial Stone Store. It should have been a long time ago to have fun in a nice dining room. Besides, Her Highness the Princess deserved the best. Borlaug was getting angry that the bastard had killed his sister with the Fire Monkey King in the Demon Gorge. He wanted to avenge his sister's death. So the man asked if he didn't know who Minzu was. Ming Shu is one of the top 10 disciples on the glory list. Therefore, it is better for him to leave before it is too late. The princess inquired of their Mr. Borlauga that he wanted her to leave. The boy began to claim that Her Highness was mistaken. This warning was sent to those three. They have no right to eat with Her Highness. Rodi mentioned that these are her friends, so she will be having dinner with them. Besides, this case is not about Borlaug. He should leave because his presence is disturbing the royalty. Mingzhu stood up, indicating that he would follow this order. It was noticeable that the guy was angry about this situation. He threw one last glance at the protagonist. Afterward, Minexu told Borgaug that they were leaving. The protagonist only sighed as those pesky bugs disappeared, and now they can eat in peace. Cloud said to his brother, "Don't be so stingy since he won so much money. So why don't they eat in the best room?" The princess liked this crowded place, so she offered to eat here. He immediately got all in, talking about how the rooms are boring and stuffy. It's more fun here. He didn't understand how that person dared to laugh at him. Mingzhui wanted to do something to him. Borlaug mentioned that they are actually quite capable. Yao Yue is his Rookie of the Year, and his followers Claude Quan and Fei Chang are also among the top 10 students. He just beat up Elder Wu's grandson, Kim Wu, as well as law enforcement officers. This guy is really arrogant. Ming Xiu doesn't care who that guy is. Whoever competes with him for the same woman must die. The guy was glad that Min Zhu had fallen into his trap. He also revealed that Yao Yue was a disciple of Satu Qing. Borlaug had long planned to teach him a lesson, but his past had always deterred him. Ming Shui guessed that the prince of the Persian dynasty was just a coward for wanting to trick him into killing those brats. After all, he confessed the purity of his intentions. The guy isn't strong enough to handle these people, so he wants to cooperate with Min Zhu. Ming Shu clenched the cup in his hand, saying that he wanted to see what the Rookie of the Year was made of. This guy wouldn't regret pissing him off. Wasn't Min Shui going to lead a team to fight the bandits in 15 days? It wouldn't have anything to do with them if those three were suddenly killed by bandits. Now that's a pretty interesting suggestion. After that, the man wanted to introduce those new ally, namely Kim Wu. Meanwhile, the show's protagonist along with the princess. Those ingrates were uncomfortable eating next to the princess, so they left them alone. The boy looked at the princess, and at the same time he was rather embarrassed. And when the two met eyes, they immediately turned away in different directions. Yue mentioned that if there was nothing else he could do to help Her Highness, could he practice? Rodi asked if Yao didn't like being around her. The protagonist replied that he wasn't. However, the girl did not understand why he had always avoided her ever since she returned to school. Even now he was trying to avoid her company. Yue admitted that she was very beautiful, and he just didn't have the courage to look her in the eyes. Her Highness was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the dynasty. It was only natural that Yue would be attracted to her. He's just worried he'll do something stupid around her. That side of the guy struck her. She had to look away to hide her embarrassment, after which the girl mentioned that it was a pretty good answer. The guy told me that this time he came here for something very important. The princess inquired if he wanted to work for the government. Hearing this question, the boy wondered if the princess was mocking him. Although Yue is a Yuan warrior, but he is already capable of defeating a top Yuan general. He has enough skills to be a military officer of any level, no matter Togo, commander of the Imperial Guard or general. He can also find the Yuan stone. The government needs talents like him. Working for the government will bring a lot of comfort, but he doesn't know when he'll become a demon. By then, the guy could be a danger to humans. She'll be sorry if the guy rejects her offers because the government needs him. The protagonist is grateful, however he never planned to be an officer. He also needs to hear his grandfather's advice, so he can't say for sure right now. Does he mean he won't accept the offer until General Wu Long agrees? The princess wanted to persuade him too. Yao Yue asked Her Highness what she knew about his wife, Long Mun. She heard that the lady was taken to the Shura dynasty. He asked why it happened. Many skilled craftsmen did pursue the uninvited guests from Shura. But when the people faced difficulties, the Sapphire Light dynasty refused to offer any help. In the end, the monsters of the Shura escaped. Given Mun's personality, her life would be in no danger if she made it to the Shura dynasty. The guy is afraid he won't be able to see her again. The princess tried to reassure him with the news that the girl wasn't hurt. They captured her for other reasons. Guy thanked you for that news. Rodi could see that he was sad. Sounds like he's worried about his wife. 15 days later, he thought about the fact that he could use a low-level black leopard demon blood essence to reach a higher level of development, namely a demon general. However, the boy didn't realize what he had done wrong. He felt as if something was tearing him apart. Could it be because of the differences between humans and demons? The guy wondered if he was destined to fail the general demon level. However, he must be brave. He still had to take care of his family. Besides, he had yet to heal his uncle's legs and save Mun. Suddenly, the monkey noticed that Yue forcibly entered the common demon level and summoned the Heaven Trial Lightning. The deputy director, Yue Lu, didn't understand what had happened, or why there would be thunder all of a sudden. He arrived at the place where the lightning was. The oldest Nagawu was also there and asked the deputy director what was the matter and what could have caused the thunder. The deputy noticed that this Satu Qing disciple's house. Last time the lightning struck there too. He doesn't know why the same thing happened again. The owner of this house is suspicious. Gao Wu offered to see what's going on there. However, once they landed, they saw a transformed monkey in front of them. Meanwhile, the main character finally opened his eyes. The house was guarded not only by the Monkey King, but also by the demonic horse. The elder wondered what the Fire Monkey King and the demonic horse were doing here. Yue Lu thought that the thunder must have been caused by this fire monkey when it was trying to reach a higher level. His master must have heard that sound. So where is he now? Yao Yue came out to them and greeted these people and also introduced himself. He said that he had just had 6 Uki suddenly upgraded to a higher level, and also apologized for the disturbance. To the elder, this guy turned out to be ordinary, but he actually defeated Kim Wu. Perhaps it's true that they can't judge people by their appearance. Yue Lu replied that it was fine. He should be careful next time. After all, he almost destroyed the house twice. The elder replied that it didn't matter much as long as no one was hurt. I've been watching this guy with my eyes. The monkey notices that this old man wants to kill Yao Yue. But the protagonist is not the same as he used to be. If that old man dares to offend him, Yue will kill him himself. He has concentrated the demon core and can now freely use innate fire. But why does his demon core have 9 colors? Each color represents a different type of energy. Perhaps it's because he absorbed the blood of different demonic beasts. The monkey congratulated Yue. Still, he was lucky he hadn't become a demon during his studies, otherwise he would have been expelled. He just has to let things take their course. Either way, he has no better solution right now. He also hadn't even noticed when the demonic horse had matured. Perhaps he would take the horse with him this time. The black horse was happy about it. During the expedition, Mingzhu was telling the others to hurry up, for he must arrive at the Qin Dynasty in 15 days and help them get rid of all the rebels as well as the roaming bandits. Cloud mentioned that this situation was quite delicate. 80 people were divided into 2 groups, and they were assigned to the Eminzu team. There was no need to worry, for Fei was now a late mid-level Yuan general, and he had made great progress. He will kill anyone who wants to harm them. Yue pointed out that they wouldn't do anything to them straightforwardly. Other than Min Xu, none of the people here can stand up to them. Fei pointed out that Yue's black horse was very good. In that case, they could only ride school-assigned horses instead of demonic beasts. However, the guy mentioned that it was a black horse that he had saved in the Demon Gorge. He would also give each of them a demonic beast to ride after they finished the task. Kim Woo noticed that the people they are about to kill are pretty positive. It's amazing that a guy can ride a demonic beast even though it's just a low-level demonic horse. Kim Woo didn't think he deserved it. Yao Yue should have ridden the horse the school gave him. He stroked the black horse, talking about how this place is quite spacious like a house. What a shame the horses have to stay here overnight. Behind him stood Kim Woo, who told Yue that this was the last day he would see his horse. Whereupon the lad tiptoed over to the black horse. He poured out the contents of the bottle, telling the black horse to enjoy it. Let him blame all the failures on Yao Yue. He should not have been his traveling companions. However, the horse didn't even think to eat it, whereupon the haystack toppled over. The noise caused the protagonist to turn back, inquiring as to who was here. He turned back and saw some kind of bottle. The guy asked the 6 ears, saw the monkey who was there. So, Monkey saw that it was Kim Woo who had just returned to his room. This person even dared to offend his blackie. In that case, Yue would let him taste the bitterness of defeat. The next day, they saw the tiger's corpse. Kim Woo only got angry. Others began to think that it was possible whether some high-level demonic beasts had entered the stable last night. But the tiger didn't seem to have been bitten. Perhaps it was secretly killed by someone out of hatred. Who would even kill a shooter quietly, not attracting their attention? Mingzhu thought that the main character might have done it. Last night, Kim Woo said he was going to send the horse to Yao Yue. Kim Woo turned to Yao Yue saying that he was the one who killed his tiger. The protagonist wondered if he was an idiot. He doesn't even have proof, so why is he so sure that Yue did it? However, the truth is that he did do it. But what about Togo? He wanted to attack the brat, talking about going straight to hell. Mingzhu tried to stop him. The protagonist calmly dodged this lunge with his sword. He also shouted that Kim Woo had brought the Veidu upon himself, so let him take this blow upon himself. He was caught by Min Zuo, who reminded him that he was the leader. Yao Yue must respect him, so he didn't understand how this guy dared to hurt Kim Woo. The main character stated that it's ridiculous that Kim Woo set him up first. The leader obviously has a warning against Yue, so he offered to fight if the leader wanted to avenge Kim Woo so badly. Mingzhu was indeed willing to do so. However, the blonde man asked if they would continue their journey. It was the deputy commander, Chen Qiu, who decided to remind them to accomplish one task. The school's good reputation would be ruined if they started fighting amongst themselves. Mingzhu will not let the man who killed the fire tiger go unpunished, and now they're moving out. Qin Dynasty, Qingqi City. The students of the royal school arrived to meet the prince Wei Huangjing, as well as the mayor of the city Li Wang. What a surprise it was for the protagonist to see the prince once again. The last time he lost to Yao Yue, it was seen as a huge disgrace that he was even disqualified from claiming the throne. Of course, he immediately recognized Yao Yue. What a beautiful coincidence. Li Wan asked His Highness the Prince if there was some misunderstanding. These students were sent by the royal school to help destroy the rebels. However, the prince didn't care, because he just wanted that guy to die. Mingxuo became quite curious when he saw this situation. The boy couldn't believe that the Qin Dynasty treated their guests in such a way. His friends were willing to love the wretch who wanted to hurt him. Yao Yue was merciful enough to let the prince go, but he perfectly responded to him with rudeness. Now he should be taught a lesson. The mayor of the city decided to stand up for the prince. However, the guy was easily able to push the city's mayor out of his way, after which he knocked the guy to the ground. He lifted the prince by taking him by the collar of his clothes. Since the prince wanted to kill him, the protagonist offered to see who would die the fastest. This situation made the prince very frightened, after which Yao Yue threw him on the ground. He immediately went after the mayor of the city and ordered this guy eliminated. The prince is not concerned, so the boys must kill him. Otherwise, he'll kill Wei Huangji. Chen Qiu wondered at the leader. Shouldn't Yao Yue be helped? Her target was a disciple from the royal school. However, they can intervene now because it will cause discord between the different clans. They will have to diplomatically wait for the denouement. If the guy is fitting so as a personal grudge, he will resolve the situation himself. Chen Qiu only fell silent, for he understood the team leader's true intentions. A weapon appeared in his hand, after which he told everyone to attack, and once the men pounced on him, he was able to fight them off with a single punch. After which, the lad looked in on the prince as well as the mayor of the city. Li Yuan immediately wanted to pounce on him to chop off his hands. However, he had to block the weapon of the protagonist who pounced on him. However, the man didn't understand why this guy was so strong. After which, Yao Yue was able to wrestle the mayor away from himself. The prince told the mayor to stand up immediately to protect him. By now, the prince should be well aware that they are not on equal footing, and the prince is no match for the protagonist. He was like a dog that was climbing just to fight him. Yue didn't realize at all what he had done to him. After which, he threw his weapon at his opponent. The prince tried to block this with his sword. However, his sword was destroyed, and he himself was thrown back into the wall. Mingzhui didn't understand how this guy was able to elevate his strength so much. If he didn't deal with him now, this guy would become a big problem later. After which, the protagonist raised his weapon. He also walked right up to the prince. Behind him, the Claudes became Claudes, as well as the Fae. Fae stated that whoever is not afraid to die, let him come over. He will kill whoever comes out first. The mayor tried to stop talking about how if the guy kills the prince, they'll kill Yue right here and now. The protagonist recognized his rightness, for he was even already surrounded. So he has no choice but to kill the prince. Mingzhu said, "Stop it. Let him leave the principal alone." The protagonist told him to shut up, because this matter doesn't concern him. He immediately released his weapon from its sheath, talking about how he had better watch his manners. If he didn't release the prince, Ming Shui would fight for the good of the academy and the dynasty. Yao Yue agreed to kill the prince, and then he would fight for his life. No one obviously expected such a statement. Li Yuan tried to calm these guys down. He offered to settle this peacefully. He promised that he would never again cause trouble in Yao Yue's future. Therefore, he suggested forgetting everything that happened today. Yao Yue mentioned that what the mayor is saying now is completely out of place. The prince even began to swear in the name of the Qing Dynasty that he would not disturb him again. He asked for forgiveness. However, the protagonist shut him up by saying something that he wouldn't believe him. Ming-suk told the guy to leave him alone. Let him not dare to provoke him. The protagonist only smiled, then told him to go out and fight. Now the Chen Qiu decided to intervene in this situation. They should not interfere in matters between Yao Yue and Wei Huangzi. Besides, Yao Yue came here to help. If he is killed because of the prince, the Qing Dynasty will be accused of breaking the treaty. This will be bad for both states. Also, if Yao Yue kills their prince, they will all be punished, and the Royal Academy will be considered guilty for what happened. So they need to come to an amicable solution. He has a compelling proposal for both sides. Since the prince swore, so why don't they trust the prince this time? But if the promise is not kept, they will return to show that the Royal Academy should not be bullied. Mingzhu didn't expect this unassuming man to be as influential as the Supreme General of the Yuan. However, Borlarg didn't think to agree with this. Yao Yue made this mistake. It's unfair that the others have to pay for it. Kim Wu replied that they don't have to address the problems this guy created himself by insulting others. Chen Qiu asked, did he really think that these people could defeat him? Or perhaps he had deliberately encouraged Yao Yue to kill the prince and endanger them all. These boys could say nothing against such a charge. Cloud interposed that whoever wished to fight, as opposed to his brother, must first kill him himself. The mayor turned to the kid, saying that now that Vice Commander Chu had made a statement, they could be sure that their side wouldn't break their promise. Chen Qiu said, just release the prince. He promised that Yao Yue and the others would share a common destiny. The protagonist decided to follow this advice. He advised the prince not to repeat his mistake again, for his patience was running out. The mayor responded that there is no cause for concern. They will not cause him any problems. Meanwhile, at night, Fei offered to return home. He didn't think the Qin Dynasty would leave you alone. Cloud agreed. They would be in danger if they ran into the Mine Shu, Wei Huang Jing, and the rebel detachment at the same time. The kid has a question for them. What are they accomplishing by accomplishing this mission? Fei replied that they must become stronger and learn what lies between life and death. They do this to strengthen their willpower. Now they are facing enemies from all sides. Does it seem to them that this time the situation is much more complicated? He hasn't faced an even more violent world since graduation. Future enemies would be far more ferocious than these. so he wondered if they would be able to save themselves then. To survive in this world, they must make great progress and become even stronger. All the more reason for 6 Wuhees to help. That way, their plans against the boys won't work. The monkey tells him that Minas has conspired with Wei Huangji. They are discussing how to commit murder with a borrowed knife in tomorrow's fight against the rebels. The guy inquired about the rebels. Monkey showed that these groups of rebel forces are scattered in different places and are led by one born Yuan king. Almost all the leaders and groups are supreme Yuan generals. It was amazing that in such a short time the monkey had gathered so much information about the rebel squad as well. Even though the monkey hadn't been with them all these days, he hadn't wasted any time at all. He started gathering information as soon as he entered the territory of the Qin Han Dynasty. And now an ally has come to them. It was Chen Qiu who recognized something. Mingxiu had just discussed the grouping with him. He would take 30 men, including Kim Wu and Borlog, and 500 soldiers with him to Maple Forest City. 10 men, including all of them, and another 100 soldiers, will fight against the rebels of Stone Mountain. It's still a good strategy to kill with a borrowed knife. They even now want to kill Chen Qiu for helping Yao Yue today. The boy wondered what he was talking about. The rebel forces in Maple Forest City are led by the Yuan general alone, despite the large number of rebels. But the natural-born Yuan king is in the Stone Mountain. Chen Qiu asked if he was sure of his words. The guy replied that this was accurate information. Especially if they don't go there, they will just be considered cowards, since they don't know that the natural-born Yuan king is there. Chen Qiu asked what they should do now to survive. Yao Yu has an idea on how to come out of this situation victorious the next day. Along with them was the commander of the fairies. Chen Qiu also looked at the army that would be with them. They were old people, skinny people, or people who were sick. Is Commander Fei really sending them to fight against the rebels? There's no need to worry. The rebels they will encounter are few in number. Besides, they'll be joining a squad of 2,000 soldiers, so victory won't necessarily be theirs. After which, he approached Yao Yue. That's to be expected. They've given them a rather strange army. And also not to be sure they'd be joined by a detachment of 2,000 soldiers. The guy replied that it wouldn't happen, and he really sympathized with all those older soldiers. They have been betrayed, and they will be forced to fight a deadly battle against them. Chen Qiu suggested that they pretend to follow them and walk forward. If there was no detachment, they would simply return to interrogate Master Wang. This is indeed a good thing, but they will lose a good chance for self-improvement this way as well. The deputy asked what he was going to do in the first place. If they manage to distract the natural-born king of the Yuan and then fight the rebels, they will achieve great success. As the ferry commander was approached by the vice commander, who reported that those people were whispering. They seem to have learned of the real intentions. However, they have no other choice. If they don't follow through, they'll violate the military order. All they have to do is simply lead those people to the Stone Mountain and then disappear unnoticed. Stone Mountain. The others started rioting because they hadn't seen reinforcements. Could it be that Master Wan had misinformed them? But there's no room for misinformation in this situation. Do they really want to be killed? He seems to expect it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the wounded soldiers here. The old man wanted to report this to the king. The commander told him to calm down. Now that they were here, all they could do was fight and wait for reinforcements. The man thought about the fact that he had to get away quietly, or he would be killed here along with everyone else. However, he didn't expect to be attacked at all, after which the slain commander fell to the ground. Cloud said that there was a grudge between his brother and Master Van. In order to kill these guys, the master sent soldiers with them. However, it's obvious that he just wants the wounded soldiers dead. They've all been sentenced to death. Now they have only 2 choices. They can follow that man's instructions and die here, or fight against him by going over to the side of the brother Claude. They all wanted to fight against Master Wang. Now that all these soldiers are on Yao Yue's side, he knows that he can help them stay alive. At the head of the rebels is a born-again Yuan king. If you distract the king, they can kill the other rebel leaders. That way they can survive and be rewarded. You search for dynasties fighting rebels in the neighboring town of Maple Forest. If they inform the innate Yuan king, he will surely go to the town to support the rebels, and then they will have a good chance to take over the place. He needs someone to stage an ostentatious defeat and spread the news of the retreat. Fei inquired who wanted to participate with him in the ostentatious defeat. The old man agreed, for they had no other choice. The rest of the soldiers were also enthusiastic. Meanwhile, the rebel war room. The girl asked for another drink. Lauber natural rebel king Yuan low level asked why on earth she insists that he drink some more. The girl is sure he knows the reason. He laughed and agreed to be very gentle with her today. But suddenly a subordinate came to him. He reported that an army was coming towards them. Lauber inquired as to the size of this army. There are over 40 soldiers in the front, and they have no idea about the back. He couldn't believe that these people were so brave that they dared to fight an advance party of only 40 soldiers. He ordered them all killed. The battle has begun. Fei was able to decapitate several soldiers with a single move. A monkey ducked down to him. She was trying to explain something. Fei realized that the best thing for them to do now was to retreat. Perhaps the boss insisted that the Six Whiskers stay here for a reason. The old man told everyone to retreat, but something started flying at him. Just a single blow was able to pierce the old man. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Lauber arrived on the battlefield.